the simple util dumps that they had for stage 1, playing around the Yoru. If you have another initiator player that can play around the extremities, for example, or be in the entry pack and can provide the extra entry power, suddenly XI LAI gains a new dimension where they can just brute force their way.
Okay, is that better? There we go.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
way better.
It sort of adds a second tip to the spear, really, and it means
Speaking of, my mic wasn't
you
even
know,
working. Yeah, it's better now.
Even maybe go on the lurk or something like that, because you still have that aggressiveness to be able to get you into a
Hello everyone. Hello. How are you all doing?
So let's sort of jump back to talking about all gamers then.
Spruce, thank you so much, Spruce. Appreciate the 29 months. Caramelks as well. Thank you. We got Simsum. Penny as well. Thank you so much, Penny, for 23 months. And Malum. Thank you for that. Mixty as well. Thank you for the 3 months. It's Smithy. Okay. Okay. Smithy.
Absolutely. They've been the backbone. Especially Hathaway has been one of the.
Did I leave my house? Yeah, I left my house.
Was actually able to have a
we actually like explored Iceland. I've been here for a while, so I actually managed to explore Iceland. It's really cool.
The one that gone completely missing off the rails, and you know, as he said, you know, credit where it's due to Raga. He's definitely very competent mechanically, but I feel like the Neon pick and them adding.
We're so back, yeah, we're so back.
That really came
we are back.
To their own detriment at the end of the day.
Nick, thank you so much for the 19 months as well, and just Imper as well. Thank you for the tier 1. We've got Tailmint as well. Thank you so much for that, dude.
And he pulls out the Sue as well, just to really set the stage there. I just love how in China now we've got no man, we've got no
Mini at 2K viewers yesterday. Damn, dude, that's good though. What was he streaming? Did he stream in China?
And then we can really just make a team of ridiculous names. So then here comes Raga as well. This guy is the superstar. He is the one that we're looking
for. VaporX VOD review. Okay, I mean that's gonna have numbers anyway.
Yeah, statistically speaking, Raga was by far the best player in the league in stage 1.
Kazuatsu, thank you for the 15 months as well, dude. Thank you for that.
Repeating their victory in stage 1. That will need to be the case again. Thankfully enough for Raga, he still got
no man. Yeah, dude, he was in UK for ages. Cause Ryan Central gave me all the lowdown.
I feel like a part of that.
No man's cool, man. No man's
from Coconut
been chilled out here a few times as well.
But we'll have to wait and see if they're actually.
Hokey Koki man with the 11 months. Thank you so much for that. That's Alex as well with the 12 months. Thank you for the whole year, dude.
Are going to be walking out here, but
you see the roster mania? Sonia, I saw. I opened up your Discord and I looked at it. I was like, holy hell, how long had this taken?
Yeah, absolutely. I
was like, let's have a quick little look at Discord, see what's going on. Sonia's wrote down every single roster change that's happened, and there's a lot. So I might even make some content on it, maybe just as like a recap.
As we've been, you know, trying to big them up and
yeah, Sonia, it must have taken ages, dude. But I will read it in a bit. But I haven't read it properly. I looked at it and I went, damn, that's a lot. And then I kind of was like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time right now. There's even more now, really. Flo with the 17 months. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Start for them for that stage 2.
We're back now.
You know, if they can have a good showing here.
33rd, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 28 months. Thank you. And Dr. Jockey with the tier 1 as well. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, but Spitfire is the man of the hour here on the other end. Well,
EWC? No, I wouldn't be watching EWC.
Head against Raga, which
at least for this year. Again, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen for the next years. But at least for this year, I won't be watching it.
KD to be precise. 143 ADR, a pretty good
I think we'll be doing something on the side, though. I think there's some content on the side.
The main thing for me is, unfortunately, from what we've seen in stage 1, the all gamers system is nowhere near as, I guess, fluid as XLG's, which is something that is going to be pivotal to change with ED101 actually being a part of the team now. You know, they've made a coaching staff change, but that hasn't had the longest of time to actually probably influence.
Come on, old gamers.
You
guys got to get a win.
So
this stage, surely.
Down the line, maybe in weeks 2, 3, and 4.
That's what we're gonna be looking out for.
This week, we'll have to see if
do they look good enough to be able to get a win this
be able to beat the defending champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
All gamers will go on a run. See, these are the kind of teams that Sideshow should be saying will not go on a run. These are the safe teams. Instead, he literally chooses the teams that have the potential to do it.
No longer in the pool. We didn't need to worry
Weird Creations
about
with the
that,
Prime. Thank you for the 3 months, dude. Thank you.
A Corrode could sneak their way in. I was saying to Uvault before this stream that maybe a corrode pick from AG might make sense. Because there may be the underdogs here, if XLG don't ban it, it could make sense to pick into that map.
Do they have an official English cast? No, and I don't think they're gonna have an official English cast.
A win there, but it does get banned away by
Dude, no corrode.
So start off with a sunset.
Honestly, that's smart though from XI LAI, because if you are all gamers, that's probably where you want to go.
And we're going to finish off on an ascent should we require all 3 maps. So that's certainly quite interesting. Obviously, the
Did I make my top 10 list? Ooh, I said I would make it yesterday, and I didn't make it.
In stage 1.
I'll do it today.
But Lotus, you know, AG, they lost here.
Yeah, Kurt messaged me, and I was like, yeah, I'll definitely do this Friday.
What do you reckon the chances are of a success? Maybe not on Sunset.
The Epic Gold again with the 13 months. Thank you. Gordon. 7803 with the tier 1, thank you so much, and Sherbet Peach with the tier 1 as well, thank you for the 30 months. Do it on stream, but I don't want you guys to be an influence on me.
I guess Sentinel play is going to be very valuable.
I want it to be my own.
Spitfires on the attack is going to have a lot of that weight of maybe alleviating some of the pressure with the quick entries. It's pretty proficient on the Neon. There's something that they can rely upon. But I'll be interested seeing what actually XLG will be popping out in this Sunset, because, well, usually they have been playing the Yoru. I feel like this is basically Raga's best pick in a similar way to, I don't know if you watch
Sandy G with the 31 months. Thank you so much, dude.
But Martin has been one of those players
that,
you know, on the Yoru,
did I see the EDG corrode map? No, I'll watch that at one point as well.
Maybe they got a lot more
options. I didn't. I looked at the comps.
That maybe you can just play it safe.
I looked at the comps in it.
And speaking of No Man, actually, he was in TNV's chat saying, "Hey, can I
fill me with confidence
to the side of XLG?" Unfortunately for him, I think you can very hardly move an Englishman away
it's
from
Puggy.
Yeah, even if it isn't his hometowns, but you know,
it's
somewhere there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's look at this agent select then. I'm going to focus on XLG because this comp of the Cypher, Omen, Sova...
Not even worth watching? Really? It was that bad?
Exactly what XLG played at Masters Toronto on this map. They played against Sentinels. They lost it 13-6.
Do we have Epic Pen? No, we don't.
Slightly different roster. We had MIDI in that game instead of No Man.
It was like
However,
a TDM.
You know, the roles seem to be lined up pretty similar.
There must have been some full process for some of the teams, surely.
Event. And yeah, MIDI was the one playing the breach. So it seems like, at least from their Masters Toronto stuff, it has been a one-for-one swap. And I'm pretty sure
wait, none of the teams bought an Odin?
On the other side from all gamers
out of the entire game?
Yeah, that is going to be pretty intriguing. Of course, you know, before this map kicks off, I just want to remind you, still got
then it's probably not worth watching.
That'll be later on today. That is going to be Wolves, the 3rd place team in Toronto. Pretty big showing, of course. You know, TNV gotta be like absolutely over the moon with that one. But they'll be taking on FPX, which, you know, much like a team like JDG, for example.
I mean, it might be worth watching just to.
Now we are back in the play on defense. It's all gamers, and they'll be hoping to kick things off with a bang on the pistol.
Okay. All gamers on defense.
XI
LAI on attack. And XI LAI now get Omen. And I think that's a great pickup for them.
Right now XLG, they're quickly getting some of that A main control, the Cypher Cam as well, to give some information in the tags as well. Rug's just going in for it. Doesn't clear the player on the site though. Shrimp is there. And Spitfires as well. All gamers, they're doing a decent job
honestly,
right now.
maybe this is the game they win.
Shutting everything down. No Man, the new kid on the block, is going to have to clutch a 1v4 if XLG want this pistol.
Yeah, they fast flood into the site though. It's pretty good for them.
He's been bringing the heat. Let's see if he can.
The 2 controllers, both Omen and Astra. Yeah, I saw that, which is odd.
No, that flash got no
But again, I think that can work.
Time and he got the spike on their back, so perhaps the rotation can be in
order. The quality, yeah, the quality is a little bit lower than I remember on this stream. I wonder if we.
Still plenty of time. Not a lot of aggression on the other side, and instead, you know, man. To bring the peak, got the fault line this time around. That's a 1-man stun, but couldn't even walk past the orb on a single point of health. Will make it pretty easy for Kira to find that connection. And XLG, apparently their international lows are going to catch up.
We got some nice quality here. Wait, are we on the same time? Are we somehow accidentally owned it?
Maybe hold your horses for a little bit, but it certainly isn't what we want to see. It seems like quite disjointed, if I'm going to be
there's
honest,
no way I can do this, right?
XLG. Raga sort of went
this is
in by
way too
himself.
ambitious to get right.
The close corner. Everything was just a little bit out of place, which isn't what we're used to seeing from XLG. This is much more of a Masters Toronto look, which does worry me slightly. And immediately Raga's running in again. The support network is just a bit too far behind him. Now the rest of the team catches up.
The end of the world, you know, it's the second round, and as he said, like, sure, it's only the pistol, but as he said, you know, worrying signs are showing again. The deadlock, though, is something that we haven't talked about, and the amount of value that Delve can actually have is gonna be pretty severe if they do not respect the sonic sensors. Fortunately enough, they would have seemed to understand that Deadlock has been playing B for the past
We
few
might have done
rounds,
alright
so
here, chat.
that can be an answer for them. Spitfire, it's already pretty aggressive. It's all classic, just a single ghost, so did not be expecting Raga to do that much on the angle anyways.
Oh, it did great.
They'll be detected, they'll be stunned. They're trying to just pinch on them on the timing, but the stun fades in the right time. And all gamers keep hold of the map. Nowhere really for XLG to go, perhaps, but to go back and try to go for be a second line basket.
The rotations will be heard though, so
okay,
perhaps
then we can focus up a little bit.
Top mid,
The internet no mess up, dude. I was thinking just that. I was like, this is perfect. But as soon as the internet messes up, or me, remember we got to add that factor in as well.
But, the spam through the smoke from Kira does get one. The second player coming through. It's a cleanup here from the side of all gamers. Kira gets 4.
Chat, let's look in a little bit. They haven't. They had a nice setup here.
At least there for Happy Way, but that's exactly why you want to pick the Deadlock. You know, the ceiling trips, they are absolutely demoralizing, especially on places where you just need to pop, like Market. That trip can actually cause a lot of worries for the other side, and as he said, you know, should have been an easy round anyways. They only got the classics, so this is where we need to see the XLG of stage 1 just show back up.
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get close. It's a great bonus.
It has been the same case.
One sheriff.
Like the team looks disjointed. Raga's just walking too far forward. They're not looking as comfortable with Raga on the neon as they have been
trip
when he was in
here.
the Jet or when he
The
was in
fast buy round. AG won a 3-pass and punish. You spot close. You stun. You grab net close. Okay, you spot close. You grab net and then you omen flash. And then you omen flashing the people at the back. Sure.
Right now, slowing things down a little bit again.
And then you don't see anyone within the first 30 seconds, so they put the wall down. Holy.
Been found again. Not quite able to take down Spitfires through the box.
They might win a map, chat. We're seeing the right stuff.
The one on the side of
great start. Lucky, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. Wait, XI LAI picked this map as well.
Aggressive position as the stack
chat, how long since all gamers have won a game?
EG could be.
I know it's a long time.
In a little bit of danger here.
Did they win anything last year?
Going to realize that fact as well. Dipping away from the site, giving that space
more than
to
a year.
XLG. And they're hoping they can get something done on the retake as Happy Way is on the lurk here on B.
Yeah, we might have spoke too early. They're going to get a site for free. No recon on this one, not going to have to do any damage. It's going to be a full retake. Does anyone overstep? Guys, commit.
Damn. Pretty dangerous. Happy Way all on their lonesome. And they could barely afford another loss now. 3 on 5.
They got recon, they still have Omen Flash. Do they know they're going to get aggro? Holy. Wait. This is nice from them. They get some upgrades as well.
5 lives. And it seems like all the gamers are ready to bring the heat to the champions.
What is happening, XLG?
What is happening? We're 3 rounds in and the casters are believing as well. What is happening?
So many gunfights not going their way. I mean, for one, you know, the fight from Happy Way up through mid was particularly rough. This one as well. But then they're just playing ahead of the utility a little bit, not quite timing things correctly. Again, it's that.
Oh, okay.
Delay.
Okay.
That's causing
we get the Bucky out. So let's see what Rag wants to do with the Bucky. What's the Bucky strat?
They're back down to an eco, and the only thing
AG want to go for the Paper X 3-pass and dual middle.
Still only Happy Way to find kills in this game as well. All 5 of these players looking to head towards the A site, and Raga with that Bucky is going to be the tip of the spear yet again.
Keeper. Hello, mate.
Brimp is on the site and will be the one that has to bear the brunt of this attack.
Yeah, and the big stack towards mid is still present, so they have quick rotations towards short. That is the case.
They're just holding the Paper X for so long.
Might unironically have a chance for a multi-kill. They just piece their utility right.
Even after losing A control, yeah. It's kind of bold.
Cover.
Damn, dude.
Wait on the information for all gamers, but that's
they go wall, same time over towards B as well. Actually, maybe it's a little bit out there.
putting XLG again in another tough spot.
Dude, they have so much money, by the way. They have so much money. No one from XI LAI is getting kills.
Again, Plant would be a big boom to their economy.
It's one of the sickest starts you can have.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, a dink from Happy Way, but they'll be still alive on 5 HP. So for XLG, what can they do? Got to try and do something. The stun is not going to work.
They got one kill. They got one kill, 2 armor buys, and they're all taking turns.
Not great, and Shrimp
they're all taking turns at standing up, and they're really feeling it.
Really, you're 4-0 up against the reigning champions on their own match pick. Nice opening kill from Kira there, just reading the timing perfectly. And the rest of XLG just couldn't really get anything done. So the timeout.
Okay, it's an early timeout. It's a good time for a timeout.
Really, I'm glad it's coming through this early because there are quite a few problems, Volt, with this XLG attack.
Yeah.
Wolves was an inspiration. Yeah, they think they can all do it now.
Talked about this. I feel like
Salty G, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 14 months. Thanks for that.
Take Raga out of the Neon. Just take that agent. Delete him from his pool and let him play anything else. It was amazing when he was on the Yoru. He was good when he was on the Jet. The Neon is not working for the team.
Roster moves? Yeah, I might do a video of just like my general thoughts on some of the roster moves. It'll probably save a lot of time question-wise, I think. Probably best way to do it.
Like that is the biggest part. It's like, look, sure, there have been Neon nerfs.
C1, thanks so much for the tier 1, dude. Appreciate the half a year. Thank you for the 6 months.
Not only is Raga playing too far ahead of the team, but even the calls on like the plays.
Notice how Sideshow's in live for this game.
Neon.
Has he been watching the past 2 China games?
Because that's what you expected of a team that should be playing something like that to the highest magnitude.
He has as well.
You got the breach.
Damn, is he fully just disowned his own team?
Another relay bolt on top. You got extra pieces of utility, whether of course you're talking about the paranoia or the reveal. But
okay, timeout goes out and AG change it up as well. Chat. Timeout comes in. They've been XI LAI. They're all trying to work out how to deal with everything. And then you got AG switching up their default. They now got the deadlock over towards A.
That's a positive they can take away from that.
Insta Gravnet stops the original fast push. At the op set up over towards B.
They want to try and re-hit into this. The barrier mesh in the way for now. Gets cleared, but that's more information towards the side of all gamers. It could be a little bit of a fake.
Yeah, they're going to walk into this up.
Open,
give me the up.
Leaving
give me the up.
aware that this could be the possibility when instead the rest of the team they're going to head towards B, but Spitfires with this operator has the angle all the way into tiles.
Damn.
And Raga just slowly clearing the angle. The dry peak
he hit it.
It means that he's going to get felled. Spitfires is forced
away. It looked like it didn't hit, but the damage was there. Maybe it was the guy at top mid.
For the attack. They still need to try and find a way to fight into this site.
Oh.
Well, nothing really found. Kira
low HP goes down as well. They got the luck over towards middle. No one's overstepping.
He finds both of those kills. At least the spike plan is going to be secured by no man.
Okay.
Why is he leaking?
I don't know how they're going to look on their own map, but they look alright on this map.
Sure, you want to get a frag, you want to take the hold, and maybe Viva can bring us something out of this one.
It was close though.
Almost
nice shots from him.
But that is the extent of
Oreo, thanks so much for the prime as well. Appreciate the 5 months. Dude, this was nice from them as well with the timeout. They change everything on defense.
Yeah, again, it's disjointed.
Change their setup. They get the op out first time they do it.
They're not like playing together in the way that they should be, and I really, as much as we were bigging him up, I do not understand that peak from No Man, because you're the player with the spike, you're the one that can't go down, and yet 3 nice kills from Viva in the end of it, but in the end just shut down.
Beast 1625, thank you so much as well, dude.
On the other side.
And force them down to another eco. They got another hero gun and they go fast. And there is nothing to help Raga out. And they're putting ults onto ecos. Okay, they might win this one now.
Doing some work. Okay, XLG, this is what we like to see. 3 ultimates being invested. And
kind of had to make that play.
Information, Delby plays ahead of it. That's the intelligence of an IGL right there. 3 versus 3. A couple of upgrades being found for this attacking side. And Spitfires is low, so with the plant down, perhaps there is an opportunity.
Whoa, I'm flash missed him.
It's
a great shot. He gets his recon for this guy backside.
Wasn't to be the case, Volt.
Now, he's probably thinking about that one twice. They got the recon bowl. They're both trying to play for the elbow position. The reveal is
it's unlucky they peeked just before it went off. Maybe thinking if they were close, they would shoot it.
Yeah, it's a thrifty round.
Okay, so XI LAI win a round. 2 people survive in those, so there's 3 people that won't be able to buy next round. This one's the big round. 1, they're on the board, yeah, and honestly, their compromise struggle a little bit on attack. We'll see.
You know, it just,
Jack, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for 17 months.
It is what it is, and finally, XLG are on the board. That's the most important thing for them. They've stopped the losing streak.
Who's the caller from All Gamers? It's a great question, chat. Anyone got any knowers?
Look, maybe eventually they'll find some success, but not to be the case for the
I
time
don't know.
being. You know, we're just still slowing things
Delby?
down. That's only a single round for XLG, and their market takes.
We've got one that says Delby. He said it was some confidence. He said it was some chest.
He's detected now, trying to go down to Paranoia. Might slow them down. Instead, Rarga fully accelerating. There's a crossfire established in that end, and they take down Coconut as well.
Damn.
Nothing really given.
The Omen just trusted Sova was going to have his back as well.
Spit on the A main position. They have no other options but to keep pressing on that B side, so they will have to rely on No Man perhaps.
Shrimp, IGL, Delby, second caller.
Yeah, all 3 players grouped up in B main. The market pop just really didn't work. They had the moves.
Ah, my guy.
That's an interesting.
Why were you in such a committed position?
Turns to flash, maybe ran out of mouse pad, I guess. Didn't really turn.
Yeah, it's an important round, so you put the ult into it. You get one. Damn, bro. Wait, insta TP as well? Holy, dudes.
4K from Shrimp, and again, giving it large out on the stage.
Okay, I mean, there was definitely, like, the Neo made a huge mistake, but other than that.
As well, XLG, they're still.
Dude, XI LAI have to eco.
It's getting really rough, especially in them doing those executes. Like, right there, what is the real value?
Man, this instant TP was awesome.
That's the one part that really caught me off guard. And we got the confirmation it is Delby actually the IGL for the team. And honestly, All Gamers looks a lot better, but at the same time, like, very clearly for XLG, those breach comps are not working, but they're still trying to butt heads with the other side. I'm not
it is madness that they're still trying to play breach, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how any team looks at Toronto and goes, yeah, we should play breach on this map. Breach is so dead.
Really nothing
not even funny.
That XLG can do as they fall one by one, meet on the table.
Jesus,
with those pistols,
what
but All Gamers are making a mockery out of the champions, even on stage, by the way. They're not shying away from bringing the heat.
Look at what they're going for. Sprite the Legend, thanks so much for the 23 mums.
But you know, we move on. Yeah, not great. Spitfires had a brilliant round there. Spot on the shoulder, and then this kill is just a little bit absurd.
My goodness.
7-1. Calamity, disaster, however you want to call it for XLG.
I mean, it is a disaster, yeah.
I just... But what happened to the Stage 1 champions? Because this is not the same squad that we're seeing. Like, yeah, obviously you've got one player different, but everyone
only one person shooting
is playing at a different level than what.
Damn, he's committed. He's heavy committed on his own with ult.
Really matters.
He does have the wall with the hides him.
Groups to at least
but if there's a recon,
to stay in the
no.
Right now they're just getting absolutely annihilated by Delby.
They're wrecking them.
Ridiculous. Sprays through. At least no man's able to get the one.
Bro.
Tagged up by the Grafnet. Steps away. That's what it's saying. The stakes on this match, Volt. XLG, they have to get out of groups here, otherwise they are immediately relegated to tier 2. And if they don't make it to champs, then well, they're going to
very nice.
to
Very, very nice.
have
My
to
goodness.
Make it through Ascension, right? They have to
I
play
can't
that
believe he's
tournament
got
again,
3
because if
there.
you make it to champs and
he had a
against
chance to
Dragon
get out
Ranger
as
Zone,
well.
you're guaranteed that spot.
Can we expect something
for
from
next
GE
year.
in stage 2? You should never count a team that has MC out, in my opinion. So I think they got potential. Problem is that they had a rough first stage 1, so they kind of have to do a madness.
One extra champ.
But I would never say never for
I think
an
2
MC
this
team.
stage, actually, not just 1.
No,
think
it's
like
still
stage
1. It's
Still
still
one?
1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, I still think that what is happening with the XLG is that YOU just sold them on the snake oil. They still think that Breach is good. I think that's the reason.
Damn, dude, even the casters are calling them
Like,
out.
sure,
God, you know it.
Breach
You
is
know
good
it's
if you're
bad, man.
YOU,
When the
but
casters
if
are
you're
calling you out for
anybody
playing
else
Breach
on
as well.
XLG, it is not working. Raga individually struggling. Happy Way is really having to put a lot of pressure on the Lurks. Raga is still without a kill in 9 rounds. How many times
Jesus,
have we seen
they're
that? I
getting
think,
completely
like,
called
honestly,
out.
2024 been leading the scoreboard, so it's pretty
Jesus.
crazy. See him on that kind of form. but
Blaming him for playing
perhaps
Breach.
this
Raga
might
hasn't got a
be
kill.
Twist of fate, got the overdrive, they cleared off market, and maybe this B execute can be it for them.
I mean, it's 8-1.
Maybe, but again,
I can't fault him. It's 8-1. Okay, there we go.
Does
He had to
the
call him out.
overdrive, though. Raga gets his first kill of the game. Is quickly deleted by Kira, the Viper, on the other side. Happy Way's been tagged as well by the Owl drone, so needs to dip away at least a little bit.
Jesus, though.
Viva
My goodness,
and
nice
Coconut,
chance.
that's ridiculous with the Sheriff. And again,
And
XLG,
this would
their
be
best
lovely
round
for-
right now. It's
It'd be
looking
lovely for
like
them
it's
to actually
gonna
get
be
some
an
money up
eco.
as well. But they can't. Dude, they kind of need forward, don't
The
they?
2 rounds that they've won
I don't think
have
that
been eco
AG comes
rounds, though.
incredible
What is
on
going on?
defense, but I mean on attack.
Call them ECL special right there.
General
you know?
Taz, thank you so much for the
Because
7
when
months,
you
bro.
get
Thank
the
you.
guns, when you're trying to overcook things, especially at the lower level.
Why is
of
Breach
things,
bad? I mean,
like,
Breach was
things
only
can get
like
out of
heavy
hand
meta
if not
because
everybody
Teo.
seems to be on the
That's
same
the only
page, and
reason.
it
And then
hasn't happened for
even
XLG,
before like
unfortunately.
Teo
They're
came in,
supposed to be
there was a lot of
second
signs
best
that
oil
Breach was
machine in
already
the
going
league
out of
behind
meta.
WOL,
Like even if
but
you just look at win
right now, it's
percentage,
just
Breach
all
was
about
going heavy out of
individual
meta
play.
before
Raga
then.
finally
People
found
were
something on the
replacing
board.
Breach in certain
And
comps. Like
hopefully
if you
for
look at the
XLG, this is the
Fnatic
beginning of
comp, right,
something
with like an
bigger.
ISO.
And just finding a single
on
round may be a
Haven.
bump in the road
Like-
for L
like
gamers,
their-
because now they're taking
The Breach
timeout.
was already going out,
And this
and
is
then
gonna
on top
pose
of
a
that,
question
they
of,
nerfed Breach.
Well, what the hell are you
And then
supposed to do
everyone
to
just
pull
went
Raga
back
and
to
forth?
then with the
Yeah.
Teo nerf, everyone
That is
just
the
kind of
question. I feel
kept
like
the
Opinion
Breach
is
and went back to
being a little bit generous
the Neon
there
meta.
with calling a
But
timeout, giving
at the
XLG
moment,
time
flash
to roll,
initiators are
considering
just
over this half
not
it
good,
still hasn't
basically.
really clicked for them.
You might as
So I'm
if
guessing
you want to
there's maybe
flash,
a more comms issue or
you
something
might you're
like
in
that
you're probably
that's
better
forced
just playing double
for
duelers with a
Davis's
Yoru
hand
something.
here,
Basically, Yoru's too
because,
good.
you know, you're
It's
still
probably the
8-2
easiest
up.
answer. Yoru's too
And I
good, and
feel like
Breach
an
doesn't
8-4
give you
half is
enough
still
to,
pretty good heading into your
or like
attacking
combo
side
enough
here
of
on this map.
anything these days.
So
That's strong enough.
you
The
know,
only
there's
way
gotta
you
be
can make
something
Breach work is if
internally
you do
that we
Neon,
aren't
and your
seeing
Neon
on
player
the
is
server,
beyond
because
cracked. Like
again,
has to be like a
there's been
best
the occasional
top
round
5
here
Neon
of
player.
XLG. They haven't really been able to gain any momentum from it. So
The Breach,
yeah,
there's also
calling
the
a
issue at
timeout
like high level with
is a little
Breach.
bit
People in the
interesting to
stun will
me,
one
but
shot you, and then
again, there's
people
gotta
would
be
dodge the
something that
flash
they
and
were
one shot you.
feeling like they absolutely needed to
It's the
fix
easiest flash to dodge in the
immediately.
game.
We head into round 11.
It's very clear they respect XLG. They understand the pedigree of the team. They don't want them to get the ball rolling.
Yeah,
Under
Raga
any
finally got a kill.
circumstance.
Quick, pump the brakes.
Yeah, well, apparently
Jesus,
the
we
breaks
just
are not
out
gonna
here.
be
I mean, there
very
was a
long.
stun for it, but it just went
Spitfires
back. Yeah,
finds yet
they
another
fought the.
one.
I
Poison
mean, this
Orb
is kind
is
of nice
up,
from
but XLG are
Spitfires.
trying
Though
to
we
make up
played
for
close
that
with the
by
op, even
attacking
though.
middle. And that can be the option for
And
Raga.
they
He's
thought he was
on
gonna
the
play
op
here.
Of their own.
He's
Maybe a
he's
kill to be
lurking through
found.
mid with an operator.
Do you think the mini nerf of Breach and Teo was a
And the
mistake?
smoke
Oh, I
behind
don't know
him
why they did
is
that.
gonna
Yeah,
fall, it doesn't even matter.
it didn't make any sense. But that's just them looking at the meta and the numbers. I think instead of that's them
I
looking at
don't
like the
get it.
Teo
I don't
meta
understand
and thinking
the
it's
idea
like the
behind
combo
that.
of them or something.
Because now you've lost the operator. That's pretty much unrecoverable. Raga was on his own through mid. It seems like a bizarre decision.
Don't do it, dude. Don't do it.
Fires, he dodges the flash here on B and is able to
Oh,
take down
God.
Coconut. Overdrive being popped as well. Just to completely
This guy's
melt
got no
any
chill, but at the
chance
same time
that
he's
XLG
14 to
had
4. I
inside
can't even
this
be
one.
mad.
I guess the timeout worked for AG, but I
Spoodle with the
again,
18
don't
months.
really
Thank you
think
so
that
much
they
for that as well.
needed it.
Thank you,
As
thank you.
Derby's
Got
the one
Psych
still
in the
final blow.
YouTube. Damn,
This
Psych,
is
you might be the
worrying
first
signs
YouTube
right now,
member
but XLG
that's been a
they
member
could
for a
still
whole
get
year.
the 3-9 3.5.
Thank you so much for that, Psych. I appreciate you, dude.
Believe in the 9-3
12 months in YouTube?
What are you thinking?
I didn't realize we've been streaming there for that long.
Is, as much as I would love to believe in superstition.
Thank you so much, Psych. I appreciate you. How's this game going? It's pretty entertaining, just purely...
Not even in the foot at this point, right in the melon.
Because the team that hasn't won for like a year and a half is owning them.
Disparaged at the display that they're showing, and he's got every right to be the team. Not looking good. And while on defense, things might be a bit easier because you don't actually have to execute in the same way that things work on the other side. But they will at least, they will at least need to find a third, because 10-2.
Yeah, I mean,
the pistol, the game
this is just a mid split. Wow.
Absolutely.
Look at him go though. Okay, it is very hard for Neon at the moment. Delby's done great to delay everything and buy his team some time to kind of rotate and find out where this guy is. He got 2. The Neon got 2. Imagine he gets another. He did really good though.
With no man with the stinger, brings XLG into the fold and into the advantage.
No way, that's such an important 1v1.
And the flag from Happyway is
wow, man, look at him.
Still able to get one. Now the one versus
Imagine they win this. Imagine they win this. Whoa, bro, chill. Whoa, gun. Holy. Damn, bro, that's a sick round from Kira. They got 10? They got 10 in the XI LAI's map. Heavily on. It really is.
They're definitely getting slabbed. The morale is absolutely through the roof.
Reed, yeah, I mean, he was fast behind and then he heard him running.
They have every right to be. And unfortunately,
Think of the multi-kill glow. I haven't seen the multi-kill glow. I like when they highlight like a player and we're on them. That's cool. Proud substitute teacher. I think I missed your sub. Thank you for that. Demionic as well. Thank you so much.
He absolutely goes missing on Neon.
Thank you for the 14
I think that's
months.
the reality of the case. Taking off the Neon.
Sprite? Did I miss you as well? I can't remember. Thank you so much, Sprite, as well.
He's beyond, like, he's not even beyond. I'm sorry. He's below a mediocre duelist.
Yeah, get him
10-2.
back on the yacht, please, because I'm now looking at Masters Toronto again. Lotus is our next map, and
chat, how many
so basically these first two maps are getting a repeat
of
all of the XLG Sen. Except against Sentinels, they were able to win 4 rounds on the defense and then 2 rounds on the attack. So it was a 13-6. They did win 2 rounds on the attack here. We might be seeing a little bit of a repeat of history. But the thing that worries me as well is on Lotus, they were playing the exact same composition of the Neon, Cypher, Omen, Sova, Breach.
Yeah, and that
it's clearly still not working.
Yeah, and that has been the problem though. Like, here's the thing.
Background for good, thank you.
Different compositions.
AG first win, maybe.
When you're playing the Neon, you need a lot of the setup. That's why you barely see a Neon actually outside of Haven with a Recon Initiator. You usually see 2 setup ones, at least like a Flasher and another stun or something. Like, Sova doesn't really provide that much value. If it was a Fade, there would have been a different case because, you know, you provide the Prowlers, you provide the Seas, you take away a lot of the space.
EDG have 10, Wolves have 9, XI LAI have 9, Billy have 8.
But yeah,
who's below that Prodigy? Is there anyone that can actually? I mean, people can catch them up. What's the closest to them? XI LAI still have 9 though. That's pretty good. Trace with 5. Dude, they should be fine still. They like obviously they can't play like this, but
do XLG win the pistol? They're certainly hoping that they do. All gamers though, in the way. They've put on a good start so
very solid
far.
Chance they don't make top 8.
It was, I think, a 5-0 start.
Oh yeah, do they have to make playoffs, right? Oh god, this could get so weird because they're an Ascension team. They have to make playoffs.
Throughout the map though, and they're expecting this mid push as well. Happyway has gone
God,
down.
why did Sideshow have to support this team, man?
Dodge the paranoia falling back. But again,
wait,
early advantage.
Is Sideshow record K-Corp 2023?
On the early kill, Happyway there, taking a big liberty.
And XLG. Is that his record of who he supported openly?
XLG taking the wrong bet as well.
Not great.
If all gamers just pivot back towards the A side, it's only Coconut. And it might be easy to take him off as he doesn't really have any other.
I think that's his record.
Cover that just regenerated right now. And that classic.
Do we count Heretics for Toronto? Ooh.
Kira is there, and he has been firing some real heat.
Dude, how is he alive? 2 HP.
Walk in,
dude, they managed to pick the open site as well. This is a done game.
Sure, Kira's on health, but I doubt that they actually got what it takes to do it.
Yeah, we need to see a ridiculous fight back now from XLG. The good news is that
Dude,
Kira's
honestly,
on 2 HP.
Just
so,
stay alive.
You know,
stay alive, get your smoke
low,
up.
But they're just going to be sitting themselves inside of Elbow, not really presenting much of an opportunity. Raga goes in, it's just immediately cut down.
Holy,
Nomad
bro.
does find one, but it's Delby to find 3.
What? 2-0 on the pistols, and
there goes any hope.
I think they've stomped them. I think they've absolutely stomped them.
XI LAI Gaming in the dirt, really. 11-2 now the score vault.
Wait, I didn't even realize it had a symbol limit. To be honest with you, Sonia.
But even then, you know, that's a downfall to be.
Is AG back? They might be back.
Like
I don't know if we say back because have they ever been here?
Losing what could be an 13-2 against all gamers. Sure, you know, I'll definitely say.
But they're definitely here. Like they're definitely here now.
XLG are
because this actual map, as much as I want to flame a little bit, if we just focus on the positives, like it was really nice. Especially like the first 4 or 5 rounds.
Expecting the aggressive push out from XLG. This time though, they're not giving that opportunity. Over to the other side.
Wait, this is good.
The
guy came in and he's called average Twitch chat 23. He goes, I got banned on Project Horizon, as in the English casters of the caster right now for saying XI LAI is banned.
And I guess
and then he says the channel is trash, and then the mods instantly ban him.
But
honestly, I got mad respect for that.
The case is Yaldrin now comes on B. This is the weaker site, just the one
funny.
Player sort of around this area.
He's gonna go to TMV chat. Yeah, he's gonna go to TMV chat. He's gonna add my name onto it as well. Hopefully the mods down there do the fun
thing. He can't afford to take this fight on his own because he's gonna fall, and then it leaves the rest of XLG in a difficult pit situation. 4 versus 5, and Kira again on the lurk, on the flank. He's actually expecting the players to rotate a little bit slower.
I can't believe they picked this map.
That just means that the dagger in the back is going to be that much more deadly if it even gets the chance to come on through, because right now they're all falling to Delby. Again, it's Nomad to find the constellation. But there's Kira. The snake in the grass is able to find one. And Nomad, the last one left.
Okay, 10 chances for all gamers. We've never given them that.
Of all gamers.
They are up against the full buy.
Just putting your poison there as an insurance policy for AG, and right now XLG, well, they're just gonna be put in what is the worst situation possible. A massive loss on their own map pick, no less. Lotus is AG's map pick, and if they're looking this disciplined and this structured on this first map, you know, you definitely have got to say they've done a lot of work. Apparently the 10-man roster works.
Yeah,
and
but underdog run, Chad, chill. I see some of you type in EG champs run. Let's everyone relax a little bit. XI LAI aren't playing the greatest comp, and
to do a lot of things. But
it's just double pistol, heavy snowball. But it's cool that they can do that.
From the previous core, and it's clearly not working. And whether it is the stubbornness of the system, they think, hey, it worked for us before, we can definitely iterate on it and fix it, or if it's just a coaching decision right now, it is something that XLG should deeply.
I've seen enough. The new chain,
like Sunset, for example.
Dude, I need to see more.
Not won a map in VCT since YOU left the squad.
No way.
Coconut caught by the annihilation. Right now, they haven't even gone to double digits on a map since
The luck's great, man. He just had a double swing top mid. Drone goes in.
They need 8
Molly.
more rounds.
Has time to do the Molly. Oh, dude, imagine the Molly was instant.
Well, this one is in a 3 versus 3.
Oh, by the front away.
Spitfires goes down. That could be big. A Happy Way.
Okay, nice shots from Happy Way.
The steady hands required. So it's not going to be a 13-2.
No, I mean, this is one of their best chances to end this now.
But they need 6 rounds now in a row. 6 more rounds.
They got it all out of them as well.
Who have their best showing on a map since the departure of YOU. that
even then,
what's the initiator pick other than Silver in your average comp game? You talk about ranked? Bro, just play double duelist.
Still, you know,
just don't play double initiator and ranked.
They weren't ready for the contact play, and that is something that you barely used to see out of Raga individually.
Your Reina can be your other initiator, man.
Recently, but
just play a Reina. Play a Reina and then someone that can dive in.
You know, there are definitely fall-offs, you know, in the history of Valorant, whether you're talking EA, Demon 1, but nothing to this extent. This is just going from one of the best duelists in the world to... Do you even belong
to Reina's the second Sentinel? Just lurking around.
Yeah. It truly, truly is. It is unfortunate.
It's done.
Really,
surely it's done. He's here so early.
Because XLG, they looked so promising, perhaps peaking in the wrong stage. Stage 2 is where survival really starts to matter.
The wall goes down as well. They can break the wall. Grabnet goes out as soon as they get the smoke down. It is done.
20 and 6, by the way, and we're only in round 16. Been putting in a massive performance for the side of AG.
Ooh, hold up.
And
they used all of their util to just get through an area that you normally have. And now one.
You know, at least one of them.
This is probably one of the best examples of like why you should push and take map control. It wasn't like them taking site and taking map control, but in terms of the util that they now have to retake this, they don't have too much. It's an incredible stun though. Dude, no one went out with that stun. That was your only bit of util.
Amazing work to stun that retake. Now they need to find a shot. Raga finally finding his footing for a kill, but that won't be for long.
Yeah, huge, man. Holy, they 13-3'd them.
XLG in a 13-3 showing on XLG's map pick, and this is just looking
It was
scary.
XLG's map pick. That is nuts, isn't it?
I'm gonna be very honest with you. Not even in my wildest dreams did I think that XLG will win, let alone
Back on Sideshow, is he streaming now or is he still sleeping?
Yeah. Hey, listen, we'll talk about the cast predictions in a second, but right now Snow might have just made the biggest brain play that anyone.
Sideshow has the jersey on? No, he doesn't.
It is unfortunate for the side of AG. Not AG, for XLG, just how dominant this win was. We can see the map highlights here. Kira was doing well. Shrimp was also
is this a
XI LAI and then obviously
jersey?
Main man Spitfires got, you know, at least 20 kills in that
Wait,
map.
how is he
I'm not
also
entirely sure what the number was at the end
5 minutes behind?
And just see a handful of moments there. It was a combination of the individual moments from AG and just the really nice
I'm blocking this camera
that they had that enabled them to win this game. And I just absolutely
that is actually legit wearing the jersey
Shrimp as well. Just TP past, completely break the ankles there.
Well, at least we know who to blame.
I don't really know what else to say because it was just a complete outclassing and probably not in the direction that most people would have expected before the start of
Where
this
did he even
game.
get that? I mean, I'm hoping that he bought it because if they sent him a jersey, that's crazy. You do not want this guy supporting your team.
Yeah.
Are definitely looking clean and
like I would be ringing up the people that are in charge of my merch and being like, you need to block this address. We cannot make sure this guy gets a jersey. They sent him the jersey. They're madness. Why have they done that? Blacklisting? Dude, you gotta blacklist him. He's too powerful. Sideshow was the real Chobra all along. I don't know, RQ didn't do great as well though, but was that because... Wait, didn't Chobra whip out an RRQ shot as well on Plat Chat?
That is a big part. You know, communication was there on point the whole time. It was very apparent that they had the idea.
These guys need to
where
relax,
everybody's going to
man.
be playing in that game.
The two strongest casters,
I did not have that idea that Spitfires is going to come out of the game banging 370.
He hopped back on the RQ hype before
on the
Toronto.
operator.
Dude.
He's definitely shut down XLG, and that is something to talk about because the operator will be prevalent in Lotus as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, chat. Let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit, right? We have.
Like,
what is the next map?
An unreal performance from him. 22-6 was the.
But any knows of the next map?
Look at the other side for XLG. Top fragger was Viva, the IGL, with 10 and 15.
Lotus in its 18th pick.
Just stop playing
Scary,
Neon,
dudes.
please, XLG.
Scary times for XI LAI. This would be a horrendous start for them.
And this has me very concerned for Lotus, because
if I'd be so concerned. Imagine they bring out a breach again.
You know, like we saw at Toronto, this could be a very clean 2-0 for all gamers.
Kylene, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 25 months. Thank you for that.
Most people
15 fast kills.
Probably expect a very quick, very dominant XLG win. We are seeing the complete opposite here, Volt.
Absolutely.
Eli picked this,
15 first bloods out of those 16 rounds. And as he said, 2 of those 3 rounds for XLG being thrifties. It's just a showing of, unfortunately for them, how bad this game has been. It's just looking that it's gone all wrong for them, unfortunately. And
okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
When you consider that, when they played the Sunset, they had different iterations. Like, sure, they did actually, for the most part, play this Neon comp on Sunset. But at one point, they had one iteration with the Phoenix ISO. But that was quite a while ago. Of course, on the Lotus is the part that I'm intrigued about. Their most played comp as well is the Neon one. But their second most played one is the Yoru. And that's what I maybe would have been intrigued to see. But with the death of Tejo, it really changes the way that the map is approached. I mean, you can still pick Tejo, by the way, but he's just much, much less powerful and much less useful than he was initially.
Yeah, for sure. And but for all gamers, though, again, I feel like we saw a massive step up in the discipline, right? They played really, really smart, especially like on their attacking side when they sort of held back, expected XLG to be the ones to get aggressive and sort of just held those angles, didn't let XLG get the picks that they were looking for. It shows that the squad has really, really been working over, when we had Toronto and through all of the break that we had since they were eliminated in stage 2, because remember, they didn't even have to play in the playoffs due to being in the bottom of the group. Now, I feel like Champions is still quite a way away, because they're not going to qualify in points. Probably they're probably going to have to get to the grand final in order to qualify. But if there's one person who might be predicting them to go all the way, it might be Snow, because let's get our talent predictions up right now. He said that
he's a prophet. Yeah, he's gonna be a prophet. That's what he said. I'm gonna
predict. Hold on, I'm trying to find the message.
I remember clearly. He said, "I'll pick AG every single time. That when the one time they actually win, everybody will hail me as a prophet."
Yeah, that's what he said. So I mean, hey, it's working. It is
working.
Already? The rest of us are looking fairly silly right now with our XLG pick, but obviously that was only map 1. Lotus is still to come up, and we'll have to see, can XLG turn it around on map number 2? Stick around to find out.
Okay, chat. But is it a 2-0? It's never a 2-0 in Valorant. Not before the actual match is finished, mate. It's not looking good for XI LAI though. The fact that that was their map pick, it's a little rough, yeah.
It has been a one-sided battering on the first map, and not in the way that I think anyone would have ever expected.
Why do you think they got dominated so much in map 1?
13-3 on XLG's map pick.
Yeah, I mean it was a classic. It was no joke a classic double pistol snowball, but AG played great as well. Like they actually switched, like after the timeout they switched it up. They won all the important rounds. Like their defense was really good.
For example,
and then they were just too far gone.
Very energetic.
I don't like the XI LAI comp. I think it's outdated, but it's not like.
Locked in the game, but it's not really helping.
I still think they would have had a similar outcome.
No, the vibes have been high for all gamers. They've been
Coaching the EWC matches? Nah, not this year.
You know, sit down sort of stuff.
Again, we might have to in the following years, because
I'd probably never get to do, because
I'm hearing some rumors that it's becoming like more official. It's in part of.
No, they've been given it large on the stage.
The actual Riot.
Again, it's probably quite a good opportunity for them.
Part of Masters and stuff, but
I know this sounds a bit
not
mean,
for this
but
one.
Like,
we'll let the other streamers cover this one.
In a way, because they
oh my God.
They went 0-5 last.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
like we said, the last time
money talks, man. Money
they won in VCT was June last year.
This year.
It's been over a year since we've had an official circuit win for this squad. So, you know, getting back into the winning ways could be.
It will be on the old Toronto patch? Yes, I think that's right.
What the hell is going on?
The no Sentinel double duelist with no man on the raise from
XLG.
XLG.
But at least they're not using a breach.
A Vice coming through from all gamers, which I really like Vice, you know, in general, but especially on this map. I feel like in terms of the comps, AG are looking pretty good, but I'm excited to see
as long as they
what
go
Raga
aggro on A,
and
they're
Noman
fine.
can do as a duelist pairing.
Zafs with the Prime, thanks so much for the 13 months. Thank you. What would
What
be my potential corrode comp at the moment? I see. Normally it's easier because you be in a team and you practice, but I would practice 2 comps at the moment. I would practice Fade, Sova, Omen, Cypher, Yoru, and then at the same time I would practice probably the same comp, and then I would switch out the Fade for a Viper and a Neon. They would be like my 3 comps that I'd be trying.
I'm not a believer of that comp.
And then if the Cypher is getting wrecked because people know what they do, then maybe I would change that for a Vice.
But that is definitely not.
So I would probably have like 8 agents that I would be probably thinking of.
Hopefully.
And then it just depends on how it goes in practice.
Be able to provide something on this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And for XLG.
Is Gecko that bad on that map? Gecko's great on that map.
Well. So
I just think there's better agents, in my opinion.
On this map for taking control
but I can see how loads of people would look at that map and pick Gecko. And again, I don't think Gecko's a bad pick for that map.
You know, plenty of opportunities for that sort of thing to come through.
AG on defense, XI LAI on attack, and XI LAI would love a pistol because it's 2-0 at the moment.
He'll be walking into the Lion's Den there, thankfully for no man. And they backed up, but they can hear the steps walking away back toward the C site that is actually incurring all gamers to try to spring early on for reaction. So Happy Wave might be left stranded for that. It's a beautiful position for Spitfires. He's going to cut down that line. Meanwhile, Kira is already dinked. And they might have an actual chance here on the side of XLG to work their way into that C site, but they'll need to make it quickly. Because if they don't, those players at B will definitely make a movement Too little too late for them, but the paranoia comes at the right time. Unfortunately for Shrimp.
They did great to get a trade off this though. And okay. Wait, did you not see?
So they definitely still got a chance. The high-low is not to be broken this
No way. Kira's killed 3 on 25 HP. He was dinked at the beginning.
No spike.
And they just cleared all of this info.
To have him on lock.
Yet again,
4 kills and 25 HP. It's
going
incredible.
it alone,
Dude, 3 and 0 for
facing
pistols.
Too many players. The rest of the team then
11. Thank you so much, dude. 1128. Appreciate the 19 months. Thank you for that, dude.
Then they just walk into them all. It's a nice start from Nomad, but then Raga, he just goes alone. No utility to back him up, and then you've still got that double face heading in. Yeah, sure, the players. They try to double up the XLG players, but it's not quite at the same time. And they gift the round to AG. That could have been.
I was gonna say it's a little bit low on the defense for the buy, but this is nice now. But 4 rifles, 1 person to pick it up.
But instead, Raga goes it solo, pushing into CT.
Yeah, and I like this as well. They don't go super aggro with the guns. They're just trying to spam them out.
Because otherwise we're going to see similar problems that we saw.
Yeah, and the numbers over towards C go aggro. They flash out. I'm pretty sure didn't hit anyone, and they can smoke behind.
Can't get anything going.
So they can now stack 3 over towards A, because this is where they lost control.
There's something to be had here for XLG. We talked about how Raga has been having an abysmal display, I'm going to be completely honest. On the first map, things could be a little bit different, but they still walk up. Easy work for Spitfires. With the paint shells as well. Just leave it left. At least it's on the other side of that shooting, but now that Sheriff is going to do much. Already down to 39. It's looking pretty easy for all gamers.
Jumping, spinning, and the guy jumping, spinning is the person with the ghost.
XLG.
They are I will say, and like this is what teams have got a lot better at in the last like 2 years for sure, is just like winning the pistol and actually being able to like snowball well. Like I'm pretty sure AG have got it down from what I've seen in 2 games. And that's not really a compliment these days because every team should be doing it, but I'm telling you, in like 2023 there was only like 6 teams that knew how to do it. So it's nice that we're pretty much there with everyone now.
So, you know, Fake Out can't come in either. It's obviously a scrappy buy, but that's a good start from Happy.
Yeah, insta-ping to see what the gun is. Love that.
The opening pick, and crucially that's Spitfires, who had 22 kills in the last map. Going down.
Definitely another factor this one. I
think XI lost confidence after Toronto. I mean, you probably lose a little bit of confidence, sure, but I don't think anyone will be thinking about it too much. It's just the fact that they lost YAU. Like I'm telling you that. I was trying to say it on Plat Chat. It's such a big hit them losing this game. And I think No Man will be good, but it needs time for him to like get there. And they're also going to, I think teams that are going to EWC at the moment, there's certain teams that are fine because like maybe they have a good map pool and stuff. But if you had a bad time at Toronto, pretty much like XI LAI, who else? RRQ.
Plant the spike this time around.
Who else? Is MIBR? I don't know if MIBR is go in there as well. But these teams that are going to EWC that had like a bad time at Toronto, they're in a really bad spot. They got 9 maps. MIBR's not going. Okay. They got 9 maps that they got to do, which is the most you've ever had to have in a team at the moment. And if I'm looking at XI LAI and RRQ from Toronto, like I'm not sure they had many like maps they felt were great.
An opportunity for them to actually start building up the hype.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams at the moment, and I think XI LAI and RRQ are at least the ones that stand out to me that are in trouble.
5-0 start this time around.
What do you mean 9 maps? Because EWC is on the old meta. It's on the old map pool.
That is going to change in the long term because it was a big round for No Man there.
And then you're currently playing stage 2 that is
has been such an entertaining player for the
with Split and
And they will definitely need to find some value right now.
What else is going out?
They got the blind slice, they got the utility, but they're testing.
I can't remember now. I'm so lost in maps.
It's a pretty good position for Shrimp to find a
Split
kill
and Pal, that's it, yeah.
and escape. That's why he's using the utility well. Shrimp also able to evict back into the site itself, and he got some thorns to be used, of course, from the other side. They'll be not really making the rotation yet. There is definitely the option to pivot back towards B if you're XLG.
Okay, big round.
They seem to be pretty
pressure over towards A, opening the door.
Yeah,
creates a lot of pressure here, so that in theory there's less numbers to hold C, and Shrimp needs to somehow kill 2. Or at least hope that his mate gets here in time. Dude, fair play, man. They did great. And Kira just needs to get out of there. Kira's util did so good to stop anyone else from flooding in. I think he's a little too committed, but at least he's got his mate behind him.
There's the flash coming through from Raga, blindside to get his team entrenched into a better position on the site, and the wallbangs just don't quite land in time. Despite going down means a bit more parity between the positions of these two sides.
Send it with satchels now.
But it's still AG that have that man up, that have that player up. Not anymore. 2 versus 2. And XLG,
I think someone's got to send in that 4v3. Okay, this might get close then.
XLG, hopefully. They're going to be bringing the heat for the rest of the map. This is looking much better, much more normal.
Force them down to an eco. It's much better.
All we've seen, and for them,
Ishiki, thank you so much with the bits. Thank you.
But a mere
Fun fact.
What has happened?
Honestly, right? I think that's what I was saying. His old gamer's former manager. Wait, really?
But again, you know, you rely on those veterans, whether it is Coconut or Raga coming big there with that double kill. That probably was the most crucial one of the round.
By the way, I'm eating cheese. Dude, out of all the comments, why is that the one that I've read out?
Already on the board, Kira got the Viper spit, and
I mean, honestly, good for you.
They want to. They
I hope you're not lactose intolerant or anything, man.
That means that their gambit leaving that seaside empty could be exploited.
There's so many comments that I've missed. So many probably good questions, and we're talking about cheesy is.
Empty and put the spike down.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate satchel movement there from No Man, but it's fine, and yeah, you know, from all gamers, I don't necessarily mind this as much as they're, you know, walking into the kind of happy way.
It's looking a lot more confident.
You're on the eco round, you stack up on one side of the map as much as possible, you know, take that gamble. And XLG, they read it effectively. All gamers are now just probably going to hope for some exits here.
On Sunset, where was the attack Viper doing the B defense wall? Probably to take B main control and take and put passive pressure on B. I can't remember exactly what wall, but I think with what you're describing, it's just to create pressure on B main.
Well, they're gonna pick up
like you don't have to be there to create pressure, so they can group your team.
Going down to the spike as we've predicted, and this is gonna put a very peculiar scenario here for the players of all gamers. They still got the pit, they can definitely use it, but clearly, unlike the Sunset, the Gambits are not finding the right reads, and you know, credit where it's due. XI LAI seems to be still pretty good in reading the
early timeout. Early
something that hasn't been the case of Sunset. They tried to brute force a lot, that didn't work out for them. Here, they look a lot more measured, and they are definitely making all gamers look like a normal team once again, instead of a superstar powerhouse that they were on the Sunset.
Oh, yeah,
EWC tier list? Nah, I don't really. I'll be honest, I don't really care about the event that much.
Obviously, you know, you're attacking on Lotus. Couple of those rounds, it can start to snowball a little bit. So that's why all gamers.
The format's really crap as well, man. Like with all the other stuff as well that is like obviously insanely bad. Like the format is pretty bad.
And they just need to put up a more of a fight, because I feel like as soon as XLG get the read on you, it's then very difficult to get out of that.
That's the ones, yeah, we're back to 2020
we saw it all throughout
one stuff. Not even in 2021.
I mean, it does go down to the coach work of Voyer as well. When they have a read on a team, they are able to shut them down so effectively. And you have to say, giving some credit to No Man here as well.
Yeah, there's no point in doing a tier list, because you might as well just roll a dice if it's best of ones.
You now have that second explosive player to pick up the kills, to play that duelist role. Seems to be working out for them.
My tier list is get all the teams and put them in a random number generator. And then that'll be my tier list.
pretty good to take control of the A side this time. The remaining part of the setup is actually towards that C side, which makes a lot more sense. The V side is the one that he can make the pinch on, and that is what they relied upon. The door
okay,
open,
big buy rounds. Big buy rounds. Do they want to use the
actually
Viper with this one?
year, so no more Vice Wall, and that is something that they can be happy with. They can definitely go back, slow the pace down.
Oh.
And if they want to hit the B side again, that will be much easier.
Okay, they had nothing to stop them getting Razor.
Just got
kind
to
of
worry
scary.
about Shrimp on top of Rubble.
Okay, one pass and fake over towards C. Ult goes up, but dude, he fired it from far back. They're gonna get info pretty early here if they're smart. It's a great omen ult though. Shrimp is in trouble. Oh, he's in so much trouble. Wow, he's incredible. Dude, he's doing incredible. Ah, it's unlucky. He did pretty good though. He actually managed to isolate a 1v1. That's a great play.
Also going to be felled by Coconut. 4 versus 3 now. XLG.
Dude, XLG looks so much comfier on this map as well, which is funny.
Coconut there, keeping the round alive for XLG. Gotta be very careful. 2 players working their way to the stairs. They're not looking at the angle yet. Raga turns around, but Viva needs no support.
Yeah, very, very nice. They should struggle a little bit on defense, but again, if they as long as they go aggro, they should be okay as long as they're ready on B. Dark Phoenix 421. Thank you for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate that.
That was fairly brutal for the side of AG, and right now we're seeing
map 3, maybe.
XLG
Let's see still. I still kind of believe in a little bit.
Back in stage 1. I mean, this is a ballsy play from Coconut, and yeah, that just some ridiculous moments there. But again, they're not scared to make those plays, and when they're hitting, it does work. These nade combination thrown out onto the ultimate orb. Now is control for Coconut.
Bro was so blind.
With the blind there.
Okay, hold up. That's a gun down. That's a gun down, and they have the util to kind of clear it if they want to at one point. Let's see. Do they go heavy for it?
Got the wall. They can try to use it to play towards the
yeah, they're gonna go into. This is honestly, the eco has so much potential here. Opens the door. Ah, dude, he missed the prowler.
They got the tools.
So now they don't know that they could have gone and got the gun. Pressure over towards it. I mean, it's nice from XI LAI. The like map control and attack's been great from them.
They open the door.
That is huge though. That gives them so much info.
That could be the pinch for XLG, but they will need to find a kill. A crucial death here. That could actually open up
kills everything. They're gonna pick the right site, and then as long as they retake correctly through here and here, and get the guns, they're so fine.
The site itself is empty. Now they know that the presence is gonna be towards B, but at least the spike plant is guaranteed.
Let's see. How do they retake?
Well, you'd like to think
pick up the guns, guys.
Again,
we can go pick up the guns. We can push here.
Pushing forwards ahead of this is risky, but I guess
they picked up one gun at least.
The pistols, you can maybe guarantee
it's a great swing. That is a great swing.
Here is so damn good, backed up by the teammates. Spitfires. It's also got to fall to Happy Way. He's been doing so much
they
work.
didn't create pressure here though.
Leaves Shrimp in a 1 versus 2. It's the sound of the TP. Poison Cloud comes up yet again, pushing his way through.
Okay, I mean, great. It was great shots from Happy Way for sure. Like lovely shots.
XLG. Some worrying signs
yeah, I mean,
there, but
AG just didn't. They just didn't push behind over towards C, especially with the Viper. The Viper pit that leaks out there. They had so much potential.
Because it got kind of risky. But not just Coconut went down, but Raga as well towards the A site. Because those were 2 crucial casualties.
In that moment when Happy Way's pushing up towards heaven, I had flashbacks to the pistol round.
There's so many. There's so many mistakes on this one. It's fine. Okay, another big buy rounds.
Yes.
Another round like this would make him go down to an eco, and then XI LAI just fully in control.
Well, we'll see if that makes any difference though in the long run.
They have so many ults as well. Like they have to use these to make sure they don't get ecoed.
The operator is back in play. It's in the hands of Spitfires towards
saves his wall,
where they can definitely try to find a few connections if they actually decide to open the door at the other end, but not the case for now. That Kira taking down the clone, and that is gonna prompt XLG to fall back. They got the wall again.
Yeah, didn't break it in time.
Victories that I feel like they usually relied upon, you know.
So what was he waiting for? He was waiting for the clone. So I guess the idea of saving the wall is you wait for the clone, and then you do it after the clone. That's cool. That'll actually start happening way more.
Here on Lotus,
so even if you see it placed down, it doesn't matter.
Well. And while yes, it is a bit more of a flowchart than a lot of other maps that we have.
Okay, let's see if they stay super strong with this setup.
They did beat EDG on this map back in stage 1, let's not forget. As the dimensional drift comes on out from Raga. Gets so much information. Does so well.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice. They're using great ults at the moment. They're using great ults, and honestly, the individuals actually like pop in.
3 kills. Now the spike.
Every single time the ults are in the most important round as well.
Are dipping away and saving here, Volt. 6 rounds for XLG.
Oh, makes a lot of sense, Charlotte. You know, there's
I will say with the ults they have, I don't like them holding the tire lower.
Well, which, you know, in a sense, they are not actually in this one.
What's on MIBR ahead of stage 2? I think they'll be fine.
Never expect to win that one.
They I mean they messed up heavy in Toronto, but it's not like I'm like crazy worried about them. They had inexperienced players, and they had one of the best players in the world, but they didn't like. They didn't try and enable their play, like their best player.
Which is something that I feel like I want to touch on. Like a lot of pressure, a lot of focus.
I feel exactly how I felt about them as I did when I watched Loud at Tokyo. I felt fine.
At least one of the guns are going to be the drop,
they just didn't get them an op ever. They're mentally boomed? Yeah, but you guys said they're not going to EWC, right? That's going to save them.
Yeah, I don't think we heard it at all in that previous round. And, I mean, it's such lovely kills from Raga. Reading the game perfectly, but, you know, it's rough for GG to get taken down there. You know, nearly won out the fight, but doesn't in the end. That's another weapon dropped for them. And it's another one where they're just going to have to take a little bit of a step back in terms of
and force them down to Nico again. Chat, what's the third map?
Could be
does
massive,
feel like we might get here, unless they misplay their defense. But
here anyway.
Well, they evaded the presence of the AWP. It's just going to be a
how many rounds? If AG can get 5 somehow, then I'm feeling insanely confident for them. But
missing a beat, but the AWP is in play. Went down the drop.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
They got the pain shells, not just that.
Okay.
The ultimate as well.
No way.
Will not be
no way.
A Spitfire will just have to back off. Yeah, that rocket launcher.
No way. What's going on?
And it was almost a massive mistake from FIBA. Thankfully enough, saved by No Man. And this should be the round now. They got a numbers advantage. They know what Spitfires is.
Okay.
Still never.
That right there felt like I was watching All Gamers. That felt.
Finally, some stability found.
That felt more like it. That's what I was used to watching.
2 smokes, 2 TPs. Make the impossible happen.
Be very low, the IGL from XLG. The ominous beeps continue. The only sound being made right now here on the A site. Switch to the rifle. Fever up on heaven, watching for this. I don't think his position is being expected or anticipated. It doesn't even matter because Raga's been able to find.
They still have a chance to get 5.
XLG again. It gets close.
What I'm looking out
but
for.
They win things out.
Jetstar, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you.
Now 7 rounds in a row as well. All Gamers still yet to stop the rot here. Nice kill though.
Like even then, like the one scary part was in the final duel. You know, when Shrimp had that one-on-one, that was a clear one-on-one.
Was it gifted? Oh, sorry. Jetstar, thanks so much for the gifted, bro. I appreciate that.
So
thank you.
To see that happening multiple
double timeout? I mean, honestly, I think
really
that's
the thing that
fine.
we're used to. A pretty late timeout for All Gamers, but I feel like it's taken still in a time that is not too late to have an impact on the half.
Yeah.
If the raise or hit, I mean, yeah, but he did kind of just whiff it also. Like, I agree, it should have done more damage, but.
So, and like you said, Volt, they need it. They need this timeout. And maybe we were being a bit too doom and gloom about XLG after the first map. Because All Gamers right now, they are struggling. And while yes, they certainly played it closer than they did in the first stage.
Trying to see some corrodes. I mean, we got another best of 3 after this. There's still a chance. Wait, chat, the next best of 3 is banging, right? It's FPX Wolves today.
To run out of steam here, and maybe they can bounce
Dude,
back
FPX should be picking Corrode.
Right now, Spitfires.
But there's a chance Wolves just ban it.
They've kind of put a leash on him of XLG. Only 4 and 6. Compared to the 22 and 6 showing that we saw in the previous round. The season.
Damn, they nearly wrecked him. That was sick, though.
Very nearly going to catch out Happyweight. Just about being able to survive.
Oh.
But all this utility.
The problem with this push is XI LAI literally do their WOL like for this.
Does eventually leave.
There's not many teams that have the WOL that leak out here instead of over towards site. But
yeah, but they're still horned here. They just need to make
XI
something happen. B-side for them feels like a much more likely possibility, especially with them sending both of their duelists. That kind of range. It will work out pretty well. Coconut holds. The trades are good for XLG. And as long as Shrimp does not find a retaliation kill, then things should be good now that he has.
Kinda got the kill, that means it's doable.
For the XLG camp. They need to get on a
Can retake B because you got
3-on-3. Yes, the numbers are even. But if they don't find a plant, all gamers are eventually just gonna corral their numbers on, and the pincer might already be present. They are aware of the back and forth movements, but I feel like Happyweight is in a position to win the round right on their lonesome there.
Hold the plant though.
In a powerful spot
in a position to spam, but they know there's one over towards B, so they're trying to lock him in.
A free drop on Shrimp in
but it's weird because it's like,
I love what
oh, they think you went heaven.
He was making a lot of noise on B, try and make AG think that that's the site where things were ending. And now he's on the luck. Gets caught by Shrimp, though.
The great Visor.
Still
you just know they have the shorties in here. They don't get too much from it.
Still be so deadly. They need to be wary of this, and Delby does fall. But it's Shrimp with 3 kills in the round.
It's a nice shot from Shrimp in the end.
To get all gamers back on the board.
Again, if they can
they just went too fast.
They can get 5. It's actually a good half for them.
They waited out the round. Instead, they take that quick duel. No man tried to spring into action a bit too early. Same thing can be said about Happyweight there in that spot, and it did start out well for XLG, but it was Shrimp here. A massive second kill to find as well in the mount rotation. Those 2 kills probably changed the complexion of the round in its entirety, and now XLG lose a round off the back of the timeout. Despite a lot of investments, and honestly, the better macro initially was just that minute decision for No Man to activate himself as that too early. It actually caught XLG off guard.
For sure, and maybe was expecting Shrimp to be a little bit further up.
Oh boy, and they're up against Fate. Ah, dudes. I will say though, XI LAI 5 commit over towards here. They got no backup plan. And there's 3 stacked on A. It's not too bad. Problem is they're all going to tank the Fate out.
Win AG the round with his plays inside of that one.
That's
okay. What a shot from
That's unlucky with that kill as well. It means if he gets the orb, he gets his ult, so they can change up their original plan.
It might be No Man right now. That was nasty.
Absolutely filthy from their side, and she's not gonna fare any better. Happy with
yeah, they look so much better. They cut us down, made them group over towards C as well.
Easy one for XLG, and 8th on the board, perhaps, but massive investment still. I don't know if they thought there were multiple
dude, it's so funny how
on the A site.
I mean, they did get snowballed on the first map, but they do look comfier.
The initial kill, so that's why they invested the Nightfall. But for now, it seems like all gamers are going to be saving again.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, mate.
You look at the economy, not in the best of cases.
Chat, how long has it been since Toronto?
It does make sense that
like a week?
Still actually want to save at the end of the day.
A bit more.
8th on the board for XI LAI Gaming.
2 weeks now.
Potential for that 9-3 half. Whether you're superstitious
feels
or
like
not,
a month. Yeah, it does feel long.
Certainly like that look for XLG.
That's good though. I mean, it should be a little bit long just because there's 2 maps anyway. 2 new maps. Well,
have
2 map changes.
Good showing at all. Actually pretty terrible, and we can see now the confidence is back. They're not scared to hunt down those remaining rifles either in the saves. We saw it in the save round before as well. XI LAI, they want to deal as much damage as possible. Heading into the last round of the half, AG, they've got a broken purchase. Just the Sheriff in the hands of GEG. Rifles for the rest of everyone else. Still not fantastic though.
Good enough though for the start.
Holy bro.
Found a massive double
Okay,
kill.
can they actually win this round though? And 4 is fine.
Has been cancelled.
Especially if they win a pistol.
I probably are gonna reorganize their card. Happy way. Back with the operator in hand, but that dark cover probably gonna stun the round. Look at the rotations of all gamers. They're still gonna pull the trigger onto that one.
He got another dink in there as well.
Still finding a kill, and Delvy's gonna go down in the trade. Shrimp still alive. Looking for the quad kill.
They're just fighting the one way the whole time. It's kind of mad from XI LAI. Like 3v4, they had the spike still. It's not like they needed to commit. They were all on the other side.
To keep the game competitive.
And Shrimp is up on his feet again.
4?
I
Sure.
have to say, I'm loving the
is
energy
actually doable.
that he's been bringing to the stage here for all gamers. But XLG stunted a little bit in those last 2 rounds. Ooh, nice shot from Happy Way, but yeah. Really nice work from Shrimp inside a mound there to get 3. So we head into the halftime with an 8-4 score here on Lotus. What can
That's
XLG
a ranked play.
do
Yeah,
on
they
their
definitely could have gone back.
sides to lock
Even
up
if
this
they
game,
fought
to send us
I mean, they
to
cut sound a
Ascent.
little bit
In
for a
match
while,
where,
but it's not like they did it long enough.
Thinking this should be a clean 2-0 for XLG. They shouldn't really be pressured that much by the side of all gamers. Then map 1 happens and we think, oh, are XLG still in the dumps? Are we going to see a clean 2-0 for all gamers right now? XLG, they're looking set to send us to...
Is Corrode enjoyable to watch? I don't know, I haven't watched a game of it, but in about 2 months it won't be.
And really, at that point,
but for the first 2 months it will be.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you, when teams figure it out, it's going to be one of the worst maps to watch.
Nothing really problematic is happening for XLG. You know, they just haven't bursted in flames completely.
For the moment, it'll be pretty fun.
And eviscerated through that one, so, you know, still some hope.
Too old, for sure, dude. I'll do that
could
after.
actually be delivered in this second half. I believe that the graphic that was shown in the halftime with just how to deal with flashes, maybe is just like...
Why is it up and down, dude? It's...
hide in the corner.
They got too sick of me losing everything.
I guess everybody's just like, nope, don't want to deal with that. I'm gonna stay behind the walls. I'm happy enough as it.
Also, I think that people always got confused with like the left and right because it was like reverse for them on the screen, right?
It's gonna be a different wall to crack here for all gamers. Sure, they might have caught ourselves an XLG, but
the Odin spams will be legendary. Oh, dude,
now
it's really rough.
Should be pretty different.
It's really, really rough. Hopefully we get one today, though. I do want to talk about the map a little bit.
Yeah,
right now, yeah.
There's definitely walls that shouldn't be spammable.
13-7 with an 8-4 first half attacking for XLG. Could history repeat itself here? If we get a 13-7 right now, that would be a bit of a history repeat.
Post plant, if you plant, you won. Unless it's over towards B, then
not that consequential.
It depends where you
plant.
plant.
The series.
Pistol
round window for AG
how on earth do I say your name?
Necessary, especially as they won the pistol in the first half and still only have 4 rounds.
I'm trying to work it out as well.
I
would say Mimetelv, but I reckon it might be someone else. Thanks so much for the prime, bro. I appreciate you. Okay, at the moment, it's 3-0 on the pistols, and if AG can win a pistol here, this is a pretty close map.
Not letting him overwhelmed. Instead, Kira walks around, Sheriff in hand, looking for another headshot. Viva, no man, both in sight. A great opener.
Oh my god.
Goodness me. All gamers flying the side that way.
My Viper buys Sheriff. He wrecks everyone.
For the ace, the 4th kill in the health bar turns yellow. As
3-person hold. Okay, well, the Yoru flash might wreck them.
I hear on the grapevine.
No one's playing anti.
If that happens, then the player card bursts into flame, and Spitfires rips that opportunity away for
pretty
them.
early.
But in the end, the ace isn't what's important. What is important is that the round win goes the way of all gamers, with Spitfires getting the last 2. Shut things down.
It's hard to use pronunciation. I was wondering if it was like other words in like one.
The pivotal round here for Shandu.
If it was like me, met
something. Hope of coming back into this game. 13-7. He said that was the last time
uncoordinated. Yeah, it could have been better.
It was XLG to
Definitely
win both pistols, so clearly a deviation in the timeline.
Coach knows it could be better.
Yeah, he's just...
Dude, 4-0 on the pistols, though.
The
2-0 potential is for sure here. XLG have no sentinel comp, so if they do not go aggro and like, I mean, if they don't go aggro A, they cannot lose.
I do kind of understand for XLG maybe not playing at 100%. You know, it's the first week of the group stage. You've got, I was going to say you've got a break until the second week, but they've got the EWC to play as well. So maybe there's a little bit of saving strats perhaps for that. Obviously, I don't really believe in that, as Shrimp gets another double.
Yeah, the
as well.
Chinese Prius out of a nightmare.
So, yeah, XLG, as I was saying. I think maybe they won't be playing 100%, perhaps focusing all of their efforts onto that.
Someone done the Lysol stand-up? Nah, yeah. There were, to be fair, a lot of AG were standing up at the beginning.
Maybe letting
in the
things
fast
slip a
map.
little bit here. But at the end of the day, a win is a win, and they need to confirm themselves for playoffs. They need to confirm themselves for champs as well to stay in the VCT. Happy way 1 on 5. Does get the first, really
how do all these bullets miss? Okay, well, I mean, they pick up the gun. It doesn't matter too much. They might be throwing away the Marshall. I'm not sure how they handle these ones.
The deficit is now 2.
What happened, isn't it? Stage 1 winners? Yeah, but they...
We have seen
it's different meta, man.
Win the bonus.
Different meta, different map.
First half of the sunset. Could happen again, especially with both Shrimp looking that sharp and Kira as well. Both of them has been instrumental to their win in the first map, and right now things are looking pretty harsh. You know, on defense.
Yeah, coaches are believing. This is it. It's a great bonus, and they save a lot of money on this one as well.
And a lot of higher senders, you know. All gamers as
they kind of min-maxed a lot of this as well. They got the orb over towards A last round. They got the orb over towards C.
And they
got everything they could out of that round, pretty much.
Their second best team in the world. XLG, off the back of stage 1, they had the same kind of, I guess, reputation, but right now, really struggling to find their form. Hopefully that's going to happen. They almost lined up, and it is going to
someone
be
go wider.
I beg. The one that's going to chime in for Shrimp's death. And that is exactly the kind of round you need as XLG. You know, you establish your footing, momentum is strong. Not a single casualty yet, but maybe overstepping here, Happyway, and they're gonna be pretty careful.
He hit some great shots, man.
Just a single casualty, an easy round for XLG.
Yeah, nice and solid there from XI LAI Gaming. Obviously,
I think this was okay though from. Okay, this is gonna sound mad, but
so
I think this from AG wasn't too bad. Like I think you hear them go aggro A and then you just try prod over towards B. I think with this comp that they're playing against, I think that's so fine. Like that, the actual idea to like prod here all the time is fine. They're gonna be dueling you, really.
To 3 yet again.
Especially if they lose here. But I do think that AG, in my opinion, have to start going aggro A.
Number 16 gets
if they can get aggro A, they win so much.
I'm intrigued to see if things are actually
because like look right now.
Progress much for all gamers.
Like if this was the round before, like I know that XI LAI have done this because they kind of felt like they shut down B, but like B will always in this comp B should be weak a lot of times.
And thankfully, B is not going to really find that much either on the other end. Coconut is able to back off safely, but
it's a great omen flash.
Live Spitfires actually cancels Thatchering in. He calls it off, and maybe fortunately enough for all gamers because they get to keep the majority of their numbers. If they walked in there, it would have been just a coin toss of whether or not they can get Coconut because the utility was not ready. But not a lot of the time left. Only 50 seconds on the board now, 45, and they have made the call to rotate back towards the B site.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the round, so still plenty of time to rotate and play with things a little bit more, but like you said, the execute, they want it to come through fairly sharpish, and well, Beaver's pretty sharp with his aim, gets a 3rd kill there. Shrimp is the last alive. 1 on 4, made into a 1 on 3 with a kill on Raga.
I mean, 20 seconds, might just be saving.
But it's still a difficult situation for him. Heading back towards the C site. we head into red time. Now just 10 seconds left. This one should be a save
win?
of
I mean,
the
I think they
Vandal.
will. I think it looks fine for them on this.
XLG get
They're going aggro
themselves to
A.
double digits.
I mean, they're going
Trim
really
into
aggro A
the
on this
fort, a
one,
couple
but
of exits
again,
here.
as long as they just keep going aggro A at the
Open up
beginning
through
of the
the
rounds, as long as they can win this
Fine
battle,
guide.
they're fine.
You'd expect XLG to be the team that is like grinding the rounds against an EDG, against maybe a bitty, but this is not looking the best. But credit where credit is due, all gamers are definitely making this a very difficult matchup for them here.
They're looking good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe not quite as much on this map, but I mean, especially on Sunset, it looks like a pretty decent team actually. And you know, they've been playing.
Okay, here we go. This is
well
the big
here. It's
fight.
just they've
But
been
your Fade's not
outclassed a
here?
little bit.
Time for them to put on a masterclass if they want to have a chance here in this A side. Oh, a little bit labored from Coconut, but it still worked out at the end. Adequate enough to find that kill. They break over the connector, and it leaves room for XLG to back up. But all gamers getting up intensely. They'll be trying to work with the rest of the team. It is going to be Spitfires early on. An excellent entry on Coconut. Spotted by No Man's. Tries to go for the showstopper. Both of them aerial, but it's going to be Spitfires.
Dude, there's some guns that they can pick up. If they can get this, dude.
At the end, 3 on 4.
I don't know what the money's like for XI LAI. Looking pretty good from the two that are dead. Oh, they fatal?
Nightfall coming in as well as Spitfires finds a third in the round. All gamers looking to sit themselves up pretty. Viva though does at least have that catch. A flash comes on in. Delby dealing with Raga and Viva's
nice enough for Delby. He kind of wrecked everyone else with his flash.
But around that they should not have won with 2 pistols in the bank, but it doesn't matter and they come out on top.
Oh, to play just the call to scale things up quickly. That was probably the right one. As they caught XLG off guard, they thought that they're gonna slow it down because that's what they've been conditioning them on them doing that. But Spitfires finding the entry, that there was just a little bit rough. I guess maybe No Man should have held the satchel until the rocket was fired. That would have probably kept him alive, or at least gave him a better chance at survival. Not the case for now. Again, a quicker pace for all gamers, as they just think that maybe pace is the option. Speed could kill, and right now it has put him in an excellent position in that B side, but the flood should be ready. 3 players at Link. Raga
holy bro.
as well. They need to find the skills. They're blinded.
Flash double satchel over the forms. Wait, this is cool, man.
Survive for long as Raga as well has found his answer. Only Spitfire and Kira. Just a single kill from the Raze and the Viper.
Yeah, and just knows that.
Well, maybe not having the real campaign here as
that was very nice though. So much trust in that Omen
just
flash.
Stick it easily, and it will be 11 for XLG.
Well, like that, maybe there was a possibility.
Yeah, I think No Man did great here.
There from Kira, but
Surging, thank you with the tier 1. Thank you. Team V and such are asking which team would win if it was 6v6 and the coach was playing.
Tough spot, and
I mean, PayPax would be pretty good.
Both of their timeouts
Gen G would be pretty good. I don't know what other coaches play. Kaplan used to play, right? Sentinels would be pretty good.
XLG aren't going to give them that timeout opportunity when they're still in the lead here. Things have to go a bit more
NRG with
drastically
Bonka,
wrong.
yeah.
The timeout call to come into effect. So AG, what can they do here?
C9 with Imi, yeah.
Come up with? At the very least,
Heretics would be pretty good. The Weber. As long as it's Weber and not Nil, though.
Nightfall comes on in. Grimp TPing as well. But Happyway's been able to find one. Raga falling at the back of the site. Happyway still an elbow. Still able to find the kill somehow.
Oh, that's a crazy shot. That was a crazy shot in the middle of that.
Down by Delby. But the advantage for XI LAI Gaming just the same. Steel Garden ripped. Primary weapon taken out of the hands of the XLG players that are caught in the radius. And Kira, he's up close. Personal with them. They've only been able to find one. Leaves Delby 1-on-2.
This is a nightmare 1v2 for you, but you've done great. The problem is that the spike isn't for you, so it's like you can't really commit to that.
Might be able to get something done here, Bolt.
He just wants to isolate one-on-ones. He's hoping that Coconut gives him the peak. Doesn't really respect the positioning.
Nice.
That was a crucial shot to land, and LB is figured out the high low.
XI LAI look way better on this map.
XI LAI Gaming are able to put down match point. They're just waving to the camera. Yeah, guys.
Green Kitten with the tier 1. Thank you for the 13 months.
We haven't forgotten what we're made of.
Yeah, it's a nice little double swing there at the end of the round from XLG. We're starting to see those pieces start to fit together, mesh together here. This is ridiculous from Happy Way, finding the third kill in that situation as well. Yeah, the high-low swing, doubling up. No Man gelling with this roster a bit more, you can tell. The communication is flourishing too.
Okay, 5 chances. It looks like we're going to send.
You can sort of tell that they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with each other when that
especially with all these as well. Yeah, I mean, AG kind of messed up a little bit on their attack. I felt like 4 rounds and they got the pistol. It was like pretty doable. They just had to prioritize here way more.
Yeah, and I guess one of the
like they have a pretty good chance of winning this round, AG. Oh boy.
Not really bought, and the Rockets are gonna
it still looks okay though. Like with the door opening and them having control here, like they're still in a fine position. Problem is they're locked in.
The best positioning of all.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not even going to consider it.
The angle. 3 players at the link. Akira, if they got the right timing, they should find the kill, but Confident turns it around. And
there's nothing I can do about that. I promise you they're in an okay position, like in the minimap wise.
Here comes the coup de grace. Happy Way with 1 tap, Happy Way with 2 taps, and XLG will be pushing us over into that decider. We are bound for an ascent.
That's so unfortunate from Kira in that situation. Maybe an opportunity, a gunfight where a
do a couple of whiffs there. Oops, sorry, chat. Couple of whiffs.
Still, it's a nice flick coming out from Coconut.
Overall, though, they need to go A way more. Like they kind of played wrong against
something
the
we haven't really seen in a while for them is just being able to come out. That what a shot that is. And they're starting to gel.
Wait, chat, is the sound delay?
Play together. As we can see the full map highlights here. Things started out in a bit of a rough turn. I thought maybe we were destined for a repeat of that first map. A little bit still of that delay, that disjointedness between the players, but they've gelled together. They have glued themselves up for the rest of this
map. You got these things? I mean, he did pretty good to last so long.
Vault. What are you expecting to happen on that map number 3?
Well, fortunately enough for XLG, I'd assume is that Ascent should be one of those maps where they can play the defensive map comp, and they should actually be okay at the end of the day. It shouldn't be the end of the world for them.
Okay, chat.
Something
I will be back in a little bit. We've got Ascent coming up, 3rd map.
It's one of their like most comps. You know, they've I guess tried around a bit.
Dude, both teams are kind of.
But like against DRX,
I mean, this is the nicest way. Both teams kind of sucks on their map.
Composition, but that is usually what you
like AG picking this map and getting double pistols, pretty criminal. XI LAI getting 3 rounds on their sunsets, pretty criminal.
I guess figure out the few rounds on attack, because that is the part of their play that clearly still needs a lot more work on. Their attacking play is just very disjointed in general, even in this.
You mean in the nicest way?
Yeah.
I just do, man. Like it's not the end of the world. Suboptimal, yeah.
It should be Vice here. They played 3A. Hard take A.
They play well, we play well.
Okay, go back A again, go back A again, go back A again. Risk take off, risk take off.
I have no satchel, but I can take off.
Yes, it's okay, risk take off.
A push.
Listen, I'm gonna fake C solo. Everyone go A right now. I'm gonna fake C solo. Trust me, trust me.
We need to give him one waterfall smoke.
Yeah, I'll give you one waterfall smoke. You ready?
Okay, that is big.
No, smoke.
I'm gonna lie, no man coming in.
I peek already, I peek already.
Oh no.
Getting to be a voice in the calling
I'm gonna TP drop, guys.
is definitely a big factor for XLG, because that is something I feel like they got from YOU.
Tree, guys.
With the mid rounding.
Hold on.
Side.
Recon.
Middle. B push. Left side.
Kill him. Playing for outside. Curse there.
Early. Wait, should be help. Happy.
You go help. I watch city.
K city, okay?
I'm gonna change
KM 我不懂 KM OK
搞完 city
2楼能过的小心那个烟有点我说实话
Nice
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you can, like you said, no man.
Corey Clapp, thank you for the 27 months, and Began as well, thank you for the 22 months.
That gelling together that we were starting to see throughout that map. Happy Way coming out as the MVP though. 328 ACS is pretty ridiculous.
Good comms, yeah, it's pretty good
on
comms.
the Viper as well.
Definitely,
the rest of the team though, not too far behind. Raga though, still actually not performing as well as we would have hoped. 10 and 11, still negative in the KD, but I mean it's a better showing than on Sunset. But also he doesn't need to be the player.
I'm getting confused with Yeoman. Yeah, no,
Noman.
He's played in China for a while though.
And yeah, sure, it was Happy Way that ended up being the highest kills in this map. But it sort of shows you the
Rare Atom.
sort of new dynamics that are at play here in this XLG squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, and even at the top level, sometimes your controllers, your sentinels are gonna have those pop-up.
He used to IGL, right?
I
think he used to IGL in that Rare Atom team. I could definitely be wrong.
This time around, they get the better of almost every metric on the board.
You ever play against Frauds? Nah, Fraud played 1.6.
No, they gotta understand.
He didn't play
Source.
Source.
It's not gonna happen every time, Charlotte. You know, eventually.
Yeah.
You know, Happy Way is gonna have an average game. Coconut is gonna have an average game. Viva's gonna have an average game, and then suddenly it's
chat,
up
yeah, we'll be back in a little bit,
the
right?
new debut of Noman and Rarga to step things up. I'm really excited though to what Noman will be playing in that composition. Maybe he'll pivot to the Sova, or do you really play him on one of the Sentinels? Because that is the tough flip up. I feel like Rarga is 100% gonna be playing the Yoru on the comp. Maybe they go back to the 2022-2023 comp with the Jet. That could also be a thing, and put No Man on the KO. That's something that he's played before. But you know, a lot of question marks with No Man's addition, and like, what roles will he actually be filling in the composition?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, really, because I mean, I don't know about you. I'm certainly excited for Ascent Vault, but we are just going to have to throw to a quick break before we get there. So when we come back, it will be the conclusion of our match between All Gamers and XI LAI Gaming.
Unfortunately for XI LAI Gaming, the case of the map won't be the same anymore. It's not going to be a 2-0 because All Gamers would have been the team that is victorious in that. It's a good bounce back on the Lotus, but we are still to see the dominant force that took 2025 Chinese VCT by storm. Raga is nowhere to be seen yet. At least the rest of the team are stepping up. But on the ascent, you know, we had a lot of questions about XLG. At least I did, because of their compositions. You know, they're used to playing those double sentinel comps. They're used to being very defensive. It is actually All Gamers that have been playing a foregone meta. They're still playing the old comps. They haven't really adapted a new strategy, but maybe with their own new additions as well, that could be a different factor. Maybe Spitfire is going to be the, I guess, the card that will push them over the edge to, I guess, keep up with the time, because the future is now, old guys. You know, just get to the meta, play the comp, and that is going to be an important factor, of course.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And also, this is a map that All Gamers have banned quite a lot before, so we'll have to see where they decide to go with it. And All Gamers, like you said, very, very old comp. You got the KO, Jet, Killjoy, Sova, Omen, but XLG are bringing out the Yoru Chamber Vice. This is exciting me. I can't lie, Volt. I'm a big fan of this comp. I think Vice should be used a lot more than she is. I think she's a very, very strong Sentinel. Combine that with, again, what we saw on the first map, where No Man can kind of take up more of a duelist role on that chamber.
Vice chamber
Combine it with Raga's
traditional
Yoru.
comp.
I think you've got a really, really solid foundation there, and obviously Viva and Coconut, ever dependable in the backlines too. I'm loving this comp from XI LAI Gaming.
Yeah, and they're gonna start on defense as well, so they're gonna get max value out of the Vice instantly.
The comps, yeah,
on the
I like that. I like the Vice chamber.
Gonna be a big
but
factor.
What do you reckon?
I guess the
do
wild
all
card
of
has
the
got to be No Man
fanatic stuff, probably.
It is a double-edged sword if No Man is feeding it, and if he's firing in all cylinders. On his best day, he could just run the server, make it impossible for All Gamers to play. But if he cannot frag, then the chamber falls apart, and they would have preferred picking a deadlock, picking a cipher. We'll see how things go. We're gonna head into the map, and everything now is up to the players. The ball is much more in All Gamers' court.
Yeah, this is
up
going
to
to
2
be
months, dude. I think it's winning.
I
mean, as well, just looking at comps, I think XLG should be fine here.
This game, because All Gamers, if they can win,
we'll see. XLG on defense, AG on attack.
Their attack sides before. We especially saw that on the first map of Sunset. If they can deal some good damage
chat, I might need to change the audio. Let's see how out of sync it is.
To win big on
it didn't look too bad.
Side. Already, there's the opening kill going the way
Zifix, thank you with the tier 1. Thank you with the 28 months, man. I appreciate that.
If they can deal good damage here in this half, they could set themselves up for the upset victory.
Oh, yeah, that upset is great to get first blood to open up the ace light. Raga falling down, letting the rest of XLG to try to play on the defense. They got the setup. Coconut dropping down. Happy way finding the first frag. They find the next on the door, and it's a complete massacre.
Yeah, it was a great retake though.
Each and every single kill.
Okay, I think this thing's okay.
XLG, barring that first blood, exactly the way you want to start on the defense.
Well,
a good retake. Yeah, it's a nice retake.
Not a fantastic.
The Vice flash hit so many.
AG. Yeah, I thought, oh, they get the opening kill. They honestly put themselves in quite a good position. But again, it was the anchor players from XLG that come in big. Happy Way and Viva combining, like I just said, they're the ever dependable in the back lines. It's a full house there for round number 1.
Okay, No Man gets the Outlaw out as well.
What I believe is
can one-shot everyone, but they're making sure they full save to make sure that they can buy heavy armor for next round as well.
First in the series, and hopefully we're then the first of
Trip
many,
mid, dude, heavy holding to mid on the eco. I wonder if that means that they're not going to be doing it much on the rest of it, so they're just trying to make him scared.
Yeah, we'll see if All Gamers can, I guess, do something with those 5 classics.
This is the Ghost going crazy on his own though, so it's not too bad.
They line up, but instead, just a single kill. Delby is going to be able to find the answer, but Coconut should be in a pretty good position, especially with the support from Viva from Heaven.
Indeed. And actually, just touching on that point, didn't properly consider it that AG lost 13-7 with winning both pistols.
Was YU that big of an impact for XLG? For sure.
That's not great, and that's
he was very impactful on that
weigh
team.
on the mental as well. And hopefully ED101 and the rest of the team, Delby, the IGL.
I think No Man would be good though. I think he's a good pickup for them.
You start worrying about details like that heading into the next map. You know, thinking about
he's
the
vocal,
past, it's really going to get
and
to you, really going
we're in a
to
meta where you can play double duels most of the time if that's what they want to lean on to.
This round, of course, just the classics and one ghost for Shrimp. And putting the time down low here, happy way. The Bulldog is just
not even sure they can plant. Yeah, I mean they can, right?
Cleanup. There might be just enough time.
Close.
No,
jump means you can't.
For them. XLG get their second round.
Important one of that. At least they got the Bulldog, and they're gonna get the extra money from that spike plant, but they're gonna lose all their numbers. Never mind. Those are the guns gone. But no harm, no foul for all gamers. Anyway, they were gonna get the buy in the third one. It is good.
Noman, yeah, it's just hard flexing. This is the funny thing as well. I saw this on Reddit a little bit. Like, the flex role is interesting.
That's the main thing.
Because, in my opinion, this year might be the first time that we actually see, like, proper flex. Like, at the moment now, I feel like this is where we see proper flex. Whereas before, flex was pretty much just Flash Initiator and a Viper. And that was, like, what you would flex as.
In the long run,
but now we actually see like flex being flex roll,
if they get there,
like where you have to change up so much
to make those plays happen again,
depending on maps.
Yeah, and let's face it as well. You say
so in my opinion, this is like the first year where the flex roll is actually like proper flex instead of just Viper
on both maps so far.
Initiator is your flex.
Just peeks into the angle, the dry swing. Gonna get taken down early.
They shot back and they're working their way into 3. Not just that, the fact that Kira is there towards A main can be a big nuisance. Everything is going to be on Viva here as they try to peek it. Good timing, but not the kill. Perhaps the shock dart that is going to push them back off the angle.
No way.
Peek it, thankfully.
He took 0 damage here.
Able to find the kill there.
Dude, and he gets that full info as well. Man, that's huge. They gotta go late into Fawns. Oh, dude, they're in trouble. Yeah, is Eli looking alright for this one? Let's see what the Bucky can get.
Come up big, happy way. Got the Bucky here, and it's gonna come up huge.
Dude, I can't believe he W keyed forwards.
Not able to survive with his headhunter.
No way. He did great though. Yeah, this is rough from AG. They cancelled on their A when they didn't find any of the double sentinel util. This is like, it's kind of showing a little bit that teams don't practice against this comp match, because like this is something that you actually just can't call. And then you just, again, like other comps you can call this, but against this comp I don't think you can call this.
At least I understand why No Man took that, you know, like
people are
people
just aren't used to playing against this.
Now they got the lead, and you know, you would hope that they are able to keep that kind of momentum running in. It's back to a half buy from all gamers. They got the Guardian, they got a couple of sheriffs. It could be dangerous.
Yeah, No Man still.
But in reality, it still should be
keeps the outlook and one shot everyone, pushing down towards middle again. And they love on the ecos, like pushing over towards middle, because they're not going to do it in the buy rounds, basically.
Coconut potentially forced to dip away with Paranoia coming in. And the updraft dash.
Okay, they know there's one behind. Trigger the alarm bot behind here. Insta goes over towards short because he knows there's no pressure here.
Gamers. XLG forced to respect that space.
Oh.
No way. Wait, they got so much info from this.
Caught in the utility in the drone, and Coconut can't get the trade either. Coming up massive from heaven. The shutdown by Runga with 2.
Shot.
It's now a 2 versus 2, and CEG is able to find the Sheriff, wrangles that into submission. No Man tap on the spike, Vandal now in hand. Both these players still only with their Sheriffs. He's got 1v1s if he can isolate.
He must just be like, where is the other guy? I've gone around the whole map.
Positioning. He might know it now. There's the tap. The expectation
Damn,
of the swing.
I mean, that's pretty much all down to Spitfires.
HP, and all gamers or on the board.
But it was kind of interesting because it was all because of the alarm bot getting triggered behind, right? And then they realized they were in sight and they have to go proactive, and so Spitfires went aggro over towards Heaven because they were pushing behind because the alarm bot.
We're just all about keeping that position
Also an
alive,
eco, so
and Coconut being traded there.
He just went for
Back in
it.
those smokes. Changed the round completely. You can tell XLG still feeling pretty okay about this, but yeah, like, you know, the players got to keep the momentum up, but Voya is the true
I wonder what. I didn't like follow the drone. I guess he dodged it as well.
That one. XLG still looking pretty good. Still got the buys. An operator on No Man, but that is a crucial miss.
It is. Lockdown coming in as well.
Yeah, I mean, they started 3 over towards B because of the Killjoy ult.
They've got to evacuate the site here.
Oh, that's a great KO nade though. The KO nade to stop the spam once you're going out is huge.
Spitfires.
Okay, this is a hard retake. That was a really hard retake.
Available thanks to the spike plant. I would say probably shouldn't use it in this round, but you know, if things get hairy, there's certainly the possibility. And oh, Coconut maybe just missed Kira there. Be aware of it, but as the push comes on through from Market, they are going to have to.
And they let them take this much map control.
Through for now. And there's the Steel Garden. There's the Bladestorm.
Oh god, they lined up, man. They're a great lineup. Yeah, I don't think she like can do this, but obviously it's just the Killjoy ult that lets them take control. Kind of a back-to-back nice round from Spitfire. I will say the luck here at middle was like perfect.
I don't know if that was XLG's arrow.
Like he bought his time so much.
On the retake itself, because that
is very good.
But all in all,
very good sense of
just finding the right time,
like buying his time on it.
All of those kills.
I'm brutal. Thanks so much to the 26 months. Thank you, Becky.
Varga couldn't really take hold of the 2 players peeking him. One from the backside, one from both.
Because most Larkers there will probably peak a lot earlier than him.
Have to fly into this one. Varga aggressive again, and once more.
Dude, this is gonna get close now. It's gonna get real close.
This is just become a mental game. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna say this. This is like some TL shenanigans where everybody's playing their own game. They're doing the worst calls possible, but it's only Varga that's doing that, to be honest. But Varga eventually will need to be like honed in by the rest of the team, because he has become a liability now on a must-win defense.
Yeah, he absolutely has. You can't afford too many attacking rounds to go the way of AG.
Oh god, what's going on here?
Will just be able.
Masova's shocking himself at middle.
Defensive side to win the series. I have to say, I'm really enjoying the IGLing from Delby so far in this game, and whether it was something they talked about beforehand or whether it was on the fly, that setup, you have the lockdown.
Okay, late time again going into a vice. It's going to get a little rough. One hero gun here, Coconut is Sheriff.
It's lovely work in the previous round.
Flash was good. Okay, this Omen TP is great though.
Things on the anti-eco. Happy wait, 10 and 3. He's got the Guardian. He's doing absolute bits.
That's incredible shots from him as well.
Delby,
still pretty doable for this guy. Everyone's one shot. Did he reload? Probably not. Change his gun. Oh, it's done.
And the time's now run out. No Man doing such a good job, and all Viva has to do is.
Dude, AG needs to go way faster. They're going so slow against the Vice. The problem is they go like slow against a Vice chamber. And they don't find like enough of the info, and then they end up just gamble heading over towards the site.
Well, it was a blooming of sorts for Happy Way. Another time that he just comes up.
It's pretty sure what we said though. Like they just don't play against this comp much, so they don't really know how to play against it. And it is a nightmare to play against.
Always one for XLG. Still not away from the growing pains just yet, but at least they're containing their casualties. They got 4 rounds. The game is progressing at a good pace, but No Man hasn't really been the most impactful in the game so far. 13 kills from Happy Way. That's the kind of game that he's been having on the Sentinel role, and that is going to be added to 14.
Yeah, he's just trying to swing off his turret getting shot.
Now they'll need to fully commit to the A side try to perhaps change things. Raga from the same position that Happy Way is from. It is going to be instantly spammed. Raga down to 23 points.
Raga's lucky to be alive here.
but probably his role is going to be much more supportive.
Yeah, you're probably just going to see him tuck the whole time and choose his ult, I guess, as well.
Yeah, and you've still got No Man on the chamber as well, who maybe hasn't been having the best game so far, 1 and 4, but is still in that duelist position.
Doesn't TP out? Okay.
Especially in the way that XLG are hoping to utilize this player in this position.
Gets the full info for it.
The operator down mid has been able to take down Spitfires as well. So all things doing well, and just to touch on Happyway, you said about the impact that he's been having. The highest rated player for XLG at Masters Toronto was Happyway, playing those Sentinel roles, a 223 ACS over the 2 matches they played. That's pretty darn good. So, you know, we know him to be a player
Chinese fanatic.
Is able to come
then
up with these
how
big
slow they're playing.
I
think they're just struggling against the comp. That's it.
The rest of all gamers are waiting to save this one. Timer ticks away.
Janice, thank you so much for the prime as well. Appreciate the 25 mums. Thank you for that.
Hold the line pretty well, thankfully, and they'll be hoping to keep on that streak. Hopefully, though, for them, they just, you know, it's always the case of, can we keep Raga from dying in the first 20 seconds? If yes, then XLG probably wins the round. So far, it's been working pretty well. You know, Raga didn't die for the previous 2 rounds. And
okay,
it continues to be
have a go at it.
They should be having a pretty good game. It's just all about No Man finding the value, because you know,
I think this might be too many rounds soon as well.
That was in the hand
Look, as much as you would imagine that this is comps just insane on defense, it's pretty good on attack as well.
Here, but could actually find the proper timing. He set up Raga aggressive this time. Finally, he finds something, and when it rains, it pours. As XLG doubles down to clear off B main.
Back-to-back impact there from No Man and Raga. 2 more duelist players. I guess No Man's kind of been flexing about in this match.
I will say though, I do like that at least like the old comps in this best of 3 lost.
Knowing that there was a gap in the
that makes me happy.
The recon dart as well from AG. Playing it perfectly there to get that 5-on-3, the 2-man advantage. And AG, they're looking like they want to save again here, but they can't really afford that opportunity. So, to a site they will go, and Shrimp, no longer on the Omen, instead playing the KO here. Not
go ahead in the site, 30 seconds against the Vice.
I mean, both of the last maps, but especially on Sunset, he was doing massive work. And
yeah, all you gotta do is just kind of stay alive. You still play Fawns, you got your flash. He's 16 and 4.
Even though through the flashpoint, it doesn't work. Happyway, okay, maybe a bit too big for his boots. Raga now stepping into the fold as well.
Another round with it.
XLG, please stop.
I might even run out as well.
Eventually, they do shut him down.
I don't want to say it's done, but it feels like it's done.
But yeah, I want to see more from
Happyway. Dude, it's like the best thing ever for Happyway though. Every single time they end up hitting his site
in that situation where,
with 30 to 25 seconds left, and he's always got a setup that is like selfish for him to kind of get kills or like flash blood fast.
Honestly, it was the earlier 2 kills and Happyway there, you know, fully flashed. He still had the wherewithal to adjust the crosshair. And realistically, this is exactly what you want. Happyway, definitely making everyone happy right now. I am a happy person because...
And they gotta speed up, try to find these walls a bit faster.
At least I see the pieces that I trust in to perform.
Again, this is just one of those comps, man. It's one of those comps that
all about
first time you play against a new team with it, you don't know exactly how they're going to play it. Should be winning.
And
then
just keeping them
it
on
has
the
enough
correct course.
Behind it should be good for multiples.
This is their first game back again in the domestic league.
Y2 ABK, thank you so much for the 9 months. Appreciate the tier 1, dude. Thank you for that.
But it's also, as he said, all about getting those early points to make sure you secure your path to champions, to keep that slot. That is everything for XI LAI Gaming here, because they are one of the Ascension teams, and they'll be hoping that they can follow the path of teams like G2.
Eureka as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. These are my list for the Plat Chat top 10. I said I would do it last night, and I didn't do it last night, so I got to do it today.
XLG,
I haven't
despite
actually got it yet.
you know,
So
even if
it's
they
on
do
the list
lose
to do
here,
today.
they're still
Today's
on
a
9
work day.
points already.
Just gotta
So that does have them in 4th place.
do all the stuff that
for,
I need to do. But that's on the list.
VCT China points
Do it with us, no, because
right
you guys are
now.
going to persuade me to do your
You know,
madness.
if 2 of the 3 teams above them get to the grand final, that's all they really need.
Yeah, it's looking desperate.
First kill comes on in. That's a little bit brazen from Spitfires. Viva, well, he's certainly testing it. He's certainly being able to find the kill as well. Somehow, that's ridiculous. He shut down the doppelganger, opposing Sova on the other side. Dimensional drift giving the information.
Yeah, I mean, Gio had a nice
as well.
nice anti-KO setup. But
they still caught most of them on that. Raga with 1, 2, that should be the round. Delby is nowhere near getting that one back. With the
Carpe top 1, yeah.
It should be
You guys nailed it.
And it is 7 for XLG on the board.
That's what I mean. Rossi would come into chat and make me do it.
Normality. XLG running away with the lead. All gamers feeling like the bottom seed
Dude,
of stage 1.
top 10 of the whole of Valorant's pretty hard.
It's unfortunate for them because
it's like, how do you even view it?
Such a good showing in map 1. But like we said, you win both pistols on Lotus, only get to 7 rounds. XLG now running
It's the beginning of the
away
game.
with
Everyone was so bad.
1% as well.
So it's like,
So
even factor much of that
there's
in.
still chance for a 7-5 half.
Kind of have to, but at the same
And
time, everyone was
realistically,
awful.
with how Ascent is right now, you would absolutely take that. It would feel like a bit of a robbery to get that 7-5 half as Nomad. Goes for the swing with the operator, knows he has to rendezvous to dip out of there.
Literally depends on if you're waiting up peak versus consistency. Yeah.
There's a trade on back.
And I guess you kind of have to do
fall on an
consistency.
island inside of mid. So the lurk from Delby has now been activated. I don't know if Happy Way's aware.
He's definitely considering the fact that he might have actually made a play, but maybe not anticipating him to be on that side of things. Depression coming in. Viva might be pressured. It's a great paranoia, but can they clear the jet? That is a paramount question. Coconut holds down the line.
What happened to these guys first map? They look like so much more in control. But I will say that AG like aren't playing against the comp right.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do.
So
They're just sight hitting.
Happy Way did expect Delby on the flank, and then Coconut is just him.
The most polarizing player on the list would be Ye. Yeah, Ye's pretty hard to do because it's just like, where'd you put him? Because that was a meta.
I feel like we've been a little bit critical at times, especially in terms of
because if you put Ye very high, you're kind of a hypocrite if you don't put CNED very high as well. So that's it's like, where'd you weigh it up?
10 more kills than the second place player on the team. Looking a little bit rough for them. If you can shut down
Holy, that TP across is huge.
And Raga doesn't expect Kira to be so close up, but there's a trade with the Hunter's Fury, of all things. Spitfire's going down into 4 versus 4 here, Volt.
Yeah,
CNED wasn't as good in the late years, but you can kind of say that with Ye as well.
Sure,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're putting Ye up there, I think I would put Ye and CNED in the same boat. Where it's like, they're still good players without the meta, but they're not the best in the world that they were at the time.
But he's looking at mid. That's not where they're gonna go.
Like what Ye did in 2022 is exactly what CNED did in 2021 champs.
But I understand the reasoning behind that. The dark cover with that ultimate should be pretty much all the information XLG needing to focus all of their attention on the other part of the map, the lockdown. They're gonna wait for
Chronicle has to be top 3.
Some space for Happy Way. Shouldn't be detained for long. It's an important kill there for Nomad to find as they keep the numbers advantage alive.
This is one of their best chances.
Of course, offset by time now being in favor of AG. Oh, onto Shrimp. What a powerful position that he has, but he could not control the spray, and they're falling apart piece by piece.
Absolutely annihilated.
XLG get the map back in control.
That's unfortunate.
Can you put someone that hasn't won a Masters or a Champs?
A little bit too antsy, a bit too eager to try and find a kill there.
What kind of names would we be thinking?
And then the rest of the players not really in the right position to trade. They try and
this is probably the only person that I would be tempted to.
It just does not work for them. Nice work from Viva in the opening as well.
That's it. It's only Mako, right?
Yeah, just again, the word is disjointed, but this time the cracks are starting to show for all gamers. And when the first map on XLG's map pick, no less, they were looking so disciplined.
Why are so many of you writing artists?
And right now, like you said, starting to look like the team that was bottom seed in the group, winless in stage 1. No man just not allowing himself to get distracted by Spitfires there. He knows that Viva has his back. And that's Happy Way again, the man of the moment, the power player in the power
Jesus,
moment.
man, it looks so horrible to play against. But they're just sight hitting, man.
Final 3 as well.
They don't like. If you watch this back, if you were like a TMVer, like and you were looking for YouTube ideas, you would just go how one trip defeated a team. And it's like they never defaulted over towards middle. Never like worked out where the vice was to know where to hit. They never defaulted over towards middle to break this trip.
Kept wanting from any of this position in the shot.
So they just don't know how to play against the comp. But that's kind of fair as well because it's so new.
Come on, give us the kill already. The 10-2 half is finally there.
Yeah, that was kind of the half that they needed.
That first map got us pretty hyped up.
Statement,
but then it just started. It just started looking how we thought it would look.
It is to be expected by that kind of defensive comp that they were running. You know, they got both of the Sentinels. They got the round on lock. Happy Way.
What about MV?
The information that there was a TP made.
The MV's good, but I couldn't put him in top 10. You have like those players that could be in a team that can win stuff. There's like 2 really that could be in a team that haven't won stuff.
On both pistols on map
in
2.
V, and then Mako's more proven than these.
They got some time
this is like potential. This is like potential could be in a Masters winning team easy.
Any chance of running a comeback?
But they kind of get wrecked because the rest of their team. They also stick to an AUG the whole time, which in this game I'm not sure you should be doing as much.
So,
but
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a mighty old road.
The top 10 list is pretty hard.
There's a reason why we see comebacks so rarely, and it is because it's just such a mountain to climb. Especially, it's the end of I wouldn't say a long best of 3. The maps have been fairly short in and of themselves.
How much do you value IGL in the top 10 list?
Especially as you keep.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Probably
not though, and you probably just don't, because again you don't know. You don't know. This is the issue. We don't know. We can only go off of what we know.
Shrimp still yet to get a kill. Got quite a lot of these players on.
Leo, I mean Leo's in the top 10.
Low number of
it's just where do you put him?
You look at the other side. Happy Ways,
and then it's like we haven't seen him for 2 years. Then you kind of have to factor in other players that like peaked around then as well.
With the discography, I guess. We said that there was a dark, beautiful twisted fantasy with all gamers and their stars. But right now, Happy Way got all the
He didn't
power.
have 10s. The thing is, you have to have 10s.
In a single half.
But he'll probably be between 7 to 10. But you have to have 10s.
It'll be down to them.
Because he dominated 2021. Well, he dominated a small amount of 2021, but then he came back. And he did what most players can't really do. Jeez, this is a 5v5 brawl over towards middle. Okay, well, it's done.
No strategy involved.
Yeah, that one was fairly quick. That's for sure. Understatement of the year, I reckon. But for XLG,
he was smurfing in 2021. Yeah, but mate, the problem is you're thinking of. You say he was smurfing in 2021, but honestly, only for like the first 5 months. Because Sentinels and Champs weren't a thing.
Has the read apparently.
I can't even remember them in Berlin.
I guess more importantly, they got the aim to back it up. Now let's see if they're gonna play it out well. Love this from No Man.
Like what Tens did when he came back on the smokes roll was more impressive than what he did in 2021.
But they gotta respect the presence of the smoke because those pistols, close range, they could be detrimental. Now all
Like
gamers in the same
the mad
spot
thing
that
is as
XLG
well
was in.
is everyone will go
Sunset
2021 and
having
you'll
to
think
force
of
those
10s,
sheriffs
but I'm
trying
telling you,
desperately to find something in this
like,
round, but the utility play really doesn't
there's
find
other
much value.
players
That's why
that
they're
did more
risking
than
the
10s in
gambit towards middle.
2021.
No man, got a safety TP.
Like
He'll
CNED
be
was more
getting the
impressive than
angles.
10s in
Raga caught off
2021.
guard. They can't find the kills. Now no man comes and chimes in. But it's too little too late because all gamers have actually found the better of them here. It's going to be 2 players alive for XLG.
They pick
but
up
at
guns.
least they got 2 bulldogs and they got the spike down.
Yeah, there is an upgrade in hands. So, yeah, like you said, the 2 bulldogs. Doable. Certainly is doable for all gamers. They're all grouped up together for now. Through the window, having the area of attack. And Coconut's on this off angle. Question is, do they expect it? Player down below is the one that takes down the dart, who has now been felled. Coconut is there.
Jesus.
Steady, ice cold.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, and you know what? Fun fact, the coconut is actually not the nut. It is a fruit. And all the labor will be blooming here for Coconut. It's been a beautiful time for him and Happy Way. Crucial round to win. Of course, a lot of casualties on their side means that the bonus could be an easy conversion for all gamers. But a necessary one to win because if
Scream?
they lose it,
Nah, Scream can't be in the top 10. Scream was pretty good in 2021. He would if he just go in 2021, he's in the top 10
across the board.
for sure.
Hope for the best,
But
because all you can do now
the
is
problem
hope that your
is-
memes are not just dreams.
He got a lot more years to consider after. That's not a
The
thing.
hope and take a timeout. I feel like obviously you have to. You're down.
Aspas is in there.
12-2, on the verge of losing the series.
In the top 10. I mean, we got to do it today
It
somehow.
hasn't quite been as clean as we would have hoped for XI LAI Gaming, but you know the crowd's certainly still.
Meteor? Dude, I don't even know.
Cheering them on, and
Because the thing is, I think I put consistency way higher than
poised to
peak
get the job
performance.
done. And in the end, a win
Then
is
you
a
have to go
win,
who's
Bob.
been
That's the
consistent for
thing that we need
5 years.
to remember. Yes, it was a pretty disastrous match.
Leaf's interesting.
There's obviously things to learn from.
I think
on
I think I
both
might have
Lotus
Leaf in
and
there.
A little bit of this
Leaf's
map
been
as
consistent
well.
since 2021.
Even in victory, you can learn those lessons, but you get the dub on the board. Check that column off. Hopefully, get yourselves to champs. If you
What about
accept.
China? Problem is that China weren't playing for the first 2 years.
That journey starts here. Final round. They are playing for the bonus. They could have gone for an investment to this one. Try to finish it off with whatever upgrades that they can get right now. All gamers though.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold up,
Played
chat.
off multiple mid traps.
we need Shrimp to get a kill, chat. We can't have anyone. We can't have anyone doing
They
this.
got the high-low, but the player from the
Where is
stairs
he?
is the one surviving Raga. Allowing Viva to find that kill. Right now, all gamers are not in a good spot, but neither are XLG. They'll be in a single point of health. It's got to back off pretty quickly. They got the control. They got enough time, and that was just the one gambit that they were hoping it would work. Right now, hopefully for them, Spitfire sacrifice will not be in vain as it bought them valuable time. Not a lot of time left for XLG, but maybe just about enough for them to win this round here.
Yeah, there's the chance, and Delby with the kill as well. GG on the lockdown also. So 3 versus 3.
Oh, dude, Delby's in so much trouble.
Players. And they know this player's up close. Delby not long for this world.
Here we go, mate.
Oh, Shrimp!
Okay.
Hello! In the 1v3, made it 1 versus 1!
Oh, what a beast, man. There we go, what a beast.
round.
He just needed the pressure.
That's
all he needed. He just
kills
needed the
in
pressure
this
of it.
map, and I don't think you could have 3 more impactful kills for this map because it keeps AG in it.
Yeah, it keeps him alive, dude.
Pivotal one there. You know, they needed to convert the bonus. I was scared that they wouldn't have been able to do so. Just the start looked so good for XLG. Of course, Shrimp just coming in there with those.
You can put
beautiful
Kang in
double
your top 10.
headshots. Then
Yeah, it's
finishing off
interesting.
the round, you know, ice in
Kang,
their veins.
Chichu.
But let's hope.
Dude, this list
that
is gonna be
ice
so
will
hard.
carry
Maybe I
on
have
for
to do it with you
much
guys here.
longer,
It could be
because
pretty
once
fun.
again, XLG, you know, that's the important part about this round, I feel. They never never have shied away.
Only one final? Yeah, but he was like...
You know, they could definitely work themselves.
You gotta remember, he was in a region where they got the game late.
Try to distract that round, but instead
like
he could
only do so much.
Actually guarded them in first blood. They spotted the other player as well, and Akira has got to make the move. Another shot from Raga. Beginning of the end is here. Spitfire with a pivotal kill, and that could be another one.
Oh boy!
It's not aware, and out of nowhere, all gamers are back in the game.
They absolutely are.
Oh god, what's going on?
Spitfires now into the maw. Kira is there with one, and you've still got Delby in the backside of B. Boathouse is his abode for the time being. Happy way.
Do top 3 from each region, then you can do a top 10.
And Raga, they've doubled up.
Yeah,
now.
that could be something.
The star
could
of Toronto and the series so far, and the star of stage 1. They've got to combine here. Raga,
Jesus, nice shot.
It's a second! A lovely snap! And again, it's a clutch.
Dude, Raga's had a crazy quiet series. He's just done this at the end.
Clutch has to come on through. Paranoia in. Gonna reveal the position. Another smoke as well to try and take away. Gets the spot onto the player inside the boathouse as well, but there comes the drop.
Well, we were excited after the first map, but then it actually looked pretty convincing from XI LAI
Gaming. It might
yeah, definitely need to change. Honestly, they just need to change their sunset comp. I'm so convinced you can't play that comp these days. And if you are going to play that, I think you have to at least play the KO instead of the breach. Assuming the breach is good.
That's exactly what we thought was going to happen.
Ashley Pete, thank you so much for the 20 mums. Thank you, thank you.
They got the nerves off the stage.
Thank you for doing that.
Now they definitely feel like they are in form.
Okay, we've got a big game coming up though. We got FPX against Wolves. And surely, I mean, honestly, I really strongly think that Wolves are going to ban Corrode.
They definitely do deserve an ovation because
I would
they
love
gave
to
us
see
one
it.
head of a game. Despite the score on the ascent, it was still
Thoughts on Noman after that? I think he did good.
It's a pretty tough
again, I
mean,
he flexed. He's doing proper flex, right?
He
spoke about it a little bit. He's proper flexing.
Already played and lost. You got Dragon Ranger Gaming, FUNPLUS Phoenix, Nova Esports, and Wolves Esports as well. So a pretty stacked group, you would want to say.
Dude, where is the VOD for this? I have so many videos, and it's not going to the bottom.
Difficult to come by. You're maybe eyeing up Nova and DRG for those.
Wait, Sonia, are you still here? Did I upload the right map for the last 2 maps that I did?
As for right now, the moment is all about XLG. A great win for them, and while things got tough, I feel like
it might just be a random video for like Coach Potato stuff.
Challenged all that much. So
I'm looking at the videos.
A better look
all
for
over
them
the place.
that they've started to struggle and were still able to claw it back.
Yeah,
AG. I mean,
they can get if they can get
no
man.
Other maps to a similar level as their Sunset, where they look comfy. Maybe they just need to lean in. I think they need to lean into the new stuff.
It just was nowhere near the kind of form that they had.
The maps are
in
correct so far. Damn, dude, we might have lucked out a little bit. I have no idea where this VOD is. I'm looking at it right now.
In the server right now, and they definitely needed somebody to step up. It's great to find that, but you know, a bigger discussion to be had. As we said, you know, some tough teams in the group. Of course, Wolves being one of them. That this run of form from Raga is not gonna cut it once you face the big dogs.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But again, this is a good start. It's a good platform to launch off of, and you know they've got to play
it's
in
time
Saudi
for the main
Arabia
event. It really is.
Well, and that could be another opportunity for Raga to hopefully find some form, come back into stage 2 for the second week.
Nice, happy. 2-2-2. Last two. Bingo. 我来了。你推包点啥？随便吧。打死了。Nice. Happy win.
It's so calm from XLG.
Yeah.
You can tell they really settled into things in this map, and Happy Way again the MVP with a 382 ACS is ridiculous, and a cast of 94% as well. That means in 94%
if you're a team who do want to come to like this, it's fine. It's like mid-round stuff, and it's only one round.
His death was traded. That's some incredible impact from that player, especially across an entire map. And I'm pretty sure his cast has just been high the entire time as well. So definitely the player for XLG, as we've been talking about all game, really.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to catch out here, or
the Insta language switch when they duo up, dude, it's so sick, man. That was like one of the sickest things with Nivera and Scream as well, because we'd all speak English, right? And then as soon as it was like the brothers left,
there's a limit between
they would just switch to French. It was sick.
That maybe today is not my best day, and there should be more resources devoted to Rarga. Right now, that has not been the case, and I feel like that could have been a big factor. That, you know, maybe while you and Rarga know how to play each other so well, that they are still
Pancada, they did it in Sentinels, right?
That much anymore. But, you know, the big part is
9 assists, though.
Still, you know, like they're still leading in a lot of important statistics. And that is
the top 10 list. Yeah, well,
strong.
maybe start thinking about it in the break.
You know, we talk about how Group Omega is a rough one. I feel like they should actually have a few matches.
I kind of like the idea of the top 3 from each region.
Group, you know, because when
the problem
you think about this group, you think about the 2 powerhouses
in EMEA. Is it not just
and then it is actually a toss-up for the 3rd and 4th
They're literally
spots.
not just free of
like
Fnatic.
The tougher spots to fight for when you're talking between Dragons, Nova, and FPX. We're gonna get Wolves and FPX pretty soon. They're the next matchup here.
Yeah.
But, you know, all gamers, they could definitely still cause a couple upsets in Omega.
Nats,
and if they do,
that's a good point, actually. Nats.
Yeah,
but would
absolutely.
you put Nats above any of them?
Where,
you would maybe
put it is kind of wide open, but I feel like for most people you're expecting
I don't know, dude. It's so hard to do this.
Expecting FPX to kind of be up near the top as well. I feel like stage 1
rematch stream. Are you talking about this football game? Dude, it looks kind of sick. Is it actually good, chat?
From where we'd expect from that squad. But we have the interview now, so we'll send it over to Beatles for the translation.
It's really good. Oh, right. Sorry.
What do you think AG did really well on Sunset to like stop you guys from getting any points?
Dude, with the tier 3 as well, bro. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 9 months. Thank you.
They say that they had like kind of a very tight schedule and they didn't expect AG's comp.
Oh, okay. For Sunset. Can't wait to see the return of your Go Berlin. Yeah, they don't talk about the Chinese stuff much.
Even though you guys were down, you guys still came back. And how do you guys manage that mentality?
Right, so thank you, dude. Thank you for that.
And he says that no one really brings like very good energy. And their team atmosphere is getting better. And then there's been so much pressure on you, like as an IGL, with the version changing and the team changing. And he still has a lot of confidence in the team. And they can handle everything. And they hope that they can continue winning to build up the confidence.
Yeah, dude, this would have been a brutal loss if they'd lost this.
And VCT is running a graduation-themed like ceremony today. Is there anything that he'd want to say to them? And that should be about it.
Yeah, chat. Where's the Is there like a good? Is there a good?
I love that. You know, I love seeing people still having the confidence. I mean,
a good like picture of the
power is still there. The confidence should be
the
still
champ
there.
points.
It's just all about, again, you know, converting that back in the server, because The potential is there.
According to Black Chat, China region is cooked. What's your take on this? What do you mean cooked? They're probably in the best position they've ever been.
It's just about how
they finally have multiple teams that can compete. How are they now cooked?
What can they bring back that was lost? Because, well, you know, I feel like I've harped upon this for quite a while. So maybe I'll focus on No Man himself, you know? He's definitely a new addition. And his biggest contribution, usually in most of the teams that he joins, is just getting first blood, setting up first bloods, opening up space, and we've seen him do that plentiful of times. Even if the scoreboard maybe not the best indicative, but the space creation.
Dude, as long as these teams don't mess up, they're kind of fine.
With of course Viva and Coco.
Like everyone else is gonna have to go on a hero run and try to get first or second.
But even on the ascent, the op itself really helps.
First or second. Right?
Yeah, for sure. And
there's 9 points altogether that you can get.
We're able to see it and comment
on
it in the
like
game,
everyone would
it's
have
nice
to
hear
really
Caesar
mess up.
Sort of mention as well that he seems to just be bringing the vibe up. He's sort of hyping up the rest of the team, getting that energy high.
Go on a run? Yeah, they would have to go on a run. Who's the most likely to go on a run here?
They were able to bounce back after sunset. Was just sort of keeping the emotions in the team high.
Chad, have we lost faith in FPX?
Everything working around that. So, you know, I think that's a
have faith that
really
these three could go on a run.
Sign of things to come as well. If you can start to, you know, work on the more strategic things.
You're an FPX believer.
Had a fairly tight schedule.
They win today.
Can work on the more strategy, work on, you know.
They changed their coach as well, right?
To set each other up a little bit more. You have a really
Nova
big
look good. Yeah, I like Nova, to be honest.
With that first win on the board. They now go up to third in points as well, so it's kind of them and Billy right next to each other.
Nova had a good
in the
bind
point
as
standings.
well.
And
speaking of bind is back for Trace. That's true.
You know, a fairly
they picked up Legia.
Good way.
They picked up
for them
Legia.
To, in this group stage, you know, start to work on those things a little bit more. Get their way through.
Is this everyone that was in
really get into a solid position?
Is this everyone that was in the original Bleed now in a team?
You know, definitely they got the time. They're gonna.
It'd be so funny if everyone that was on Bleed actually has success elsewhere.
We've seen Bitty play. It's the time.
Just like a
to
bad
get everybody
mix of
ready. Get your coffee pastas in. Get your chants ready.
Scary.
Everybody.
But we know. I mean, we know scary is not an issue.
FPX,
surely.
We'll be taking on the Wolves, but just before that, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting Project Horizon and our English coverage of the Chinese VCT. We hope to see you more around here, you know, and we hope you will be enjoying your
I guess
time
that is
for
everyone afterwards.
Okay,
chat, let me spam some ads. We'll be back in a little bit, and then we've got Wolves against FPX. Maybe we start writing some of the initial. Maybe we do top 5 from each region, and then Jordan it from there. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, hello everyone, hello. Chat, give me 1 sec. Got to switch to the right spin. Nah, just checking this on. I need to do it again as well, sorry. Okay, that should be good. Switching back, yeah. Chat, what is this? New skins? New skins again? Was this the one that we saw on the... The one that we saw, right? Chat, I don't know how to do the top 10 thing. I just don't know how to do it. Because we could do region. We could do winners of tournaments. Notepad? Yeah, but what do we put on here? Top 5 at all regions. Listen to your heart.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second half of the VAL CN, the VAL Chinese network. As myself, Mad Dante, and joining me, I believe, for the first time ever, at least, we have been debating if this is the first time ever or not, but it's been long enough that it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Is my
if
very
we were gonna do
Echo. How are you doing?
If we were gonna do this for EMEA,
doing very good, thank you. It's nice and hot in England right now, so I am sweating, but I'm very excited to see how this game goes down, especially after. We weren't expecting to be a banger, but what ended up being such a banger.
Again, this isn't the right order.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, while some of the map sets, of course, not exactly the closest.
If we're including old school, you actually have to put CNET
really fun, and we got to see quite a different showcase of how the China network are starting to adapt. I want to quickly just point out that I think every team is now having to work under the fact that Neon is slightly worse.
I think
we've seen that some teams can't quite do that because Neon has been changed.
IGLs,
quite
right?
A lot.
IGLs. Yeah, we saw some of those.
I know how much Boaster puts in.
A lot slower than players.
I know how much Boaster puts in. So I feel like I could warrant putting him here, but I do not know how much other IGLs put in.
Oh, that wasn't the last map. Sorry, it was the last
so it's like I don't know where to rate them. But Boaster,
could often get quite a little bit
I know he puts in a lot.
And run into the Neon, unexpected, and went out from there.
But it's like it's a little bit unfair just because I know what he does, and he has multiple teams. And then it's like if we're including him in the IGL list, should we include others?
But now we'll get a bit more specific. You look below us, ladies and
What
gentlemen.
does CNET do there? I mean, he does the same as this guy when I do Americas.
It is none other than FPX versus Wolves, our third place Masters Toronto run.
Like in my opinion, these two go pretty much hand in hand.
Wolves to do what they had done.
But I would say that Ye is above just because of.
But that's because I'm an underdog.
Just because they had like 2 tournaments where they performed well.
Lucky. Like that's not in any way my capacity to suddenly read.
If I'm getting rid of one, it probably would be CNET, but.
Copium pays off, and Wolves absolutely.
But I think he at least has to have some kind of mention.
That, but a big rematch
is there anyone else that should be here? No, not really. Potential Cloud, but never joined a good team.
To Wolves, but some of the maps a little bit.
Scream was only good for like a year.
Triple overtime still going the way of Wolves.
Sugetsu?
Yeah, like you say, Wolves won that out in 3-0. Abyss, we don't talk about it. It's
Sugetsu. Interesting. But would you? The thing is, would you put Shao and Sugetsu above them? First of all, I'd probably put Shao above Sugetsu. But at the same time, you're not going to put him above anyone.
They did not want to play at Toronto.
Like, is this just not the most obvious 5? I can't think of anyone else that is like above this.
We could see Ascent come back in. It really depends on if FPX want to pick into that double Sentinel. Because
also, while this is going on, chat,
this
is big, man. Legia joining the team now.
Ascent was not
Baldin back.
FPX, so I'm expecting them to lean somewhere else. potentially into that haven if Wolves don't.
Dude, look at this team, man. This is good. Like, kind of running through, they might be able to do a run. FPX, I hope they look good today. Doing anything like leaning towards that ascent just to kind of build off of that. Wolves and FPX have been doing what I think we've kind of just called the bread and butter comp. Anyone that has watched any Val at any kind of high level knows that composition. Those 5 agents are almost kind of a fever dream, a little bit of a kind of scare. Life, Yosemite have been running kind of the Jet and Killjoy respectively. Life going 34 and 24 on the Jet the last time they ascent. It wasn't enough to make it work, unfortunately. Lysor actually had. Am I missing anyone from here and that could even potentially be in the top 5? Cypher's position, the map pool maybe quite not giving him as much love. Despite I think Xiao was the closest, and I'm sure it can get debated with like Vice and Deadlock really starting to find their footing, which is fantastic to see. But I would still say Cypher is safe, a very top tier pick on even a lot of these maps that don't quite. You can't put him above any of these 5. The previous pool did.
Yeah, it's
Wolves have an assistant coach. Yeah, they got an assistant coach and analyst.
I think Cypher, you know, the map pool right now just doesn't agree with him.
Ardis, as much as you guys are joking, do you think Ardis is relatively high up on like the names that you guys are mentioning?
Not necessarily initiator, but able to help initiate.
Like he actually did because you got to remember he dominated at the beginning as well.
So that you can go aggressive, take those fights off of the back of something like the Deadlock with the net.
So out of all the people we're mentioning, Ardis is, although I know most of you are saying it as a joke, he is actually, he would be in the top 10 of EMEA all time.
For me, because we've got a new map coming in, the map pool has changed quite drastically, and agent changes, massive nerfs to Taeho since we last saw them, nerfs to Neon, Reyna was changed a little
of just
bit.
EMEA, yeah.
Seeing what comps that they might run with now is going to be a very interesting point, because everything we've seen from them so far this year was with that Taeho.
Yeah, because like looking back, I was just having a quick scan through there of the previous.
Going to react to this in clip farm. I mean, it's just the truth.
Really, someone that we've been seeing FPX kind of pick up voluntarily. They will obviously do it because Yoru has incredible capacity, but I would still stand by that while Neon can occasionally.
The problem is, it's just like it's of all time.
Completely aggravates.
It's of all time, and these 5 are above.
So Yoru's still the highest skill ceiling agent in the game, I would say. Maybe once
EMEA was pretty easy.
Worked around a little bit more and she's actually got some space, maybe that can change, but for the moment Yoru just has so much that he can do. The dimensional drift and everything, it is such a strong piece of kit, and FPX don't quite seem right now to want to pick him up so much as they're kind of forced to, because he has that capability. Longevity. And even at the highest level, we've watched teams, you can't put those people of
Leo. That's the issue.
You know, kind of a capacity.
It's also like where do you view Leo? It's not his fault he can't play.
Yeah,
he got.
You know, they did pick up
a
couple of times in the evolution. Very recently. They played on Pearl. They played the double duelist, the T1 composition there, the Neon and Yoru, and on Sunset. Not many teams are running that double duelist, but both the teams that we're seeing today, they are both running double duelist on Sunset. And I think that's a very interesting proposition of how they're going to be playing that. Because if we do go to Sunset, that is going to be a very interesting place to go. We can see here Wolves. We know these clips. We love these clips.
Still takes a hit because
Toronto
of entry.
Was outstanding for them. 3rd place. They're going to be looking to push this and at the very least look to try and guarantee.
Who on Heretics is closest to the top 10?
To try and shine out in the world again.
Yeah, and if there's one kind of person, especially with what we've been seeing, you know, going back to that initiator statement,
hard when you look at that team to kind of
has been
isolate one out of the
showstopper.
I guess the
despite
4
the
that most people would
not
say.
Going anywhere near the duelist role and staying further away from Reyes even there, but the show-stopping very much down to Sufat BB. The initiation has been solid. Even after the Taeho nerfs, a lot of people were actually a little bit concerned because I think Sufat BB's timing was a little bit unfortunate, where he started to kind of make a name for himself right when Taeho came out, and we started to see kind of the replication of how people, when Chamber came out, some people were going, oh, like this person's an insane duelist capability, and then Chamber got reined in, and some people actually started to go, oh, never mind, you were good, but Chamber was damn strong.
Yeah. And like, it is one of those issues, but we saw nothing of that at Toronto, and I think that's exactly what Sufat Baby is going to be looking to bring forward back to China again. Is showing both
per region basis wise, I think you have to have 4 or 5 of your names from EMEA. Maybe though. Sure, EMEA were like EMEA were the best for what this.
Everything that he does helps to bring the team up, make them feel
and then they
better,
went
make them
missing
feel stronger to
when the
fight
game
against
got the
opponents
hardest.
that everyone would have expected they would have lost against, because they beat so many teams that most people didn't think they had the right to do. And it
Like,
shows that
I get it.
the mentality aspect and the flexibility has a huge impact on how this game goes down. But to flip the table a little bit, let's look at FPX, because they've not had the best year so far. And are they going to be able to flip that mental up for themselves and keep strong against a team like Wolves that when they get the momentum, they don't lose it?
No, they don't want to let go of it. And like very quickly as well, even the desk over are kind of mentioning Wolves' confidence is their second weapon,
23 fanatical at the top.
Much covered in full.
Yeah, and you gotta
FPX,
respect some of the boys that were doing it before as well.
They've been having a couple roster
Like
changes.
Ducker and Kron.
Looking more at, you know, how
Leo
do we
to an
get a team that
extent.
is fully cohesive. And
Not
from
that they
the
reach
playstyle
crazy
that
high
FPX
levels.
Had, you can. I don't want to say it's been very clear. Like sometimes
I'll
they
take
have had
Mako.
still a bit
I think
of,
there's
like,
only two
a very
players
strong
that
showing,
didn't
but
win
it has
stuff that
occasionally
I would
come down to, okay, there is
consider.
that one little gap, that maybe slightly weaker link in
And
the chain,
it's
and that's not
these.
necessarily down to like any one.
They're the only players
player's,
that didn't
single
win anything
performance,
that I
but
think can
is
be on
down
there.
to, you watch teams that have
Right?
played, you know, on the same roster for, you know, goodness knows a couple of years. They play telekinetically.
I can't think of any
They
other
play
players
holding angles
that can be on
without even
the
needing
top
to
10
come.
list
Like,
that
the
didn't win
comms
anything.
are actually quite basic, because they are so used to who is holding this angle, who is going to be pulling out their utility next. And when you've got one player that maybe hasn't quite got that timing yet, you can see, you know, even in the highlights that we're seeing here, there are some times where you're the one pulling out
Trent
the
good
utility,
2020?
someone else is pulling out a sheriff.
Nah, but even
Turns
then,
out
I'm not
Sheriff
sure I
wins.
can put him at the top, man. I think that's so much
I think
that's so much
Like,
recency
that
bias
teamwork,
because of
that coordination
Tail
is so
Meta.
important, and I think
Again, you might put him in top 10 for Americas, but I'm not sure you'd ever put him in top 5.
Right.
Mudskipper King, thank you so much, dude. Thank you,
He wasn't here for most of this year, but him coming back is incredible. And their new head coach, Legija, we saw how good Legija was with Bleed, right?
You want to try to do top 5 of
Stormed
Americas?
the world for a while. Their Ascension
This is
run,
gonna be a nightmare.
incredible, and then obviously whatever happened with the org, we don't talk about. But Legija is an incredible head coach, and the fact that he can now come into this roster and
Top
work
5
with them
Americas.
strategically on their communication,
Has
like
to
you
be
were saying,
here.
on their synergy.
Maybe
This is what he's good
recency
at,
bias.
This is what he's been good at in the past. So this could be exactly the final push that FPX need to get back to the international stages again, because they've been there, right? We've seen this FPX roster do very well at tournaments again, where people weren't necessarily expecting them to. So now this is just time to try and see it again.
And it could very well be
Taz, yeah, again,
Legija
yes.
making that final
Otego, thank
point.
you so much,
FPX
thank
as
you,
well
thank
don't
you.
have, you were the one to actually mention it, the potential Toronto debuff that has been happening as well. Teams have been, obviously, for anyone that is maybe confused as to how, you know, reaching a Masters can be a debuff.
You see the sneak in the Sassy? Sassy's been very consistent. Like, he made most of the Masters. He was in the first ever Masters.
Already know. FPX has had a lot more
Like,
time
I
to
get
study
that you're saying
Wolves than
sneaking
vice
him in,
versa.
but
It's probably
dude,
the easiest way to
consistency-wise,
kind of summarize that entire
he's
point.
probably been the
FPX
most
have been able to
consistent
look
in
at Wolves and
Americas.
see exactly how they're playing, exactly how they operate versus, you know, on that, or versus teams on that Toronto stage, and they go, right, we can see how you adapt, we can see what you maybe can't adapt to. Let's play it.
Crashies is pretty consistent.
Not only that, but we also get the meta change, right? The Tejo nerfs changed everything going into
Dude,
Toronto.
Americas is hard.
FPX haven't shown
Americas
a
is
single
hard.
map post that change.
No.
So they've got all of that hidden. Whilst they've been studying Wolves showed a lot of maps at Toronto because they went so far. All of that footage is up there for FPX to study, to counter, to anti. And I don't know if it's too early.
Pancada and Cow's in, but you would put less
Oh,
Aspas above them, so it's pointless.
I don't want to say that they're maybe the favourites, but I think they've got a real chance here.
FPX, to me, I mean, FPX were a team
Kesnet?
that I'd
Dude,
only kind of
Kesnet's
started
been
to hear
consistent
more
for a
about,
long
you know, kind of
time.
in the last year or so as well.
Not
There are a
wrong.
lot of people, like, as you said, favourites. FPX always seem to just have quite a lot of love behind them, and very deservedly so. They definitely had more love behind them than Wolves initially did, you know, in terms of that just overall support. But Wolves, again, the confidence is just something that you can't really match if you can't take it away. Obviously, off of the back of this, I would love to see
At
Wolves
this point, you
try
would
and
roll
force
out
out
players that
Corrode
didn't win a
just to
trophy.
say, look, you've seen us on all these other maps. let's play a map neither of us have played.
Leaf's crazy consistent, dude.
Neither of us have really had the time to study, because that is the map of adaptation.
Okay, we might have to come back to this. We'll see.
We're probably okay. These teams have had enough time, but any one of us that hasn't maybe been able to play Val quite as much, we're still looking at the minimap.
Problem is that Kesnet didn't win anything. Was Leaf more consistent than Kesnet?
To see if that's something that can
I would argue that Leaf had a better 2021 than Kesnet, even though Kesnet had a crazy 2021.
We'll be starting, of course, with FPX and the. One thing about FPX, I don't
think
I've seen as many rows of
to be fair though, he had
Smile is
probably had a better
and is
2021.
basically always present.
Yeah, they are a team of smiles, of happiness. They are happy to be here, but I think for most of them,
China
as
Walkins,
well,
yeah, the China Walkins are sick.
They're happy that they are potentially getting back, right? They want to get back to their
Leaf is in top
stages.
20.
They want to prove themselves
as in for all time.
The best in the world, not just the best in China. And you
Mate,
can see,
the problem is this guy
you need
is
to be able to get there.
He
so,
carried.
I think
he was probably the second best Americas player in 2021.
He's been shining on this team
off
since
the
he joined, a mainstay of this roster, and now with Berlin back, the synergy, it should still be there from when Berlin was on here before.
Kesnet had a crazy 2021.
To be honest, FPX are kind of, maybe the term may not exactly be fully accurate, because some people would argue
who has better form out of these two.
Glory days to kind of speak of, you know, some teams. But
Chat, when did
Zek
and
closer and closer to rebuilding of that glory days of that dynasty, maybe where FPX did kind of feel like they were ruling the world, even just in terms of vibes. The performances were solid, but FPX purely off of just
Leaf was,
as you said, cohesion,
there was 2022
synergy.
champs,
Legija,
right?
I mean, has very much done everything in his power to.
He wasn't like crazy good back then.
That maybe some had considered, you know, kind of B tier, C tier. Legija's very much dragged them up in terms of, okay, they have a name. I
think I would have to get rid of Zekken, just purely for. Well, do I? I think he's probably the best in Americas at the moment.
There's going to be a lot more noise for the next squad.
Dude, Americas is way too hard, man.
Yeah, like Wolves' popularity has just.
I think I have to get rid of Kesnet.
Since Toronto,
which probably means I have to get rid of Leaf, but
they've got the same
I'm not going to do it yet.
Matching, potentially at some points, beating the passion for the game that FPX
Yay
have.
Bang 2022.
You can see it when they're coming out here. They look so
Sassy's been
excited.
good for 4 years.
And this is their first game. Back on home soil, right? They got to come back, run it down. Okay, maybe they lost their last game in Toronto, the last two. But they still have that momentum of getting third place when no one predicted that.
No one really could have. Like,
when was the other 10? Dude, Tens was crazy because he had 2 good years.
Both heartwarming and maybe breaking at the
same
time.
Do you rate 2 good years over consistency or what?
Unknown, where Wolves were showing up like quarters and semis, and people were kind of going, "So who are Wolves or who?" And I'm sitting there screaming, going, "Put some respect on their name. You put some respect on their name. They have absolutely deserved that respect being put on their name." And
he won 2 Masters.
Wolves,
I mean, yeah, but so did Tens.
Whether it has been spring, it's almost kind of fitting as well that you get spring versus autumn. That is a storyline that definitely should be told throughout the ages, because even the roles do kind of line up for them. They've always had very much kind of surprise 1v1s that let that storyline even flourish without anything else needing to be done.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same thing.
FPX could just sit back and let those two
Champs is slightly harder because there's 4 more teams in it.
I must say.
But the difference doesn't actually change too much, let's be honest.
We're finally getting everyone out there. Fade coming on out. And now we're going to be getting to look at the maps soon. You talked a little bit
the second Masters is pretty much just as hard as
you were expecting to
just
see
as hard as the Champs.
Do you mind sharing that out with the class?
No, I'm embarrassed now. I don't want to. I'm gonna throw a straw. Of course, yeah. I was mentioning, so we've seen a lot of Ascent. You, Echo, were the one to actually point out that Wolves had pretty much a permaban on Ascent, kind of going into Toronto, and makes sense, definitely. The way teams play on a master stage in Toronto, especially, is kind of scary. So it completely makes sense.
Ye's top 2? Nah, that's crazy.
Now means you've got
you put him top 2 in Americas?
Maps that I almost consider kind of the gentleman's picks, and I think a lot of people do, because one or the other.
Then why don't we hold Cena to the same? Why don't
just,
why don't we hold Cena to the
big
same
change,
standard?
Like a map that teams are suddenly less confident in. You'll never really see both.
Oh, it's actually happening.
My prediction,
Dude,
at least, there it is,
Wolves pick
FPX.
it.
And if I'm right, that second map, which we are guaranteed to go to.
Yep.
Okay, this
I thought FPX were
going
to pick this.
Hype, but this is now on an entire other
that's
level,
so
ladies
sick.
and gentlemen. Spoiler
Dude,
alert,
Wolves
I don't
map
know
pool
the
is
colleagues
so
for
good
Corrode
that they
Bell.
decide to
So,
pick Corrode.
We're going to have to make it work.
Yeah, no, this is super exciting. Sunset, we get to see that double duelist.
Look forward to it, Mark. Dude, I'm so excited for this.
Exciting. High octane, high.
Dude, you're playing it against FPX as well, man. A team that likes to cook.
And then Corrode.
This is fun. This is gonna be so fun. KBM, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you for doing that.
What's going on?
Chat, you know what to do.
And well, we're gonna find out in
the
that
slug
map.
oiler spam going. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, KBM. I appreciate that. If anyone got gifted, KBM_93, say thank you.
Because historically, neither of these teams
At them and say thank you. Caesar Enox as well, 22 months. Thank you for the tier 1, bro. I appreciate that as well.
So much meta changes.
Dude, we're guaranteed Corrode. That's gonna be sick.
Year since it was last in the map pool. Seeing what's going to come out and seeing how that goes, if we get there, this could go either way.
Did I watch the EDG? No, I didn't.
Sure.
I wanted to watch it, but then everyone was saying it's pointless.
Please get there. Like, I'm not joking when I say please get there.
Someone said in chat that they bought no Odins.
So
I'm kind of tempted to say that maybe it is pointless.
Unless you've kind of changed your
unless
opinion.
they got some cool comp stuff. But if
you're
buying no Odin, I don't know how you're taking the main.
We're kind of going for. So I was going 2-1 kind of more as a
I don't really understand
for anyone that's joined me yelling about stuff. I'm very much an underdog enjoyer, but now I'm seeing 2-1 to Wolves, but Corrode could easily be the thorn in the side here to kind of shush us up.
Double
in the meantime, I believe, Echo, your predictions just before we talk about these agents?
Yeah, I've got to go with Wolves. I think Wolves, they showed how good they are. Yes, FPX are good. They could come out here, and they're coming out with that double duelist composition, but it's no longer the old Fnatic one.
Jet?
They've switched out
the Jet's okay. Can still flash dash with the Yoru. Like the Jet Yoru probably has some of the best synergy.
Pulling it out on that defensive side.
It would probably be Neon first,
on the other
then
side, though, double duelist, it is high tempo, high octane on both sides.
Jet. I think the Jet's okay.
Cypher.
It's nice to see. I have very much said.
Especially if you have that comfort of someone that likes to play Jet.
Never ever gaslight me in front of everyone. Cypher is. I've always just kind of made a point that Cypher just still is incredibly strong, despite the fact that we started to see obviously Vise and Deadlock come through. We were mentioning it even earlier, just in the set. Cypher, I still genuinely believe in a lot of these maps. Echo, you made a great point that this map pool maybe isn't the strongest.
Back on Omen, yeah.
All 3 of these maps with Sunset, Corrode, a lot of people have been very much.
What was the year? Was it 2020? I can't remember the year, man. I think it was 2024, where we had Berlin and Angel both on Omen.
There's quite a lot of
that
angles
was so
to really go for, and then Bind. The B
like
side
Valorant was so funny to watch back then.
Very much never played because Tejo used to just nuke it, and he didn't even need his ult to do it. He could just throw utility to do it. Now Bind's a lot safer without the D. He may still come back. A lot of people are still very much trying to force Tejo to work, but again, that is all in the potential third map right now. It is Sunset, which we
they've worked
just
as the most unhinged
in the previous series that go
TPs.
through pretty convincingly. I believe it was actually AG that took it, despite it being XLG's pick. I may be
Chow, we might need to resync the sound, so we'll see.
I believe that was correct.
We've got FPX on defense, we've got Wolves on attack.
Wolves starting out here on the attacking side, wanting to make the most of this raise and the Yoru, but Autumn starting out with
looks pretty good.
This is going to be a fight relatively early here.
Everyone just happy. I really like the space control there. I really even respect the no fear on the Sova dart. Absolutely happy just to sit on that angle.
FPX decide to fight middle heavy.
Aggressive hold. We've seen Berlin try to get
the
it.
problem is the smoke just went over towards middle.
Cleared him out. The paint shells to try and fight him through. The amount of utility, the amount of information just being thrown down on this mid. Finally, a frag going each way, though the smoke's still up towards that mid.
This is crazy. In reaction, we heavy push over towards B, heavy push over towards A once they realize they're fighting with everyone.
Yosemite getting a little bit antsy, wanting to try to get the space. He gets the angle, but he doesn't quite get the shot. And now the double swing from
sleeping. He messed it up, but dude, look at how fast the Sova is behind.
Yeah, Yosemite a little bit over eager there, just threw
Cypher down, no trips as well.
Control. Maybe a little bit early, but still the spike should go down. But a quick wrap here coming out from Ayang, looking incredibly strong. As long as he can stay unnoted, that's all this counts to.
Big Joe coming up.
That's all it ever counts to. We're seeing the double swing come through. It's a beautiful first pick from Autumn with the backup of Berlin. Meanwhile, towards that backside, A is now getting crunched upon by 3 different members, and it's that man himself, SuiFatBB, who we've already mentioned being
Did Matty put no bounce on that and just takes out his teammate.
Getting the shots down.
That was a great reposition from Autumn. Yeah, that was nice. Both showed over towards here, then repositioned.
Able to get the angle, he finds himself the frag and gets the defuse pretty damn comfortably.
Yeah, a very nice retake there. You can see, although they weren't exactly in the best of positions, they still had that little bit of an advantage, and the wrap coming around was
Masters Toronto one of the best?
Great awareness as well from Ayang.
Events?
Flip around.
The playoffs was really good.
Coming out of main
I didn't think groups was that good, to be honest. But I think playoffs was really good. Might be one of the best playoffs we've ever had.
Very excited, getting in, getting hype for this game.
FPX is sending it.
Now on the defense, they're going to be able to make the most of these better weapons. They've got the Outlaw as well. 1 tap to the body for everyone on Wolves. Only classics, not even... Oh, no, okay. No frenzies, never mind. That would be way too exciting.
Okay, everyone can one shot.
That would be too hype. Again, both teams are still absolutely 1 FPX. A hell of a good start taking that pistol round. That's the momentum.
Sabina, thanks so much for the 26 months. Thank you.
Pick, so you would
I don't think I have the rights for that. And it's tonight, right? I have so much work to do.
That commit
I'm not sure I can do it.
We've seen was very much wanting to keep the pace started fast, and maybe we'll see that continue onwards this time, though. As you said, with the Outlaws and the better buy coming from FPX on the defense side, you essentially have life on the operator, and if there's one person you do not want on the
disrespects the smoke with the smoke deep. I mean, Life's just instantly cleared the pressure over towards it. They can keep this 3-person stack.
Taking this first contact as we're split towards market, but beautiful headshots there, and retreats shock darts and goes back into the smoke. We'll see a fight for sight here.
Yeah, here we go. Meanwhile, the paint shells come through on that B main. It's Autumn sitting there just waiting. So if that BB just kind of fidgeting, jittering, waiting for the double swing, the market control as well. But Autumn causes the fall of Wolves. Yosemite bringing down another, and it's just all there for
Wait, do they actually lose a gun because of it? They do lose a gun because of it. The woman's too far away.
Done dreams beforehand, but unfortunately that's just a bit more.
Wait, was he just like, throw me a gun?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he was like, throw me a gun, man. And he was out here celebrating.
Like you say, it can be a dream.
I wonder if they picked it up.
I'm sure we can all remember with jumping right clicks over the boxes.
It's a free gun! It's a free gun!
It's a free gun!
It's a free gun!
But beautiful work here from FPX to keep their distance, take advantage of the fact they've got these better guns, and just not risk too much. A little bit of risk, but you know, you've got a good buy. You save hopefully all of those guns as long as that last one was picked up. Yeah, it looks like it was, and it's just
you might have actually got it
immediately. The Euro TP used. Only 1 more of them for this round.
One thing I want
to surely we can show the money as well.
Depending on how
can we not show the money here as well? Is that really too much information?
We were actually mentioning it off
to have money here.
That having a character that can rotate kind of without teleports, and we've seen how fast FPX's rotates have been. Yoru is very much at the moment just.
Oh, that's a nice recon, dude. I didn't realize that could go like all the way over the top.
That's not the case though this time, as Juicy and co try and get it through. Despite the wall hacks, the bullet tracers are enough to find the smoke. The Yoru clone's now coming out and actually still manages to get the flash on towards Yosemite. The trades all coming through. The positioning very much working out for Wolves, and they look confident to take their first round, which we would hopefully expect from them.
Yeah, obviously this was the buy up for them, but this is going to be almost an impossible retake to come in. FPX, they do have that paranoia. They've got the dash, so they can look to try and make an entry past Lysol here.
About damage.
Then once they get to site, they've got 3 more ready and waiting. So exits might be the plan. Bullin holding up
Bullin has a TP, man.
Take this peek into Lysol. The trade should come through from Juicy.
Show us the madness.
As you said, you wanted to talk about exits. Life is sitting there with the Outlaw. Berlin falls, but meanwhile, again, SuiFatBB has just always had this awareness to find it, and Life very nearly getting that quick flick, but this time now, the aura being farmed, the crowd being played, and we mentioned it before, the minute Wolves get that confidence, they get that momentum, FPX have had a good start, but Wolves may very easily just start running away with a single round, which sounds super, you know, early to call it, but I think we've seen it before.
Yeah, we've seen it many times before, and you know, the way that they are peaking this, they lost the first 2 rounds, but they're still confident here. And I mean, SuiFatBB, like, reminds me a lot of
damn, he's adding actions in now with his stand-up.
At Champs. the way that he has such an awareness of fight timing is because he takes some absurd ones himself is incredible. But this is going to be an early fight as the swing, the flash come on in.
How is wait, my sound's messed up. I need to change it.
Takes down 2 and immediately calls the team over to come.
Does it sound too early or too late, chat?
Looking very weak. It's just Autumn here.
Now we get to see the capacity why that high skill ceiling does. Autumn swing in. It
late,
looks
right?
like it's going to go his way. He's only going to go for 1 and then get the TP out. The neural theft comes through to give all the information possible, but still seems to be going the way, despite the fact FPX can be seen through those walls. Their bullets are coming out just slightly faster, and now with no real information anymore, FPX have repositioned perfectly to try and take these fights and these re-swings for the A side.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky now, but you can see Wolves, they're just waiting, pausing, playing patient, putting a little bit of doubt into FPX's mind, but Lysol was spotted, so they know that Suicide Baby is going to be here as well. Ayang holding this angle, going for the spray, but it can't work out. Lysol actually gets a pick onto Autumn. It's a 2 versus 2. This is possible. They're running over to the B site.
Oh, dude, they're actually going to win this round, aren't they?
Is trying to find it. The step is
I mean, he's got a free sight here. Camera.
Lysor, phenomenal work, actually. Really nice on the delay. The gun timing, the shots just not quite hitting their mark. But now, Sufat BB got quite a bit of space to work with. That Cypher utility, though, this is why you pick this man, because even all the way over towards that A site, you've still got the cam. He is being scanned more times than he could possibly think. Yosemite and A dropping down to deliver a very, very
dude, what is this one?
Retake and a very, very
wait, they're all doing it
for the side of FPX.
Yeah, and you talked about all the teeth on FPX, and we're seeing the smiles from them already, right? They are building up that aura. I've got to say though, that was the rotates from FPX on that defense was so incredible. Yes, they lost out on that initial engagement, but Autumn, the discipline coming out from this Euro player is not something you see from a lot of duelist players, but allowed them to keep 3 alive, to look for those picks 1 by 1 with those rotations coming nice and quick. Yosemite obviously catching out the person running up.
Definitely got to start paying attention. This is the big round.
Ensuring they've got the right people in the right place at the right time.
It was Lysol's walkout pose. So okay.
But now we're seeing a little bit of a rough buy from Wolves, and
now they're all just doing it back to them every round they win.
Hit by the looks of it, unless we see Lysol finding something in mid, but he's only got a stinger.
Seems, yeah, pretty likely we're going to just be dealing with that B site. But again, you're walking into the Cypher setups have honestly, despite the fact B site is easier to hit, the Cypher setups have only become a bit more nightmarish. You're having to see Yuiko get the satchels down, trying to get all the space. Actually,
yeah, his teammate planting was in the only position for him to stay alive. Did the Cypher utility is wrecking them.
FPX. This hold could easily have ended before it starts. Lysor, another member to fall. That Cypher cam is more
they might have to have a timeout. That Cypher util's completely on them.
Certainly not, and every time you see FPX get that diffuse.
Oh my god, they're holding it for so long as well.
And you see the aura being farmed and all the smiles and happiness from FPX. Wolves looking quite locked in fact, looking exactly how we've seen them in Toronto.
Yeah, they know that this isn't the time for celebrations at the moment. This is the time to focus, to work out what's going wrong, and a lot of it is just they're not getting into these post plants with enough people alive. When they get into the post, they usually have 3 people.
Okay, early timeout.
So this is the perfect
this camera's wrecking them a little bit, but you might just see
coach to think and to
you might just see FPX change their stuff up
to win out from here, because
it's a lot of good cameras they can do anyway on top of this.
You are taking enough space. Since that rework on Sunset, it's not
probably as well with the numbers. I don't know how good Wolves have been staying on top of it, but there's always been like 3 over towards B at the moment, so I feel like if the coach has been writing down numbers of how many people's holding over towards B like early, they should honestly, they should maybe feel like they got to push over towards A and create pressure.
What you were saying earlier in terms of FPX's rotates.
I've been watching on the minimap and FPX has just been holding down A1 early with that in chat.
They rotate from the remaining team. Does come through a little bit slow.
Do you think the Phantom on the Vandal is better statistically? I mean, the Phantom is better.
We've seen how confident
it's just the fact that
the
Vandal feels great with the one shots, and I guess it's like a little bit map dependent as well, map/comp dependent. But
ready to take another engagement.
The Phantom
making
is
sure
just
you're not able
insane.
to get that space or that control towards Boba, towards like upper market, even towards the back of A site, close to the defender spawn. As soon as Wolves believe they've got any time to take that.
It's just the way that the game is as well. Like, look at the positionings that you're going to be throwing smokes. Like being able to spam through and have no traces is.
FPX with the paranoia
great.
beautifully
More
played
bullets
and
to
Yosemite
spam.
with the positioning absolutely flawlessly.
Like this is like one of the. I'm not saying the issues with Valorant, but this is just what the game is. Baby choke points, like really tiny choke points. So having a smoke here and spamming is just the one.
It out. The recon bolt won't get broken.
It's just the way that the game is, and they design the maps.
So now this is all about how do FPX, what do FPX think is happening here? Do they rotate the Cypher over, or does that?
You know, the maps are pretty close as well, majority of the time.
All move towards B. The smoke comes out though, so information denial. And now FPX, they're sitting waiting, but this Cypher cam is perfect to spot what's happening.
I haven't seen this one-way cage for ages.
This validates me. I hate. I'm going to continue ranting about it. Cypher and his capabilities are absolutely
rad.
So
FPX changed. Just do switch, pretty much what we saw from the first map as well. So that time that comes in from the other team, you then put the Cypher over towards here once the team's trying to work out how to problem solve what was going on before.
Sunset is the most volatile map in the entire game. Corrode could easily take that spot once we see more of it, but for the moment, Sunset, we've seen like even things like 11 and 1s, 10 and 2s can still very quickly get swung back around just because of the capacity to play it. But right now, the capacity to play it is this push from the side of FPX. The Hunter's Fury as well, though, to shut that down. You call it the least good for one. So if BB is known, the Sheriff is finding another one, but Autumn will cause Soifa very
pretty nice for
FPX
FPX.
to fall a decent.
I'm gonna try something, and I could completely mess the audio up here, but
you did get a few frags, and the spike has gone down, so it's not the end of the world. But
Pixel, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for 13 months.
Yeah, I think that was actually really good from what they pulled out that Sova ult, which can change the game. It's the second most powerful ult in this comp because you've only really got 2 big power ults. So that ult coming out now is actually huge, and it sets Wolves up. Now they're going into a bye. They've got a good ult advantage.
Okay, another big round for Wolves.
Raise as well.
Before they have to eco again.
Their economy both monetarily.
What is map 2? This is Corrode. That's all you need to know.
The ultimates in a huge way, but they've still got to watch out.
What was this? Was this Bind?
Because Autumn.
Yeah, it was Bind.
Has that dimensional.
Dude, I'd be fine for a third map as well, to be honest with you.
The game, and now Life has the Operator. So will this get noted? Will this get spotted? And how do Wolves react off of noticing this op?
Depends if they even get to hear it.
Yeah, but it's still good from Wolves, right? They kind of learned that they needed to. I like what's going on from both teams, to be honest. FPX after the timeout with the Cypher over towards him, like change it up for that rounds where they're trying to problem solve, and then they go back to their original setup. It's crazy that Life didn't get one here. Yeah, I reckon he got wrecked by that flash. But I like that they go back to their normal Cypher setup after that one round.
So clinically these last basically every round.
He almost got wrecked by his teammate getting hit by the recon there as well.
Here as this smoke goes down, but the retake, it will be coming any moment now, and Surfat Baby needs to keep himself safe because
Big
he's
Joe.
got that final thing that can
It's
help
on.
him win with that ult.
It's pretty on.
Stuck. Him and Spring, it's a 3 versus 2, as you said, the
Safe.
pivotal ults, but FPX actually looking, you know what, we've got the economy, they do have the
Holy, they're not messing about, are they?
From Life, so there's a lot they do still have to work with next round. They seem
I mean,
confident that,
it's probably the right call.
Wolves have finally managed to get their positioning, and you know what? We'll give them it. We'll let them have it. We'll let them keep their 3 guns. And now, with that, Wolves have put their second round on the board. The Sonar Dart more just to maybe throw away some information. We do actually see the lurk from mid
they
from
overstep?
AA is maybe not quite going to find something. No interactions are going to be had as now we move on to the 8th round.
Yeah, and a great round. You can see the adaptations coming in from after that timeout as well.
Now they're out of the seats. Now there's celebrations.
And it's just the standard A pose. You know, what else is he going to do? And these opening picks were actually great as well. He needed to bring back
the Euro flash is incredible.
Because we saw how good he can be when he's got the confidence. But being able to swing into that op and get those kills, you can see FPX, the coaching staff, not feeling good about those adaptations coming on in. But the op is still on live again for Life. And now Autumn has one too.
And Life staying on that angle, finds Juicy, sees the barrel, gets
this is one of those things. If you're gonna do the whole Jet Yoru thing, like, I think you're
not enough to get the frag. We see
it's pretty much because you're doing it for
not respecting
the safety of someone feeling great on Jet, or the comfort of someone feeling good on Jet.
The shock dart zapping him into the afterlife as the positioning here. Again, it looks
You're
like it should favor
to retake
Wolves,
this as well if they just stick together.
This time and time again, the spike isn't down just yet. You've still got more time if you're FPX, and with that frag going through, Berlin following up as well.
Whoa.
You've got the neural theft to wait out.
Oh god, they nearly messed up.
Which hat was on which corpse? The from the shadows finally coming through from Spring to get the plant into this one.
Angie, thank you so much for the mums. Thank you.
It's just an omen off, but Berlin is already there.
Oh, he didn't think it was going to be this close.
Honestly, Berlin getting half, running over to get the op, and then going back could be the play. But besides that, if that was a scrap on site, and you can see FPX, not only do they know how to rotate,
dude, stop smiling to make sure you could do it properly
at the right times. They are spamming exactly where Wolves are through the smokes, even before the Cypher ult came through. But Life, this won them the round. That shot, seeing the barrel of the gun, yes, he does fall because he doesn't have that cloud burst anymore. But you can see just absolutely incredible play. And then Berlin getting there in time, knowing where that ultimate was going, knowing where the Omen was, shutting it down.
And the coaches that don't have an assistant coach are inherently playing a harder game. I mean, yeah, you're just not going to do well.
The economy hurts. The economy
it's too much
hurts.
It's too much to do.
Towards the mid yet again. Berlin actually just wanting to opt for the box yet again. The blade storms came through. Juicy deciding to pull
I don't think there's any. Is there any teams left that only have one coach?
Just 50-50 red, then blue, then more red again.
Bro, how's this a
1v1? Is going the way of. I say going the way of either one. It's 1 versus 1. It's gone the way of whoever
Wolves,
can
no,
land
they
this
got
next
assistant
shot.
coach and
doing phenomenal with that Sheriff. He's going to try and get himself an upgrade. He swings on that left corner.
Oh my goodness,
doesn't
bro.
get his shot. He doesn't quite land the shot
They got
right
assistant
now.
coach
Even
and
the shot dart
analyst.
comes through the teleport. He could be anywhere. This is
They
as
Brex,
tight
they have
as
an
tight can
analyst
get.
and they had Mini helping.
It is. The recon is also not going to see him, so he's going to pick up the spike, go through the smoke, and ships in the night. But Spring has the idea. Ayang turns around at just the wrong moment.
No way, this was a
and Spring with the
wild round.
4K takes the round, the thrifty for Wolves. Incredible work, and yet the aura is back.
They kind of just switch positions.
Oh my day! I had a point. I was going to say something about FPX's rotating.
Yeah, I mean, I
round.
just
That's
don't like
all
the
gone.
playing against
That's
Ecos.
ridiculous. That was no. I do want to actually
They
say
go so
very
aggro
quickly to
against Ecos.
Meta from the shadows by rotating to the site and essentially beating it there. That is what you want to see. Berlin's ability to play the Omen, but Spring here matching
Spring did
it.
incredible.
Maybe not quite from the shadows in terms of the ability usage, but from the shadows in terms of
lovely
map,
shots.
in terms of
But again, just like fighting over
towards,
towards, like the call from FPX here is a little bit crazy.
But Wolves got to be feeling themselves now. Got the dimensional drift as well. Got the Hunter's Fury that you had mentioned. Life is back on the ultimate, but if there is one thing that counters, it is a Yoru coming from the 4th dimension with a Shorey.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that this could go, but FPX, they just want to for
Team Secret are the only team left that only have one coach.
Don't let
really
Wolves know where Life is.
That kind of explains a lot as well, really.
They don't have
is that still true?
Utility to get into space, right? They only really have the Euro ult and the drone because the Raze, the Boombot, not in the pocket at the moment. So if they can keep Life hidden, then Life can late in the round appear with the op and take them down.
Submentos, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate the whole year. Thanks for doing that.
The ult comes through and Berlin
TP takes the ult, little combo.
The body block for the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, dude, you gotta commit.
Frustrating thing to deal with.
No way, did the flash hit him in the most perfect time?
The judge had been spotted out as well. That is the power. That is the capacity of the dimensional drift. Trying his best.
Damn, he did pretty good though. You got to retake with this op. He's done.
The op not quite working out.
Yeah, Life's just gonna be saving this.
Getting immediately found out by Spring, and with this Silva drone coming through, it has to get through quite a bit of fog, quite a bit of Cypher utility, but it will find its mark. They know Life has the operator now, and surely Wolves
even Secret has an analyst. Oh, okay.
Then
I don't think there's any team that only has one coach these days.
If only one to try and stop this op being saved, and that he shall.
Yeah, and that is huge. Taking the operator out, you know that they can't buy it up next round. Life is going to be back on guns, potentially on the knives if he's still got them. But not only that, you're probably now pulling out the timeout from FPX. It's about time for them to sit down with their coach, work out with Legia what is going on, how they can fix it moving forward, because they need to try and keep as many rounds as possible. Once you have such a good start to the
Yanido, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you.
And bring it back, and you can see already coming in there with ideas. 2 rounds left, probably a thrifty, probably a buy. Can they make
next map is Corrode? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, this is when we really got to start talking about like individual players and what
Indoor Comrade
as
well. Thanks so much for the prime. Thank you for doing that.
We've seen a lot of work come through from basically every member of FPX. There's one player right now that I want to point
Wolves,
out.
yeah, Wolves give me a lot of faith
and that is the Yoru player
in like comps and understanding of maps.
On Tuesday.
It's kind of why I think they got so far in Toronto, so I'm excited to see what they play.
Yoru can so easily
What's up, Bacan? How we doing, mate?
But
hello.
That last round very much pivoting, showing that okay.
Did I watch the EDG one? Nah.
I
don't think I'll watch it, man. Someone said no Odins. It just sounds like a pointless game to watch. If you're buying no Odins, just don't understand the map.
If there is one king of the space, it is the man.
Like I imagine they're probably using loads of util over towards B, so you can just take over an Odin.
Exactly how powerful it is from that dimensional drift alone. Meanwhile, Autumn, top of FPX's scoreboard, that 10 and 6, the ability to rotate as fast as he can. He is putting on a show with that.
No Odin, no Viper. Yeah, I think the no Viper is okay. I don't think Viper is a must. I think it helps.
So, you know,
oh boy,
the
sound is so wrecked. Hold up, chat.
FPX, and they're going to swing out into B main to try and find.
Chat, bear with me. I'll try and fix it after this.
What a headshot.
I say after this.
That might be the best shot of the series so far. That was Phil. That was double as well through the wall. That was clean.
We're so far away.
You'd actually been the one to mention that FPX seemed to know where Wolves' positioning were. Maybe Yuiko starting to develop himself that little sixth sense.
It was Tech's map pick. They're the one that picked
to give him that positioning. Beautiful shots. Only one position.
Astra, right? Astra.
Else actually even managed
the audio is kind of weird. Yeah, I'm using.
So Wolves not as much information as they.
I'm not using this audio. That's why I need to change it.
This. Meanwhile, it's only Yosemite and a Cypher cam on this side.
Yeah, obviously Wolves, they sniffed something out, whether they only saw 1 or 2. They think, you know what, no, let's go over towards the A side, but somehow, again, they just have the exact reads. And, you know, Wolves, they're showing that actually, you know what, you can take your time out. We'll miss a satchel, we don't need it. We're still going to win the round in this post plant. It's only Sheriffs coming at them as well. 3 versus 5. The rotates are slow from FPX in this round, expecting Wolves to be pushed up, but there's nothing there. Yuiko now going hunting a little bit. Will he expect the Yoru peeking around that corner?
He does, but he's a little bit slow on the trigger pull. So if that BB equally as well, yet again though, who needs to see your opponent just
you think Harbour could be Viper on Corrode? I mean, if the agent wasn't awful, then yeah, but the agent's awful.
Lysor not only gets the headshot onto Berlin, making sure he is dead, gets the double tap, and Yuiko not trying to hide behind the wall either. And now they are going hunting for that last member. The Cypher trip now getting shot. They have the information, but the spike just beeping and beeping away. Aya makes sure he dies to the spike. You do not want to be saving.
Wolves have done pretty good to turn this one around. That eco round, that eco push over towards like mid from FPX has completely wrecked him.
I want to talk about the fact that Wolves, they have had a comeback here. To be able to get this to this point, I mean, some amazing shots have definitely done it, some amazing predictions as well.
What's the chance of a Yoru ISO? No one's going to be playing ISO on Corode.
So much. They've been able to react quicker.
You're not going to make use of your wall. Of your shield, sorry.
Fully.
Well, actually, nah, I don't think so. I'd be interested to see if a team wants to cook with it. But I just don't think it's a thing. The only thing that actually might be good is like the actual wall to get through places. That might be something that teams try.
This is relatively new. They've only done this in their scrappy mid-fights on ecos. So this is a new thing that Wolves pull out on a buy.
Yeah, the more I think about it, honestly, I think he could make something work of ISO.
Messes with the rotations that little bit. You can see at the top of mid, Autumn.
But I think there's probably better choices.
Against a smoke.
And it's more like your shield that moves than the actual shield that you put on you.
That's what I wanted to bring that up as well. Maybe Wolves are starting to realize that they are going against that double operator setup as well. They are confident that the smokes are going to create.
Yeah, this was nice though. The bait with the rifle here as well. That was cool.
Operator, the timing could not be any perfect as both Autumn and Life find one. Both actually corpses on tiles. Aya finding that last remaining.
Still though, I think Wolves are pretty good at the end here to kind of get this one closer.
Perfect timing on the Yuiko. And unless Soifat PB can work an absolute ministry of magic, that will be 7-5 FPX this half.
Yeah, beautiful work from FPX just to sustain their lead on that
no him. Thank you so much for the 14 months. Appreciate the prime usage. Thank you for doing that.
To match them in score. And this double op, it's a very expensive strategy. They managed to get it out in 2 separate rounds here. That's impressive, and we saw why it works. Because we're running double duelist on both of these teams, you don't have enough information gathering tools. You don't have prowlers. You only have 1 drone and 1 dart every 40 seconds to be able to get around these corners. If you don't have, you know, KO, if you don't have anything like a fade with prowlers, you can really struggle against these ops. And that's probably why they pulled them out, and that's why it works. But don't forget, when it flips around,
like Outlaws ads, it's got a lot better than it was.
Same thing to FPX.
They can indeed, and one thing that you want to very quickly, mention, we are just going to jump to the crowd, so we'll let them kind of talk away themselves, but just as we do, very quickly, 5-7 when Wolves picked, they can still be confident with it.
我觉得是第9小局的时候，小川选手操作令我印象非常深刻，就是当时是狼队的一个存前锋，但是小川起了一把正义，就是一开局就接了2个人，然后最后1v1的残局的时候，又就是在烟里躲了。
But it's only Sunset. Sunset was FPX pick.
Corrode, yeah, the next map.
With losing this
Good to see the enemy teams now. You only see your own team.
They don't want to risk going to bind. But their mind is going to be on.
Voices, yeah, there's a lot of voices.
They're going to be focused on how can we win out on Corrode, how can we win that map, rather than looking specifically for Sunset. But the Sunset looks very good, and double duelist on defense, you've got the quick rotates, it can still work very well. The Rays, you're going to be looking at primarily with those floods to knock FPX out of their post-plant positions, as opposed to the Jet, who's going to want to try and get in there a little bit quicker, like FPX were doing.
Yeah, exactly. Very quickly, so just in terms of what was
okay, might be a must-win pistol for Wolves, we'll check it out.
And Spring's Sheriff comes to mind immediately, and to be honest, yeah, the Flyers bloom, and thus, so...
Yeah, considering it was this, I think like Wolves would be pretty happy with getting the last 3 out of 4. Yuri has TP, wants to go aggro over towards middle, Recon doesn't get shot, so they can set the 1 up.
For Wolves to run on the defense. Meanwhile, Yosemite showing how
reaction to lose mid is to take B main. Jesus, that flash completely owned him.
And this is why
it's weird though.
I was saying that Wolves maybe don't mind as much that now they go onto the defense half. Ego, you did say, it might be their weaker half, and that is absolutely the case. But again, Sunset...
The camera's not going to check sight, I don't think. Okay, the camera's going to see him over towards market, so they get info.
And then so quickly, whether it is just a small adaptation, whether it is a
so FX might feel comfy just holding this.
Your script that you either go towards mid, or you
I think they have enough map control. I think it's okay. It's a weird situation, but they have enough map control.
Now we've got that plant down. It's actually all the way towards Boba, and the sides have immediately flipped yet again.
Yeah, they have
he just spammed him straight through smoke.
Take control of the side.
I don't know if that was anything. Like I think he just shot the recon he did off the sounds.
Looked like he was watching for anyone lurking, but Berlin shutting down Juicy, and now the retake is going to be so difficult to get working.
This was pretty nice from FPX. They felt like very comfy here, and they handled it well. As soon as they got the kill over towards B main, it made things a little bit easier.
It's a pistol round, and it is definitely important.
Augusto in the YouTube chat, thank you so much. Thank you. No, I don't think I can watch that one, dude.
But yeah, we've seen this initial
I might be able to watch some of the VODs
though. While that was happening, FPX getting control of the rest of the map, getting control of how they want to run this.
Yeah, 2G will look different with spikes as well.
Through the top, close to that defender spawn. The spike is even planted for Boba.
It's a double pistol.
And FPX don't seem to even still really care. They've got that control, they've got that angle, and they worked off of it flawlessly. And now the util spam towards A. We have seen this time and time again. It's just Autumn trying to dance around it. He's got himself the Marshal to try and find anything, but the timing from Spring, now it's the Wolves who smell blood.
Yeah, and it's a great first pick. The jump peaks coming out there from Yuiko just to distract, allow Spring to swing out with that classic, get that pick. They're not wanting to push for the Marshal correct decision. You don't want to overpeak. You've gotten that advantage, and now you want to explore the map a little bit more, find out what's going on in mid, see if anyone's going towards A, because if not, they're heading over towards
Home and flash over towards A, 4-person push towards middle. They still have the camera at one point that can get them early info or info for the retake.
Quickly, the FPX cannot expect this.
They pick... Dude, this is interesting. They go to the site where there's no trip behind. I know they have no guns, but it's actually looking alright. Just depends if they can like get anyone from B main without them considering it.
They are fighting tooth and nail to still play on defender's side, which to be fair, they did a solid showing of it. So FPX maybe actually just playing to their strengths phenomenally so, and they've already seemingly kind of got this read that it is that flank. Lysor finds one. FPX Life is trying his best to hold down that market. It is shut. The shutters are down, and Yosemite meanwhile on site, picking up two. Nearly, there we go, gets his third. Can't quite pick up the fourth just
Guardian
yet.
looks so uncomfy like in the closer range than people think go.
He's trying to chase after it, but there is still
he's going for headshots though.
To worry about just at the moment in life, rotating around, making sure Zoifat BB can't even die to it. If you're gonna die, it's to that barrel of life.
Yeah,
surely you could look to right them.
I love the idea there from Wolves on their defense to do that proactivity over towards mid, but you've only got classics. There's only so much you can do. But at the end of the day, getting 2 picks there as Wolves with only classics, nothing else purchased, you're pretty happy with it. At the end of the day, it works out well enough. Cleaning it up, Life, you know he's a safe pair of hands. And now coming into this round, Wolves, they're going to get their buy. And because they killed 2 members of FPX, one of them only had a Marshal, but we are going to see the Guardian and that
it's the classic big buy rounds.
Of a weaker buy. So now Autumn, he got taken down here before. Can he survive yet?
Oh, that's nice, dude.
Heading over towards
aggro, see that they're fighting over towards here, so they now know that the Cypher's most likely towards B.
It's not quite as quick as FPX would read it. I think all of them would
flash
be on the
again.
attacker side by now. The flash comes through, the same strat from Lysor and Juicy. Still good for one. The Yoru's trade out the Silva drone as well underneath the Cypher cage. Wolves need to be faster on this. They really do. You've still only got 2 members trying their best to fight their way through it. Lysor's going to fall because of it. So
this map's done. This map's done with this one. I like this from FPX though. Fast A fight with the Yoru into the TP, join the team, back over towards B.
Respecting it just quite a bit much.
Yeah, Wolves are not playing.
The Sova? I mean, the Sova just had to go for a hero play. Like, the round has pretty much been lost before then anyway.
You don't want to risk losing this gun at this point. You know you can't win the round. So save the gun, take it into the next round.
I like this round from FPX though. This is nice.
But the main thing to do better, you called it out in the moment. It's these rotations. Wolves, they cleared A main.
Are they all going to stand up again and give it?
They used 3 people. They used a Paranoia and 3 bodies to clear it, which meant that they could not rotate over towards B quick enough. They left 1 person lurking there, which meant when they retake came on in, they were going in 1 by 1. There was no trades. They weren't acting cohesive as that team. And that's what we saw FPX doing incredibly. So now FPX up to double digits. And Wolves are going to be on a very low buy.
FPX on the defense
Good
side.
use of the Yoru? Yeah, this was great.
They seem so willing to fight the retake.
It's like it's incredibly simple, but again, on a bonus round, something like this is so nice.
They appreciated that. Okay, it maybe puts them at a slight disadvantage, but they respect that it doesn't in any way end the game or end the round. Wolves now.
This is a good sign though. Again, we said that the FPX team looks pretty nice.
That is something that maybe can be.
And I know they won double pistol here, but
a big mountain to climb. But
if they can actually look good enough to go on a run and steal a top 2, that would be pretty cool.
Capacity to just come out swinging.
Or if they have a incredibly good run here, they can still make it through champs points.
Seeming so confident. Even the chatter from FPX doesn't seem that serious right now. FPX just do more of what you guys are doing because it's absolutely working.
I mean, this is essentially a start of 4th round, end of 3rd round timeout, right? It's so early. There's not a lot that FPX can really do. What they're probably going to be looking for is calling out what Wolves will improve on here. And it's probably going to be those rotations. They would have noticed that the retake was coming in 1 by 1. They were filtering down and getting taken down at the same time. So just be aware of that.
This used to be EDG. I mean, for sure. That's why they're giving it so much to Lysor, right? Because he used to be on this team.
Taking that aggression, especially against
it's pretty funny.
Teams,
that's why they like targeting him with the celebration.
2 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and a classic down there on Juicy.
When is champs?
Not had the best game of it so far, and this classic is not.
When is it these days? September, mid-September, right?
You're not seen a lot. Maybe we're starting to see why.
I mean, again, highest skill ceiling by far. The flashes can get turned. The teleport isn't exactly the most consistent in terms of just capacity. Sometimes people just do have the flicks. That you have to decide
setup
whether
worries
it's fake,
me,
whether
but
it's real.
it's a seeker.
There's a lot to it. You've got the thing, but actually, speaking of, do you want to?
They might be able to get it rotated down.
Yeah.
What guns do they have in middle? They could maybe double swing this with 2. It's risky, but it's eco.
Or even
it starts on 12. Okay.
Yeah, and it's these little micro things for Wolves that, you know, it's finally coming out. It's looking like it might be a lineup to go into market there, but it's still just that little bit late. The TP should come on through. There we go. He's able to be a part of this flood. But now you've still got Superfat BB all the way over on A by himself.
And at the moment, he's certainly
they
saying
still have
they
still have okay numbers here. It's just
but meanwhile, it's being radioed in that there is an absolute war for this B site. And finally, FPX actually, what I like to see, this is the first time they've planted default, which you would, you know, it's default. You would think it's been
interesting as well. If like Wolves had left the Rays here and had the Solver over towards here, it might have been a bit different.
Haven't given them that space to do so, but it doesn't even really seem like they mind. They know they've got the stronger buy. They know they've got the positioning, and even a risky teleport their life.
He's telling Wolf
his
to
buddy
stand
gets towards that B main absolutely safe and sound. And yeah, juicy on the Yori. I think
after an
that's
eco win
really
as well, they're
it's
actually
not,
giving
of course,
it.
a one-man show. There are other developments, but again, that is why Yori has, I would say, by far the highest skill ceiling in the game. Where you use the gate crashes, where it ends up.
Okay, let's see if it changes anything here. They managed to get the op out.
Piece of utility, and it's
pretty much the only change.
Dependent on use, the strongest piece of utility.
Absolutely, but now he's got the operator in hand. He has pied, but we're going to ignore that because the op is now in his hands, and maybe he can do.
Okay, same thing for Wolves. Try set one up over towards here.
Nothing found over towards.
They're going to set the Yoru up, just because he has the op.
Has been taken by FPX already. We're seeing Wolves leave.
No way.
This knife is out. He
We creep through middle on the big buy rounds. Yeah, they just have too many rounds. They're just fearless.
The eventual trade, but now we're just looking at FPX.
Saw his gun barrel.
They're now a little bit stuck here. And they're just going to take some time, relax, work out what weakness they might be able to exploit next, because mid is still a question mark for Wolves. They don't know what's happening there.
They really, really don't. I would like to actually see as well, depending on how... We'll wait to see how the rest of this plays out, and then depending on it, Juice has got the swing. The op shot is unfortunately
they now know there's one holding over towards
barely stays alive. Of course, Yoru does have a new haircut now on the side.
Dude, that was the person you saw on the left.
But it's still
boy, this is gonna get weird for Juicy.
And kicking it, you can make plenty of things work. The spray comes through. It's a teeny bit of damage, but nothing major. It does give Juicy a bit more information, but this op has to be cocked every time the bullets fly. So in theory, he's only good for one, and then he's going to have to leave. The Collat is nearly there. Dimensional drift will at the very least allow him to get out safe and sound.
Also 3.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Just get you out over towards Aldo.
Sorry, spots.
And you know exactly where everyone else is.
Spots 2.
The operator now, not the best gun on the retake, but Ayang with the just late lurk and bull in aggressive. This is the combination from FPX that is so difficult to beat. And now Juicy and Spring left
Did he do what?
alone.
Did he do what?
Juicy gonna look
did
for something.
He do what I did?
No,
encountered the Yoru clone.
At this point, it's probably a save as FPX are going to manage to get 12.
At least he gets a consolation prize, but 300 credits for a kill versus 4,700 lost for the op droppings. The smoke comes down from Spring.
They're completely unaware of the FAD. I think he counted the Yoru clone and said they were all here.
The steps from Berlin trying to prevent it, and the swing comes through. He's good for one.
I reckon that's what happened, man.
Aya, who refuses
it looked like they were so confident that everyone was here.
He understands the spike is taking him. He may as well drop the guns beforehand, and now Wolves 7 rounds back to back, and that's just to get you to overtime.
Yeah, a lot of chances.
Upset 3A, yeah, I think so.
It was their pick.
Yeah, dude,
they were going
knife
wanting
out.
To play it, wanting to play around.
I for sure
and
think that's what
happened.
happened.
They've got an idea of how they want to play both the defense and the attacking side, and now Wolves. The money is going to be in the been. It's not looking good. They've got a couple of rifles, but some of it's Guardian.
Oh.
Knives come out immediately.
Whoa.
Aggression from both sides.
Wait, this was kind of nice. Whoa, this was nice over towards site.
This is not good for Wolves.
They did early updraft dash to make sure you can get on top of here, then float around with knives. It's cool. It's cool strat for this knife round.
Just vibing in that back
line.
Lysor able to pick up one with the Guardian, but now they have the information.
Oh, they really wrecked them here. It was double pistol into snowball, but they also had some nice stuff. Do that. Could be cool to see FPX let it back as well. Make a run for it.
The positioning, the aggression, the defense.
Okay, chat, we've got Corrode coming up. That's the big one.
They did absolute flawlessly.
Yeah, you can see the time that they've had to practice, the work that they've put in over the last couple of months since.
Again, for people that are wondering,
didn't go too well for them either.
Because of where we are, sorry.
Let's watch this first.
Dude, this was nice. With the recon that goes above here as well, this was awesome.
Pure aggression, it works so well.
FPX pretty much have to just go on a run. The max they can get is 9 points, right? So that would be 11, and then you would imagine Billy or Wolves are going to win like 2 games between them anyway, or like 3 games between them, or as in each. So they're pretty much.
This is kind of what you called.
FPX kind of have to get top 2, basically, is what I'm saying.
Have a quick point out here for the last time again. The Wolves and FPX played against each other. It was the big best of 5. Sunset was map 5.
But
FPX very much learning that.
But again,
going,
they
okay, no, we want
new
to
coach.
Very
got Berlin back.
What seems like a map that they have known, that they have been born, raised, grown
Top 2's
up
insane.
on.
I think top 2's
Phenomenal
doable.
showing from them. So to get that map
I think top 2's doable.
in such a decisive manner, 13 and 5.
The problem is, I think there's a few other teams that have potential to have a good run, like
Wolves,
Trace, DRG, Nova, and then obviously the teams of the top 4.
In any capacity. The upset may not even.
Dude, I think China's getting really competitive, man.
I mean, I don't know. I think as soon as we see the map pool, like you said, it might not be an upset. This map pool is leaning very heavily over towards the side of FPX, especially at the beginning, because of that question mark of Corona. But you can hear here, all of these comms, amazing team.
Nice. Guys, keep mid look, keep mid look.
待会儿在这说说。
在3个。我们一体。Do you have ammo plan? No, I use it. Okay, I can see what guys. Go Mark Polo. Do Mark Polo.
马腿。
Polo. 哎，我
加一下。
我们一体。
有实体对吧？我开大。下。
Nice。
补枪。Nice。
打70。
Apple。
AT。他没黑了。打70，反正。
下包了。
打78。Nice! Let's go! 大家，好爽啊！
I want to point out very quickly.
That one's gifted,
actually, before I can, Yosemite showing up there with the MVP. Your Cypher from FPX, not really too big of a surprise. Yosemite just kept showing up, even if the shots weren't exactly there. The positioning, the information relay, very much Cypher in real life and on the server.
Yeah, no, Yosemite absolutely popping off, showing why on Sunset Cypher is there and is likely there to stay until we see some more, Vice Deadlock and interesting comps like that. Yosemite popping off, and you can hear there from FPX in their comms what you talked about before. The synergy is so good between that team. They don't need to comm every swing because they know exactly what is going to happen every time.
Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. We'll be back in a bit. We've got Corrode coming up, so
Cypher players.
We get two
Cypher on top on Sunset, I guess.
2 teams.
I was right.
To see how they kind of think the map should work.
For the next
should be
4
fun.
years that I said Cypher was okay and I was correct. But I do want to very quickly point out as well, it is a bit more of a kind of silly comment, but I think it's something important that you even heard FPX go Omen 1 and then Omen half very quickly. It happens on the highest of high stages. But what that should tell anyone here is if your comm is wrong, you're allowed to correct it. Just because you say someone's won and you lie about that, you can just say it was a miscomm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we can see there so many ways that FPX have worked together to push everything to the limit and to take that first game, or to take the first map at the very least. Now, it's all about Corrode. And FPX, although they didn't pick this map, they've had more rest time, more time to watch since we got teased that map at Toronto than Wolves had, because Wolves had to travel home, right? They had to come back on, which FPX, they were already there. They were already able to start cooking immediately. So we'll have to see if FPX, if they've cooked up enough to counter Wolves there.
If the Wi-Fi was good on the plane. If the Wi-Fi was good on the plane, that's absolutely what it maybe comes down to. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a phenomenal first map. Very, very nicely done from FPX. We are going to just cut it to a short little break while we let the teams, of course, get ready ourselves, get the waters and all, because if that was map 1, I can only imagine how bad our throats are going to hold up for map 2 and 3. So we'll be back right with you in just a moment. Please do not go anywhere.
Okay, hello everyone. Is that IGL for FPX? Pretty sure Berlin's IGLing at the moment. Dude, I'm excited for this one. Chat, for the top 10 list, the top 10 all-time players in China, the only 2 that I think you can even consider is Kang Kang and Chichu, right? I don't think anyone else can even come close to the list. Consider Smoggy in there as well. Yeah, I'll give you that. I think that's fair.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We do in fact return, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. I should in fact say we do in fact return. It is FPX versus Wolves, and Echo, if you want to just give us the rundown on how the map went, and then more importantly, what we can expect to get into for map 2.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we saw
YZ. I mean, they're good for upsets. YZ's been great for like upsets, and
it's never been a bad.
He's been good, but it's not. It's not top 10 and
pretty weak
in the world of all time.
It was not their strongest side. Their attack was very good. Now we've seen FPX, they've pulled out that double operator on the defense as they've switched their comp away from the ISO into the jet to allow for that. And you can see with Wolves having to contact into most of their angles, it worked so well. And Wolves, they've struggled to deal with it in any fashion. So now moving over to Corrode, our new map, people aren't going to know the angles. People aren't going to know how to play around it so well, as we're seeing these amazing fan arts in the crowd. I think that's Wolves in Boss Baby suits, which
yes,
is,
it is. Yes,
beautiful. I'm expecting to see more operators coming out. Maybe one, maybe two.
More operators? I'm expecting Odin Mania. Surely these teams lean into an Odin here.
I would very much agree with that, and build off of that. I would expect to, honestly, we may start to see on Corrode here.
What do we got, man? What do we got?
Give
me some comps.
Sentinel setup, and the double Sentinel, even triple if you want to say that Chamber isn't one, which let's face it, he's not. Just to kind of run, as you said, that operator. FPX, we've seen that they're more comfortable running that double operator even without the Chamber. You know, they're happier just to do it with Jet and the econ flexibility that Blade Storm allows. Meanwhile, Wolves, of course, we haven't seen really anything from them on this map, so that is very much going to be purely adaptation, purely, honestly, like, composition here can make or break.
Remember, Berlin was the Opping Harbor on Icebox. The funny thing is, that's not the first time we've seen an Opping Harbor, though. Berlin seen do it. We've seen, was it Excurate? He was doing it for a little bit. He had a nuts power clip. Was it power? No, breeze clip, maybe.
Make sure that they have studied this, that they have at least got a plan for FPX's defense, because right now it is airtight.
Yeah, and I think a similar kind of storyline in terms of how they're playing the map that follows through to Corrode is Corrode. It's even more important than Sunset to have that
FPX will play a chamber here.
You need
they
to
might
be
do.
Elbow 1B. You need to be pushing.
It's a pretty good chamber map.
Making sure you hold a yard if you go over towards A.
This is the thing. I think the map's very open.
All of that map control, and we're seeing some
FPX do play. They play chamber vice.
The vice chamber.
Chamber vice raise. Like that's interesting. The raise is interesting.
Autumn there, completely expected.
Chamber vice raise.
Interesting pick.
Omen fade.
Going to be
and then we got
bonkers. We're seeing
okay, this is a classic. This is definitely one of the comps I would try and prac.
Quite a lot of Viper.
I'm so interested to see how they use the Cypher.
I would hope is reflective.
There's like obvious uses of the Cypher, but
I think there's
at least FPX have the nade to break the Cypher util. The Vice stuff is pretty cool.
Flawlessly to very much
I'm interested to see how they use the Viper.
We started seeing, Viper obviously started coming through on Lotus because she dominated so much of A.
This is what I thought people would run. Yeah, pretty much, pretty close to it.
That's what you would want to expect.
This is at least 5 that I would be trying and prac. And then this is like Chamber Vice at the moment is really strong. Especially if you have good fort behind it. So
Juicy was seeming to struggle to get the value with the gate crash. There was a little bit of kind of late usage of it, whereas on the other side, that wasn't the case at all. It really wasn't.
Dude, this should be banging. This makes both these comps make a lot more sense than what we saw from just the comps of the other two teams that we played.
From I believe it was Autumn that was on it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
At least they got the raise to break the Cypher util as well. So we got Wolves on defense, got FPX on attack, and dude, that's a lot of ghosts.
Very good to say this. Let's get into your first pistol round on Corrode.
Yeah, let's see.
Vice
coming up immediately from FPX.
Okay, so we got Vice insta flash over towards and yeah, this is the wall that I was. This is the wall that I think most teams will use if they use a Viper. Right, blocks over towards B, gives you a little cubby here if you late want to do something with the fade, and then at the same time blocks over towards middle. And it's like instantly up as well, so you can actually kind of create pressure in these corners at mid.
Now waiting. Patient, hoping for a mistake, another one from Wolves that they can capitalize on.
We're already seeing, I mean, we did say, you know, Chamber of Mid as big as that. I mean, that's arguably maybe one of the biggest angles since Breeze, or at the very least Abyss's Library, to kind of follow through on it. So phenomenal first shot, and as you said, now
you see no TP out. He's pretty much committed.
This control towards the A link here. 3 set up, 2.
This setup's kind of nice though, because Lyso can tuck around the pistol and then he can watch his A main. Wait, he reacts wrong, I think?
Autumn and Co are getting that angle. It's Lyso finally able to pick up one.
Yeah, I think Juicy reacts wrong here. Because I think when he... Where's the minimap? In theory, you can't really retake A, so this should be done. In theory, Juicy here, instead of going into this corner, should go into this corner, right? Because then he can then watch... Right, like, because Juicy goes to here, and he can't watch anywhere. If he goes here, he can watch, like, this tight main, and he can focus here, so they can kind of just play off each other a little better. I think eventually, and again, you might see it at one point, unless it's like a 2v2 or anything like less, like a 1v2 or something, I don't think you're ever going to see a successful retake of A.
So many angles on this.
I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, and this is why a lot of teams are leading towards the fade in some.
Like, I think you might as well go safe. Damn, it's a nice shot.
A slight weakness with Viper, obviously. That wall, it does go up and down, so you can see over it sometimes. But Autumn, like I said, played that round incredible. And now I want to talk about Fade, because Fade has the double prowler, which is incredibly useful. But when you're trying to shut down an outlaw,
a couple of Guardians early as well. Trip aggro here in the open, so you kind of see if they push to an extent. Vice War in case they push over towards A.
Kind of has to be.
Fade or Silver in this map, Eva's fine, dude.
Well. You know, you'd already mentioned that
I think if you're playing solo Initiator, then the Fade's probably better, just for the corners and the prowlers. But I think if you're playing ranked, I think the Silver's better.
Those two different pieces of utility gives, so.
I would play Silver in a team, I think, at the beginning. It's purely because I think that
the Viper already phenomenal showing of you basically have to walk
the actual drone you get at middle here gets so much value.
And Aya is trying his best to take down an entire army.
Like the drone here from this corner is crazy, right? You can check all the short and this corner if you do this pathing. Or you can do this pathing and go up and check all the middle. Like, I think the drone's great. I get that on paper, the Fade looks better just because there's so many corners, but I think the drone gets the same amount as the double prowler just for middle, at least. I think it's up for whatever teams want. But
once one angle of Corrode falls, you can very
I think on paper Fade looks a lot better, but I'd probably use a Silver.
FPX's playstyle, it very much is the way they were reflecting on that sunset.
Honestly, you'll see a team play both for sure.
Next couple of rounds go. In theory, this is FPX's, but the sun could easily set early for Wolves if they cannot adapt to this. They've got their buy coming up. Of course, this was going to be their weaker one. They are going to die to the spike to get themselves as much economy as possible. FPX, though, you take this round, you could easily use that to take the series.
Yeah, especially because now that you've shown that you have the Outlaw from...
Okay, now what? What are people buying here?
Almost completely a full shield buy from everyone.
When do we get the first Odin? Not yet. No Odin yet. Shot.
Yeah, and you can see Yuriko actually only is able to get that light shield because Cypher, they want to be putting the trips down every round. Costs a lot of money if you're doing that at the start of round as well. So now Autumn set up into a really good position to try and catch out the Lurk, that solo player of Cypher.
Okay, bit of a change up from the wall.
Really standard setup, mid control now coming out from FPX. They've got the slightly
They started with the other wall, and now they have a wall that I guess can fight like this over towards mid, at least blocks vision here.
A lot of pressure. Wolves
you can heavy hold B.
Split in half across the map.
Interesting as well that the
don't really like the wall that much.
Not quite as deep onto B now. This time, very much coming back.
Maybe it's better for just holding this as a choke, right?
Starting point begins, and FPX maybe either respecting it or completely just ignoring it and
peeking late middle. Yeah,
not able to ignore the first shot from the Outlaw. Does put him down, of course, with the shields that you had mentioned. It's not enough to take him
Dude,
out of the
FPX
round
take
just
a
yet.
good amount of map
That
control
is
pretty early on. It's a
big
lot of
amount
people defaulting
damage.
over towards middle, but again,
Really
it's
has to be said,
it's a
FPX is-
bonus.
I was about to say FPX
And my
is
own,
next, but as Brooklyn walks
I'm
in,
playing
he
a
gets
chamber.
head taken off
I'm
by
playing a
Juicy, but they are
chamber.
happy to use that timer, to use
Jesus.
that limit, to wait for a mistake.
Again, this wall
And
here
Life absolutely
is so
capitalize
thin
on
that
it
you
the
can
moment
penetrate it with classic.
But
So it's only doing like minus 10, minus 12 per bullet. But it doesn't. It's kind of non-existent in terms of spamming. You will see most defense teams just spamming this. Jesus, spamming this at the beginning. Everyone's going crazy at the moment.
More, but it's
Nice
still
shots.
something for you to call. It is Lysor, it is Juicy. They are rotating towards each other now.
Yeah,
The
this is
spike
this is
gonna
a
go down.
side that
Still
you
got the
can
Arc
retake
Rose
as well.
online, but Autumn has 5 shots of the headhunter, and more importantly, has the trademark to get out. Doesn't even need to. Finds Lysor, brings himself
Damn, dude.
into
3-0
1
for the
versus 1, and now
pistols for
Yosemite.
FPX.
The angles here are being
Bonus.
played perfectly. They know that Juicy's not on the highest amount of
Yeah, I
HP.
also
They know
say
that
as
out
well,
one shot hit, and they are playing this
the thing is,
to absolute
like you might
perfection.
get some lucks with like some heavy pen guns as well. Because if you can get this, if you can get the spike down in the right place, and you're lurking over towards mid with a heavy pen gun, you're just gonna win the round.
How they are playing this just shows me that they've been working on this map. They were cooking from the beginning.
Yeah, this wall is like, it might as well not be there.
That you play, you don't play Chamber Vice unless you have a great idea of how you want to play it, because it's not an easy comp.
Yeah,
Yes,
Wolves are going to struggle against the Chamber Vice just because it's
something
that they wouldn't have come up against in practice. They got a lot on the fly.
Trademark, but you've got to be relatively close to it. It kind of locks down where Autumn can go, which means he can't have that map presence that you want someone like Autumn to have. So already Wolves, another end of round 3 timeout. We saw this over on Sunset as well. This is a weakness. These
Is Wolves cooked?
Follow-ups
Nah, they're fine. I think this is this always happens a little bit when some of the teams go to Masters.
Right? They managed to get
They get thrown straight back into play.
The same thing here.
They don't really have time to rest.
Even
new maps come in.
Again, Sunset
Everyone else has been pracking, got new stuff.
The possibility to be even more.
Showing all your stuff.
Right now it's down to
Castro Darzi with the tier 1.
Honestly,
Thank you so much for the 14 months.
And I do want to, you'd mentioned the Vise and Chamber being a difficult composition to play as is. Do you also want to point out there's not exactly much in the way of FPX
Sonya, that might happen, dude. That's a
deal
good
with,
one.
like,
Someone might have to screenshot that.
Lockdown.
They might do that.
In the way that there's no like reason.
They're not going to play
Life
Sunset.
has it, but Juicy's not really going to have it. Life has got it, but the way Autumn and Yosemite, they've been playing pretty far away from Life, that they're not fully relying on Life working off of like the C's or the sheer that Vise wall. There's quite a lot of utility that very much Life at the moment has been just purely taking the gunfights. Meanwhile, once that utility starts coming through,
so much mid focus. Again, I'm surprised. I know pretty early, and I'm surprised at like the lack of just spamming this wall. Yeah, that's a wild one. That is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just straight through the smokes,
all of the
but
shots through the smokes from Life are just perfect. They're head on every single time, and I love the fact that even in pistols, Wolves, they are still fighting for mid.
Yes.
They are still looking to take that little bit of extra.
Yeah, this camera's good because you see like all down middle as well, right? You spot feet down the bottom here.
This map is so
that's why
easy to flank.
That's why people use this camera, or like will use this camera a lot.
Putting that pressure in now is great, but the Cypher Cam spotted Ot allow a lot out, and Wolves, they're slow on their rotate again, but they've got pistols. The is
wow,
beautiful, but
dude,
the
Life did amazing though.
And the spike is going to go
he
down.
did amazing.
Wolves,
just straight up with the satchels. Everyone could get the trades.
This is going to be tricky.
You'd mentioned it on Sunset that it seems every time Wolves and FPX are having an encounter, it's always a 2-for-1, and it's always for the side of FPX.
Hello, Jules, mate. How you doing?
Pick up 2 and they lose 1 in the process, and it turns out when you've got 5 members on a team going 2-for-1 every time, the numbers very much fall into your favor. And this post-plant scenario, again, something you had brought up, how important it is in Corrode. You've got 4 members just sitting there towards A. You don't really have to worry about Tower, where C, Aya currently working at. Lysor can't even really have the backup of his team due to that really awkward smoke. FPX are playing this map like it has been out for quite some time.
Yeah, no, like they're looking really good. They don't want to go too aggressive on that round into elbow because they've got the better guns.
Yeah, this is the big buy rounds.
Angles and
tell me there's an Odin.
There's no point risking 2 people.
Tell me there's an Odin.
2, but it all started from here. Life. That wasn't actually a shot through the smoke. The beautiful angle around these smokes just before they pop is great awareness.
Dude, no Odin. I think it's a must on defense.
you shouldn't be able to know all of these things yet. But Juicy now has the operator online. Finally, Wolves have the economy to be able to do something like this. And we're
okay, different wall over towards A, covers mid, same kind of theory. Where on earth is the smoke? Holds the smoke.
Gun. It can be said to the classic and the operator, well, the upgraded operator from Autumn that it is a free gun. So now who is
has the advantage, but
it doesn't look like there's going to be much in the way. The Prowler and Autumn fall.
They still got a trade though.
But meanwhile, Lysor unfortunately trades with his life. It's still a phenomenal start. But losing
and they get through the choke. Dude, this might be a great test of the retake theory. But I'll tell you what, as long as Spring... okay, yeah, I don't think they can retake this now. Okay, for sure they can't now.
If Yosemite is going to keep that mid control completely locked down, Juicy, you got to find more if you want to get your team back into it. That's a start. Still got to do even more.
Yeah, got to do more, but honestly, Juicy's been on
so weird. It's such a weird map. There's still a question mark on site. Like, they don't know if site's clear yet.
Great ultimate from the Vice to take away the guns. And now we are potentially going to see the dimensional drift. That's a risky investment.
Okay, switch guns for the ult.
But they're going to go for it.
See that Teva wrecked the fade.
Up there, and everyone's spotted from Juicy. We'll have to see if this retake can even happen, because this is going to be so difficult.
Yosemite actually gets the angle as Juicy's expecting Yosemite to come through. Doesn't. We see the C's actually managing to find a frag on it. Juicy gets his third. We said he has to do more. Berlin hearing the steps coming through, though. The wide swing super quick.
Oh my god, he
the transfer's not quite there, but the headshot is close to enough. The smoke
goes
down the
bro.
right.
Okay, well, retake, but because they had the Euro ult. Still, that was nuts, dude. He did so much. See how much damage he did there.
On the board. I'm not
going
to lie.
From him.
It was looking
I can't believe he dinked the last guy.
Scarier that wasn't as possible. A lot committed, though, for the Wolves. I'm sure FPX are still more than happy.
Although that is a great round, they keep the operator as well, and FPX, they show a lot of that.
It's a rough round for Wolves to win though. Like, I know it's one round, but everyone dying. Dude, he did so much damage this round.
But a great round from Wolves. The retake was absolutely incredible, and Juicy, not the best map on Sunset. But I think that's because Juicy's just been grinding Corrode the entire time. That's what it looks like at the very least. 7 and 5 on the Euro. Only person on the team positive. And I mean, you can see why he's now moved over towards B. Autumn with an operator on the attacking side over towards mid.
Okay, trip over towards mid, but again, this will work for a little bit until teams kind of get used to it. Fade eye deep over towards B, doesn't hit anyone. They've got to be careful of this corner, that's about it. And they put a deep trip here, that's nice. They get some early info over towards B.
The gate crash did just unfortunately fizzle out, but it was all the way towards Crane, which is the back right, that top right, for anyone that's still learning the callouts along with ourselves. And let's face it, maybe with some of the teams, that top right corner gate crash was still there ready to go. Of course, it has timed out now.
It's such a long rotate.
Speaking of the setup, the showstopper comes through, the paranoia and the Viper, the snake bite as well to find something. The rocket comes through, not going to find anything.
Still a hard hold though. See what Lysor can do.
By the side of the Wolves, but they've set up pretty confidently to try and fight this back. The Nightfall comes through from
Aya, but maybe
the gun is what should have been out.
Lysor did so good, man.
Falls on FPX. Only 2 members left, and with 3 still alive, one of them being that operator.
I think it's still a hard retake with this, but you don't spike them.
It is, but a good pick from Life. The spike surely eventually can go down as Autumn just double checks yard is completely open. Make sure no one's coming over towards Link. But Life takes another shot at Juicy. Juicy does see the spam, but Life again wins it in Autumn.
I mean, Life did incredible here. It's a guarding round for Wolves, that one. They can't buy next.
Just crumble under the pressure. And FPX another round on the
board. Forward the Prime. Thank you for the 26 months. Thank you.
That's not an operator. This is an operator. It's exactly what Autumn is saying there. This initial encounter from Lysor here, the positioning, just the perfect play, but Life here, no fear at all. The swings are flawless. The paint shells had come out, but the operator finds its mark long before it is ever painted a beautiful set of rainbow colors.
Force them down to an eco, and the ecos are like to 5 mid, it seems.
Close to needing one at the moment, and Wolves looking like they need
that
lifeline.
I don't think
anytime
so.
They've been trying to keep that control
have to check the times of it.
While we respect it with pistols, FPX have shown that you might want to bring bigger guns to this gunfight.
Yeah, but there was a nice little timing there taken by Juicy. Just managing to get over towards the front of top mid. It's a nice position to be. A little bit of an off angle as Corrode is completely full of them. The Wolves have no clue what is happening. Complete silence from FPX as they're exploring, as they're finding their way up through mid, and they clear where that Euro just TP'd out from. But I think they might have just spotted Suifat Baby doing a jump peek there. And the Prowler will spot out a fair few. So it comes down to, are they going to split here? Are they going to push over towards B?
Oh, hold up. I was going to say, they didn't consider that angle. They're lunatics, man. And your big buy rounds walking towards the place where, like, you're in the biggest crossfire on the map.
It's only 2 left. They're having to try and get these guns all sorted out. The Yoru clone a bit tight. Not pulling the trigger. Jumping himself out Yosemite. No fear at all. Finds the head of Juicy. And yet again, Wolves maybe clawing it back, and FPX snatching victory from the jaws of defeat yet again.
Yeah, Lysol peeking out a little bit aggressive, and you can see Autumn holding a nice.
I mean, it's a nice recovery from FPX. I don't like the initial call, but
although that was
a good recovery.
FPX Wolves, they did incredible with their classics. The call to go up towards top mid, play around those crossfires, and play off of each other with those classics. A brilliant call and really well executed. FPX. Great work great work to counter it in the end with Autumn, but it all came down to Autumn and Yosemite. Great peaks, great teamwork. The communication in that 2 versus 3 was perfect.
Yosemite's lurk is absolutely phenomenal. This is what you really want to see. FPX, every time they have a lurk, what FPX are managing to do is they're forcing that lurk to gain value.
It's crazy, man. Teams feel like they can. Teams feel like they can run this.
Seem to have that confidence just yet. Of course, once they swing around to attack, they could easily show us that they do have. But at the moment, FPX is very much dictating where.
I can't believe teams feel comfy here.
People like Yosemite
should be getting spammed every round.
You know, they are the bear trap, and those jaws are clamping down. There's still so much now. The FPX are working with here. The op versus op. Juicy at the very least is able to take those.
Yeah, Juicy's won every battle against
FB, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 15 months. Thank you.
So it's looking really good for this guy on the defense. He knows this map. But FPX are still 6-1 up. This is a mountain to climb from Wolves, and they've got to start with a yard because they are hitting.
Yeah, no, I think Wolves are going to struggle on attack as well.
Paranoia, the satchel's coming through. I believe a little bit of a mistake from Life. Lysor actually kind of taking the frags. We've seen a little bit more difficult to land those shots when you have to flick off yet again. And now I would hope to see, of course, they do respect that mid control a little bit more, but the Wolves are very slow on this. We see the angles. Aya and Co. They double swing.
Lysor again did so well there.
They know what off angles exist even through those double smokes. It's absolute. Just the effort that has been put in to study this map is nothing short of phenomenal to see.
But now we're 1v2, and we've said FPX they can't win these postparms and disadvantageous situations before. We've said that, but Berlin could do wonders. Being picked up again by this team. But he's got a lot of work to do in spring. Ooh, the timing. Just missed out. And now it all comes down to does he take the
lovely
fight?
Shot on
this.
The Lysor again over towards site, man. Lysor's doing work.
Wolves their second round on the board.
I don't think there's really much you need to say. Look at these two teams. They are more than happy just to stand up and just... It's like playfully trash talk each other, but there is a lot more trash talking than there is playing right now from both sides. The executes have been there. I want to quickly point out, I think it was 2 rounds ago, FPX, it was the big classics when Wolves kind of popped off with those 3 classics on top mid. FPX knew that the Prowlers were coming through from the side of Suifat BB, but they didn't even hold the smoke because that smoke is a drop. So even when you push out of that, you're going to struggle. It's the same way, think of it the same way as Bind Hookah is the exact same way to think of it. That you don't necessarily need to hold it immediately because that drop makes your shots difficult. This time though, Suifat BB very much pushed up, not even letting them get that control.
Yeah, no, just a nice and slow round from FPX again. They're playing this kind of into the second cycle before they really decide where they want to hit. As they know about the Euro, they know the gate crashes. They're going to expire at about 110.
The double swing
so
in.
Can look to hit a site after that. then Juicy is stuck, or at the very least, his rotational TPs are not going to be
That's nice, though. Okay, we'll get to the mount. He at least had a teammate with him.
So now they've decided they want to head over towards A. They've got a feeling the stack is over the other way. And immediately, the Vice ult comes in. You just have to see
I'm not sure you can play A like that. I don't think Wolves can play A like this.
The rotation from Wolves, very good.
I think they just lost the round.
Okay, Crash, you did mention it. Just times out. It looks like yet again. So not quite.
Can they even get through this chug?
Timing with the utility is enough to kind of kill.
Okay, they get through the chug though.
Just long enough, as you said, the rotate. Now, perfect.
I don't think you can do this. I'm excited to see it. They not just absolutely wrecked.
One flash, no swing. Second flash actually comes through on the other side, and it's just a naked swing, and unfortunately, it's a naked swing into the Wolves' demise. They're good for one. It's enough for the Viper's pit to come online. The op shot, meanwhile, from Autumn towards the other side is perfect.
Yeah, they can't play like this.
Is coming through from
you can't
Spring,
play retake A.
FPX are there. The Viper's pit is open, but they know how to mosh.
They do, and they come out on top, and it looks like FPX. They're scary, and not just in the way they're understanding the map, but they're shooting right now. Anytime anyone from Wolves is peeking in, they have two people watching that angle. Or it's Autumn, and Autumn only needs one shot, and Autumn's always going to hit them anyway. And FPX are just looking so clean, whereas Wolves, their trading is not there. We saw incredible fundamentals from them on the big stage at Masters Toronto. But we're losing a little bit of that, and it seems like that synergy is not as good as it was.
You didn't see him on the first jump peak
just yet, but Autumn, the jump peak from Surifat Baby, it's a dangerous thing to be doing when you know Autumn is on the map, and you know he likes to control mid. I doubt we'll be seeing that again, but now full mid control being taken by the Wolves, just to try and stop Autumn from getting a lurk. But this leaves both extremities open.
FPX is so comfortable and confident, kind of playing off of these angles, playing off of this patience. Even one frag isn't quite enough. No, someone has
boy, here comes the team. This guy's getting Omen flashed. But honestly, the bait might work. Do they nade it or do they Omen flash it?
FPX off of that one, they're happy just to sit there. They
brought everyone over. That's so funny. There's that little bit of info, man. Cost them everything.
The party is more than ready to go. We get a little wave from the coach of FPX just in the background there, and yeah, I mean the party invitations were absolutely sent out.
I can't remember what day it is, man.
More than
I remember what day it's meant to be on.
Yeah, no, like
it might be Monday.
He gets this first pick, great. Okay, smokes go up, uncertain what's going on, and then he spots the body of Lysol. And that tells him if an Omen is pushed up that far, that everyone else is going to be there too. So he can call the rest of the team over, because if there's 4 people in mid, they're
Wolves,
it's
just straight after a tournament they have to play, and it's new maps coming in against FPX that have been revitalized with Berlin and Ligia. I wouldn't be crazy worried. I don't think they look great on this map. That's fair to say. I think
going in to round 11.
I don't think they have the right understanding of mid and A from what I've seen. Again, in my opinion, I could be wrong with my understanding also.
This needs to come out strong.
It does, and you were meant, that mid push as well. We've been talking about it since the start of the series. FPX's rotates. There's no one sitting there trying to play an anti-flank. There's no
I think if you're a Viper, I think if you have a Viper on your team on defense and you're prioritizing the wall here, to not be spamming this at the beginning from either of these angles is criminal, and to not Odin this is criminal, and to not Odin this is a lot of criminal as well. And Odin here. So I kind of think they're doing 3 things a little bit wrong. This is the first time we see the Cypher over towards A, and this is where the Cypher should be playing, in my opinion. But again, I think maybe some teams would just find it too easy. I'm not sure.
Knight falls onto site. Yuriko does get caught out, does get noted. But the retake, actually, it's going to be very quick.
Yeah, do they play A so
the A link has already been taken by the defenders. They can go over towards this spike, and you can see FPX. They change where the spike is planted, but Autumn is there, ready, swing. Yosemite off of the back, and it's just down to Juicy. The op, he wants to save it. That's it. The round is over as quick as it started. And this is going to send FPX up to 9.
If you look up at the stage, the curtains may actually be.
I'm waiting to see if it's official before I say anything.
Down unless Wolves can
That's normally what we do here.
Solid attack on this map when it comes down to it. But yet again, if there is one person especially, I mean, I mentioned FPX had been essentially born and bred on this map. Yosemite seems to have been the mother hen laying all those eggs. This time, though, he's not going to get it. He believed just a bit too little in himself, and the other two actually falling towards the spike.
I mean, might as well.
They've got the economy. I mean, 2-9. I don't think that hurts.
Yeah, they don't really need to save there, so it's fair enough. They might not be able to buy a sheriff as well as their primary weapon, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah.
Oh no.
But we're seeing some of why Cypher can be picked here, right? These trips can be very annoying, especially when you've got, you know, Razes, Neons that want to be going through them, and they might struggle.
Damn, fast Odin.
But now we're seeing pretty much the standard setup.
Fast Odin on attack.
You know, Autumn over towards mid, have Yosemite over towards B main, and now Ayang has an Odin on the attack side. Not 100% sure what's going on here, but A-Link already
dude, I mean, he's gonna farm. Again,
I'll be
buying maybe 1-2 on attack.
Showing what can be done with it. Juicy as well, finding a shot with the op. The judge not going to find. It's the Guardian that shuts it down. Autumn, meanwhile, though, towards that mid, finally wins.
Yeah.
Off
Yeah, he should be throwing this guy the Odin, plant for him, and then just win here.
Doesn't know, this map is essentially made of paper mache. Everything is wall bangable with that gun. Some people have mentioned, you know, the capacity that Sova may have because of it. Both teams not needing it, they're just happy to shoot you in the
I mean,
face.
FPX look pretty good on the map. It just, dude, Autumn is just having way too much fun.
Yeah, Autumn, great awareness there.
He's having way too much fun, man. He just ops over towards middle and just owns everyone. Yeah, we finally see an Odin, gets 3 kills.
I'll put my hands up. I guess that's the way to play this map. Sorry to everyone I play ranked with from now on.
Adapt or die, as Vi says, and very much it looks like the option is die. The shots here are just absolutely phenomenal. It's like, look at that. A friend of mine did say that this may very well be the map that convinces or that causes the Odin to get nerfed. I wasn't sure, but
that's what I said
it's
as well.
Definitely a possibility, as now it looks like, yeah, the halftime comes through. The players are just having to count their lucky stars. It's not over yet, but Wolves, I don't know what
happened to Wolves. Chat. If you're a Wolves fan, it's so, I promise you, it's so fine. Yeah. It's so soon after an event. They had a meta change. There's 2 new maps that they had to work on. I promise you, it's so fine. They're going against an FPX with a new comp, new team, new map.
Most people going for the Brimstone emote
who have been practicing for like the last 4 weeks.
Come on. No,
I like both, but I like to imagine the Brimstone one gets put down right after you.
It'll take him a little bit of time to
defuse a spike. And that adds to it. Maybe that's just me adding a bit too much context.
Or at least feel confident on some of these maps.
Good if you're running away from that spike.
And remember, everyone can kind of look at their own stuff as well. They can look at their stuff. They can work out how to beat it.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I guess it's got more trash talk you can do with it, right? That's
especially for both these teams.
Yeah, that's very true. These 2 teams. I'm loving the passion and the fact that
Berlin is the FPX saver, dude. I'm a Berlin fan.
But on Sunset at the very least, we saw
Don't get me wrong.
Showing the same.
We looked at the Chinese teams earlier, and we said the ones that could go on a run. I'm glad I included FPX.
They're going to need to bring it back. We know Stuart Baby is such a good leader, not just a good IGL, not just good strategically, but an incredible leader of people.
So where's the game though? Like, is there even a stream of it?
And we know Wolves.
I can't see it on VLR.
Can get any momentum if they can win out on this.
Verify. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 8 months, dude. Thank you for doing that. Don't think so. Okay, there's nothing I can do then.
Could go all the way to bind, but they're going to have to find that because pistols and follow-ups have been very rough.
3-0 on the pistols as well. That has not helped Wolves. I'll say that much.
Really, at this point now, Autumn is.
Dude, Autumn is frying them. Yeah, and then you go back to this pulse as well, man. The chamber could be pretty. The chamber could be very good.
But if you've got the headhunter shot like that, absolutely have him. I was going to say Wolves' saving grace maybe. You've essentially only got Vice to worry about, and a solo Sentinel in this like level of a map and this size of a map.
Okay, and they found the wall and they triggered the wall.
But it's far harder if you've already got your entry and Juicy, you know, waiting for the next round.
Yeah,
so the Viper wall to block this and take middle and create pressure. So 3 different avenue blocks. It's not bad.
Trying to work out what they can do.
And then they smoke this to create pressure over towards here if they're not holding this.
But this Viper wall is so difficult to deal with as a defender because you just have no idea where you can go. When the wall goes down, you could be open to 5 different angles in mid. So you have to be so careful.
I like the Viper wall.
Wolves, they've worked up their way past it, looking like a B split here. But there's 2 people for the defenders ready and waiting.
It's a good omen flash. 70 might have to do a lot. Oh, dude, they're gonna get sight, right?
The seas, but it doesn't matter. You still walk into the trap that is Aya. The shots have been nothing short of phenomenal. The lurk from Spring finds 1, finds 2.
I was gonna say, imagine he gets another. This guy is the actual raid boss though, so I'm not counting him out.
Heights already takes down Spring in a 1 versus 2. There is no headhunter online. It is just this ghost, and 1 headshot will put him into the afterlife. And Wolves, you need to hit it.
They need to hit it. They need to win out on this round as well. But this plant is absolutely devastating. The post-plant positions are so good as well from the side of Wolves. Taking both Heaven and keeping main, the crossfires are going to be incredible. And Autumn does peek in, looking for it, but Sufat Baby taking it down.
There's a chance for Wolves.
With a pistol round. The aura is coming back out, and now they just need
gonna have to be one hell of a half.
Went out on round 2, and if they can,
did you never see teams lose in rounds standing up?
I don't
Everyone's just standing up.
But this
shot was
gives
sick,
me, I don't want to jinx it. That shot, oh my
it's
God.
a nice shot.
That shot, you know what? It doesn't matter what I was going to say. That shot, but genuinely, I don't want to jinx it by saying, but I really hope, because again, underdogs want to go to a 3rd map. I really don't jinx it by saying, and so it begins. The comeback. We see
against the full eco, same wall, trip, camera to take B, camera goes down so early, you see if anyone crosses.
It could, we want to see them taking it a little bit slow again, because it worked, right? The way you can play around this Viper wall is you need to look for something at the beginning, whether you're looking for a main control or mid.
Yeah, ultimate 7 bullets.
Let your toxin regen, and then put it back up and explore again. Now Autumn forced back the horn.
Okay, Fade goes in, so they kind of know the mid's clear.
This is a question mark for sure. Damage, so it's great to see
TP bottom mid as well. This is like the default that you'll see most teams doing. They fake TP here. Middle kind of works a lot like Ascent, at least like this part. Right first segment. Same default that most of the teams of Euros do. TP into the corner, creates pressure. Vision block also with the wall, and creates a lot of pressure from a TP and a wall going up. You kind of read the idea that you might have gone spawn.
It's a shotgun.
All the people would do it against Nico, but
Autumn's position and dancing around.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Oh my goodness, he did a lot.
He's got to find, but as you said, the low buys, it could be enough. The Bulldog though, release from
Mate,
the pen.
it's crazy. Dude, Autumn just looks incredible.
They pick up the 3. It's just 2 classics left. Aggressive push up to try and keep the control. Aya is not expecting it. The double swing. Yuiko brings them both down, and you need to be winning these rounds that convincingly to build up the economy and get yourselves back into this series.
Yeah, and back into it. Autumn was trying to
not shy hate with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 6 months. Yeah, you might be right.
The presence of mind to sit there in the seas and be, you know what? I'm just going to hold my crosshair placement and tap heads. And that's all he's got to do. But what I want to mention here is Yuiko. Such great post-plant. Wolves, they've got the
put him on the list.
On the attack side,
top 10 historical list.
To understand how you can play around.
Okay, big buy round, defense, instant Odin, love that.
Odin online
straight up over towards A, you can just spam this. Contact goes in, you can just spam it from here.
So now, mid control, Wolves. It's great.
Fawns.
But Autumn is on the other side of this smoke.
Interesting. Only 1 Fawns.
Actually 2. It's not just Autumn, it's Life as well. He sees 1 in Juicy.
Dude, he's
comes through the
done for, isn't he?
Forces him out actually. Life is somehow
oh no, bro, ate his own flash.
A pixel too early, flashes himself, and Life punishes him for it. Has to push out. It means all 3 members of Wolves now have to give up this main space. That is quite a lot committed to walk away with nothing more than I lost Yoru.
Good luck.
Comes through. Actually, yeah, Life doesn't pull the trigger, but Wolves' presence of mind finds him anyway.
Yeah, and now it is just down to 3 from FPX. You talked about it, this could be the start from Wolves, and it looks like it might be 2 people left for this retake. And
I will say, even though FPX lost this round, I like that they kind of realized that this is the issue, right? With what Wolves are doing, where we're TP going over towards here. We have the wall that blocks vision. Sometimes they're smoking this off as well, right? This is like the one area where they're creating so much pressure. So if they can kind of hold this, then they're fine and they don't have to worry about all the question marks around the map. But they kind of failed a little bit, so maybe they'll start aggro fighting a bit more. I'm not sure. We'll see. I like it though. Wolves, again, this attack makes a lot of sense. Like on attack, they've pretty much realized that this is what you got to be doing. This is where you create the pressure, and that's what a lot of their stuff is for. On defense, I feel like they misunderstand a little bit of mid, in my opinion, but mostly A.
What we are almost already starting
A, in my opinion, is a fight or die. You ain't retaking, so you have to lean heavy over towards it. So to not play your Cypher there feels kind of odd, especially if you're going to fight on B with your Cypher and B stuff.
You can just kind of rush in and grab the sites. You don't know how to defend completely effectively.
The Viper wall and attack, this Viper wall and attack's nice. It creates a lot of pressure. Also means a lot of time that their TP can create pressure even without a fade eye if they wanted to.
Which has done more than enough already.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? FPX now want to fight over towards middle. This fade eye is great. You get it on this corner, it can clear like all of this. The only corner it doesn't get is if you're close here crouched, but it clears so much.
This is a relatively consistent pattern we've seen on their defense so far. Is they're taking ones. And they are good at it. They are great at taking those ones. Don't get me wrong.
FPX want to fight this harder. Again, all of FPX's focus is just this area. They realize there's so much pressure here because of the Viper stuff, because of the Omen stuff, because of the Yori TP. That they
that's fair enough. He's got to.
That they
now the TP
struggling, or like their focus basically just holding.
This didn't go well for them last time, but it won't again as Wolves. They run over towards B. It's completely open, just a Vice flash.
Which part of the map is hardest to take?
Should be able to get the spike down here.
On attack, probably B in theory because it's just singular choke, but I don't. Good news is this is a wide choke, so A is a little easier.
Just prevent that angle from being safe. And look at this.
Mid's pretty easy on attack to take, in my opinion.
Paper mache. The map is paper mache. It's not quite enough to find its mark, but very quickly as well. FPX also
they did get in the plant down.
Nightfall now comes down to try and gather as much control, and the Wolves are coming off of it. I say that as the frags, as Berlin starts to frag out himself, starts to pick them up, and a 2 versus 2 now as the spike ticks down.
But FPX, they are split. This smoke is potentially going to allow Berlin to walk through, but there's a slight gap there that Yuriko might be able to exploit.
How?
Timing. Okay. They know. Too early.
Oh my goodness.
I thought the swing was purely it was
close,
not going to get diffused in time, but losing everything
Jamsy with the prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months, bro. Thank you for that. Thank you.
They are still standing to meet each
He's
other,
actually telling him to sit down and stand up.
These
That's
two teams, absolutely. If there is nothing else, they are just fun to watch off the game. You don't even need to have them in a server.
Yeah, no, exactly. But now, surely we see the timeout.
Yeah, both of these sides are pretty hard to retake.
They want to put a halt to this. I'm imagining their coach will want to step in and see what he can do. Because no
timeout. Double Odin. Now we're getting it.
And this might be.
Do we Odin spam B? Yes, we do. Oh, they're gonna get melted. Wait, we don't spam the wall at the beginning, but you buy an Odin here. Okay, now they do.
It doesn't get him in time, but the shot misses as well, and he has to
the thing that's mad about this map is like barrier down. There's an Odin spam angle, but it does favor the defense if they go in this circle. So you can perma spam this, and it's very hard to spam it back on attack. But normally on attack, you can just get an Odin, you can just make sure they can't take it in. Like, people can cross loss here, but they're normally like best case scenario. They're down to 70 HP. Majority of the times they're dead. They changed their.
The no scope as well. The juicy teleport is not going to.
Yeah, the change of the wall might have made this one a little too obvious, no?
Unfortunately for him, that execute you'd mentioned, Autumn seems happy enough to shut it down as everyone else has rotated. Life follows it up, and the
23 to 8.
Look at this man. He is filthy with it.
That is an Autumn round.
Oh man, that second kill's lovely.
There's so many things you could say about Autumn. He is
I think changing the wall like this kind of makes it a little too obvious. Didn't really pressure anywhere else in the map.
You can see why. He's so good. The awareness to wait. That's a Euro clone. And even if it is a real Euro, they're not going to shoot me right now anyway.
Yeah, and they go back to their normal stuff here as well.
Then the no scope.
Double Odin. Judge comes out for Berlin.
And this is where the chamber can run away with it. 23 and 8.
Are we just going to be spamming this? I'm telling you, like spamming this at the beginning is
most
the
of the
one.
reason FPX are winning, and that is potentially
late fade eye into the corner once they go out, so you can spam the walls on them. They use their wall against them, try spam. It's not the worst idea.
Trades are good. The Haunt gets shot. The Odin matches up. Doesn't quite get the frag, but puts Lysor on.
No, it didn't check the Judge corner.
Wall bang from anything. Now the Judge comes through, but the shot
14 HP survives.
Is good. And now the frags very much leaning the way of Wolves, but with a HP deficit that does look pretty brutal for Wolves. It's not much better for FPX. Aya, not wrong with great, but with two Odins,
set the chamber up to hold this.
Able to crumble
still,
like a
it's still a pretty hard round for Wolves.
There's still quite a lot for the Wolves to do before they can count this in the bag.
But Wolves are in a great position. They've got two ways of going out of this. They can look, they can wait. Think about what they want to do. That Haunt finds nothing.
Yeah,
so
they break the trip as well. Good news for FPX is that they have the fast rotate here. Great shot, man.
He was paranoid. There's no way he could see them.
He doesn't need to see. He just visualizes. Oh my days. Yuriko trying his best to pick up one, but it turns out Autumn can just
look at the HPs though. It's still crazy doable. The highest HP only has a Sheriff.
Just hiding in the corner. We hear the from the shadows.
Omen TPs off of sight. Dude, he's just gonna throw him the gun.
Is that Viper's Pit? Spring actually not opting for it. A interesting decision, I would say, but again, with being stuck in the middle of the map like that and the angle being found, it's still anyone's game.
Potentially, but it's going to be so difficult. The Odin spam is good, but the Cypher Cam tag is huge.
Oh god.
Got time?
Holy.
Oh, the shot from Yuriko. I got scared. My heart is going. I can only imagine how the players are feeling.
But now we are seeing the back and forth. Wolves' momentum halted for a little bit, but again, Wolves' trades, their fundamentals are so much stronger here than they were on Sunset. Other than Autumn, who, he's a chamber. He's allowed to peek solo. Everyone else is peeking together with someone, playing off of each other beautifully. And that's how they get down to those situations. Despite the low life, you can see the coach.
You can see the stress.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and they got the money out of their hands. They can't buy Odin for this one. They got two hero guns, and pretty much it. They do have a Razor, I guess. Camera to break. See, normally as well, you can have like a camera here. If they break it, you can have someone that spams us with an Odin.
He's been going for that Vice Wall so much. The punish is huge from FPX, and losing that Cypher, they've got to exit because they have no way to watch what's happening on B now.
If Spring is if only that was an Odin. If only that was an Odin Spring.
It's a great trade though. FPX will take that. In reaction, they lose over towards A, and I think, well, they at least have mid though, so they create pressure here. They're gonna go all the way behind. It's the first time we're actually seeing like heavy push as well.
Yeah, if Autumn goes down, there is absolutely the refrag.
3 passing behind from A. Damn. When does dude, Lysor can't feel too comfy here.
FPX looking a little bit slow. 3-man towards the backside there. 1 man in the form of Yosemite. The paranoia goes through. Lysor's trying his best to kill as much time as possible. He finds one in TP right
hits that shot.
Save Yosemite on the other angle. Shuts that down. Life immediately sealing in the Steel Garden to kill as much time to take as much space as possible in this 1 versus 3.
Oh, it's a great plant for him. Dude, that C's hit. That was lovely. This is nice from FPX. The push all the way behind. That was cool. Definitely what some teams might do, aggro over towards B.
It's beautiful. This
does mean that this retake becomes a lot easier.
Playing this map and
they held over towards middle.
I've got to say it. I think Wolves' chances of even going to bind are corroding.
Love to hear it. Love to hear
Can
it.
resist.
Yeah, it's a start, but look at that, like that split there. Like that Omen teleport.
Yeah, it was hard.
As long as
I think the Omen had to do a leak out smoke, I guess.
That control, but Yosemite has been doing it so pivotally, so cleanly, and it
was a rough situation.
Me like FPX have called okay.
FPX have called it? Oh, dude, I do remember this, to be fair.
You are holding your own
he had some crazy timeouts.
But maybe.
I feel like he's done this before.
Is some coaches do is, you know, the hype gets a bit much. We've got to bring it back down, bring the players, focus them back onto the final solution, because all you've got to do is one more round. And FPX, they've had time to build a massive playbook of individual plays, strategies, ult rounds.
Hope it doesn't backfire.
If you can take them into this round, that's it. You just need one of the next 5 to work, and you're done. You win. You beat Wolves, the 3rd place team at Masters Toronto, in a 2-0.
Who 3-0'd you last time you played?
Yeah.
Who 3-0'd you last time you played against each other? Like, this is a storyline and a half, and there is also, to be honest, like, as very much as you said,
okay, 5 chances to 2-0 Wolves.
Calm and collected, keep them focused. There is also the idea of just Wolves were maybe
look at
okay.
What's going on here?
To get into this last round, even just because we have this idea.
Look at this buy. This is a nothing buy.
Let them sit in it and kind of go, you know, what could we have done? Let them get
up
in their
towards the angle.
Yeah, but we'll have to see if that happens. Autumn taking the same position he did in that round 1 with the headhunter. Doesn't find anything, gets pushed back.
Well, he's got the shorty for this.
It's huge. It forces everyone back, and Juicy looking for you.
Oh god, man!
Oh, blinded.
Oh boy. Still alive, still holding that map control. Surely someone kills Berlin.
Finds his one.
For God's sake.
What was that? Oh no. Oh no. Spring finds another. I think that was through the smoke, or he just found a good angle. But now there's one person. It looks terrifying, commanding, running it down with the Odin like that. The spray comes through.
Odin's just going to dominate it. I mean, FPX have a nice understanding of the map. I like some of the stuff Wolves did. I like their attack wall. I think the walls they're doing when they put them on sites is like too obvious for sure, because they're just hitting behind them.
That is an incredible showing in competition.
But yeah, FPX look pretty good.
You who loves underdogs, you
look pretty good.
This far with it.
They have to go for a mad run in stage 2 to get to champs, but this is a great start, and they look pretty legit.
A good showing. Like,
again, I'm not super worried about Wolves.
There. You know, there's very much
really not. They just need a little bit more time.
Okay, you know,
it happens when you go to tournaments like Masters and stuff, and everyone else has that extra time to catch up.
Respect them as much as they've clearly studied us, and I am sure we will see these teams back on this stage sooner rather than later. And ladies and gentlemen, count down the days in your calendar until then, because it will be a phenomenal showcase, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Wolves, they did play well. They had the comebacks, and they showed that, you know, they can bring it back even when the momentum is taken away from them. But the Masters Toronto curse, okay, maybe it wasn't so bad for XLG, but for Wolves, it is here, and they've not had the time to prep.
The whole playbook gets leaked. Yeah, FPX, it is a little bit like that.
They've been cooking.
I think they maybe got anteed a little bit on their sunset. But it's also like they're coming up against new stuff and people know what they do. And if the full process again is good enough, then they're just gonna win.
Absolutely.
Especially with the like he doesn't want to be at the front, man.
Like, he's just very comfortable in the middle. He's not taking
the guy's like, it's all you guys.
The work that has been put is absolutely incredible. FPX 2-0 indeed. And you know, even the desk were saying, I think we brought it up as well. There was, you know, a lot of discussions of if FPX were struggling with.
Okay, that was fun though. There's some learning to be done for some teams, I think.
So stupid, I love it.
I think Wolves can look at this and learn so much.
There was a bit of concern, a bit of discussion.
No
FPX
doubt.
trying to find that kind of golden child, bring it all together. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that's the case as we. Oh my, like that start. That was round one.
Dude, Autumn played
insane.
That was the first
shot
insane.
of Corrode.
Yeah. Also, again, I still kind of
that first shot,
still kind of thoroughly think that a Vice chamber, first time you show it, if it has good theory, I think you'll always win. I really do. I'm pretty sure it's 100% win rate at the moment. First time it's been shown. It might even be 100% win rate across the board, actually. Because Fnatic didn't lose a cent, right?
When he's on that chamber,
I think it's 100% win rate.
Chamber Vice
just a
looking strong
duo.
When you've got the game plan behind it.
Absolutely, I could maybe see like once we did see quite a lot of work from Cypher as well. There was quite a lot.
Envy sad. I don't think it's that bad a loss. I really don't.
Something too, but yeah, Vice chamber could be the solved way. It depends.
FPX are one of the teams you probably don't want to face early on after going to the tournament.
Really cheeky Cypher setups, and the cams will be somewhere that you can't even shoot. Sunset, I mean, has a couple of them already.
Chamber Vice. Oh, that's true. Chamber Vice is definitely lost on Pearl. You are right. Yeah, that's like the only map at the moment. But dude, the problem is that you're including some EMEA teams in that, and they lose on Pearl no matter what comp they play.
He was flashed during that? I didn't even. I thought he was just slowed. I didn't realize he was flashed.
And that's what you love to see, right? Autumn absolutely deserved MVP. 85% cast.
Specific on today? No, there isn't.
But what I love there
there's another China.
The communication.
There's another couple of China games tomorrow, right? And then there's pretty much a break until the 16th, I think. In the break is EWC. I won't be watching it personally.
Everyone else on FPX actually had a brilliant
I'm sure a lot of other people will be streaming it if you want to check them out.
I want to give a bit
of credit
to
China again tomorrow, 2 games.
You know, they've got him back as well. 12, 12, and 11 on one more, and it could have been a full little 12, which would have been actually really sick to see. But unfortunately, we don't quite see it there. And now, I mean, we see.
Hello, Turtle. I'm doing good, mate. How you doing?
Look at the spike conversion for FPX.
Yeah. And like, it's all because FPX, when they get that spike down, they are going aggressive, right? They are getting the spike down in 11 out of 12 rounds. And then when they get the spike down, they win 2, or they only lose 2.
Enjoying a bit of a break? Rounds, yeah, enjoying a bit of a break. No EWC for me? Yeah, no EWC for me. But again, that's only for this year. I'm definitely not saying that it's not going to change in the future. It's just like, while I can...
Just incredible. Like, that's
all
you can
say. I'm not going to watch it.
They are just so good, and they looked so strong. Sad we didn't get to see Bind, but at the end of the day, we get to see an FPX that is absolutely on fire.
As absolutely unstoppable, and Wolves seem to have defaulted back to that kind of permanent ascent bind, or that permanent ascent ban, I should say, which
we're going to be in Paris. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I hope so.
They went against FPX, so it was
I hope
close.
I'll be in Paris.
And maybe that was where they kind of thought that okay, if we get it banned, maybe FPX have been doing a little bit more studying, but yeah, it was just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, pretty much that's
to their credit.
I think it's inevitable.
In the entire map on Corrode was by them, but let's face it, that was because FPX didn't need the clutch.
Yeah, they were there in the early, just consistently getting
Lit FPS, thanks so much for the Prime. I appreciate the 5 months. Thank you.
Advantage, people advantage.
Yeah, it is, Turtle. It is just that.
And their retakes as well on their defense were beautiful. The way that they were taking Yard if they were retaking A was perfect. Through main and through Link. It's beautiful work.
Chat top 10? Yeah, I'll probably do it off stream.
We're just going to be getting into the interview, so with the players.
The hard one, man.
So we will throw it over to Vidos just whenever that does come through as well, our lovely translator. But
Sassy tournament? Yeah, I've got other stuff to do tonight, so I can't watch that either. But I also didn't get rights for it, so. But that's my fault.
How do you feel like coming back from retirement and coming back into the stage for stage 2? And then he's like, oh, nothing has really changed. Feels like that.
Don't need rights. Might be able to catch the final or something then. Have a look.
And then we've seen so many different types of comps on Corrode. And why do you guys choose Chamber, Vice and Chamber? And he says that Autumn's understanding of Chamber's map is pretty good, and that he really had a very good performance even at Scrims as well.
Yeah, not wrong. Yeah, I might be able to catch like 2G crew or something. We'll see.
And do you guys particularly prepare for like a lot of mid plays on both maps today? And they just adapted according to what was happening in the rounds.
因为第一赛段其实你的成绩可能相对来说没有那么理想，没有进入到季后赛，同时也一直在不断调整换人，可能没达到一个很好的结果。但是现在你回归了，同时有新教练 Lagia 的加入，你认为现在的 FunPlus 和过去相比有什么样的区别？
我的感受其实蛮多。
What do you think the difference between the FPX now and the FPX 2000 stage?
然后也有很多新的理解。
And coach brought a lot of new content.
在我指挥前就队友讲出我心里的想法了。 对他们可以提前一步跟我想一样的东西，所以我觉得现在大家都打非常好。
And the team's like more willing to like speak their minds during the rounds.
一直陪伴自己的粉丝朋友们说的呢？
我觉得放炮的粉丝。
And what do you want to say to the fans?
担心吧，我回来了，我就没走。
And they say, "Oh, don't worry, I'm back."
烟尾指挥发挥的非常出色，再一次感谢柏林选手接受我们的采访。
谢谢。
And that's it for the interview.
Nice.
Thank you.
He's back.
If you pick
Chat, how long was he? Because he said he was retired, right? How long was he retired for?
Oh my.
Was it not like a 2-month retirement?
Oh my days.
I think retirement gets thrown. Retirement gets thrown out a bit too much.
Yeah, and you can see, right? Like
sometimes saying a break is okay.
Because Autumn is
the entire stage once. Yeah, what, 2 months?
Which you can see.
That's crazy.
Just the whole of the team looked like they could work around that as well. Berlin slotted back into this team.
Retired in March.
Smoothly.
I mean, yeah.
It looks like the team that we knew from before.
That's pretty much
right?
the 2 months, dude.
The OG
That's
FPX.
wild.
Well, not the OG FPX. I guess the OG Chinese FPX. And how they work together, their communication.
Wolves picking Corrodes. It's one of those though. It's just like if it's been going really well in practice, and I could see that definitely from their attack, it's probably been going really well in prac, and then I reckon on their defense they never got exploited so heavy over towards A. I don't think it's that bad. I also think FPX had a pretty good understanding. Not that I've watched the other Chinese game, but they probably, in my opinion, looking at the comps, they probably had the best understanding out of the 4 teams we've seen so far.
Then
I don't think it's you look at the results, you think it's pretty brutal, but I don't think it's wild. I do think they need to buy way more Odins. I think the fact that 3 teams so far haven't bought any Odins on Corrode is kind of rough.
Where Autumn wasn't doing things, but even when Autumn wasn't doing things, you were
Taro, I don't think so. I don't think there is that.
Just showcases from FPX there from every single team member, and the stats really showed that. Like again, 12, 12, 11 from Omen there. That's absolutely something you look at and go, okay, everyone here is
judging by what people are saying, I feel like Wolves
it was the Autumn show,
would have had a better time against the other 2 teams that played them out.
Definitely was supporting actors involved.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think we've got to say the same for Wolves as well.
It does make this fun though. Let's refresh this.
They've always been a team that has
it does mean that this gets pretty interesting.
And you saw a lot of pop off. You saw incredible clutch moments. You saw so many good things from them.
Best case scenario, they can get 8 more.
FPX with Berlin back in the roster with a new head coach.
They could be on 11.
And it wasn't enough to overcome.
If they have 11 points,
that FPX somehow have still.
I mean, Billy and Wolves would have to completely melt for that to happen.
But Wolves, they've still got plenty of chance. They're not going to be anywhere near the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of champs points, so they're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Even if they don't go the whole playoffs run like they did last time.
Sonya is good, honestly. Okay. It's not a bad thing. Don't apologize. I appreciate it.
It's got to be said.
I just need to actually have the time to just look over it, which honestly might be able to happen today or tomorrow.
Anything Wolves can do, we can
need to win through playoffs. Yeah, basically, they just got to get top 2.
Right now, and honest, best of luck.
They might if they play like this. There's a good chance.
There will be more aura. There will be more fun.
Okay, chat. We are done for the day. If there was a stream for the Liquid Academy game, I would stay and watch it, but there isn't. Vince with the Prime, thanks for the 35 months as well. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
It's just consistent. And because Autumn's always been this, right? He's always been this good. And if that does continue, I think they're making champs, and I think they're making it to the top 8 at the very least. Because this FPX roster, they look revived. They're called FUNPLUS Phoenix.
Should we try the prime thing? Let me try the prime thing.
Later on, it's the key.
Before we end, again, if you have a prime sub, you can check it. You can click down here. You can see if it's over towards here. If you got one of these, then you can prime sub. Support the channel, support me, support the mods.
Yeah, indeed. So we just had a quick schedule there. That will be
me
tomorrow.
watching
But ladies and gentlemen,
as
I
much
believe
as we
that is
can.
everything actually going to be
I'm
from
Sideshow,
us.
yeah,
It's
you got
been
it.
an absolute blast.
What is this guy
just
even
before we
doing,
do kind of close out anything, by all means, shout out to everyone that does everything. You know, we get to yap, but the behind the scenes and such are the ones that keep our voices clean.
For everyone else,
sure
Shameless, dude, it works too well, man. I gotta check.
Magnum, Fran, everyone
I
like
apologize.
You also can, of course, by the way, now, and I believe this is
there we go.
Kaiokan,
Kaiokan, thank you so much. Or Kayuko even. Kayuko CM, thank you with the prime. I appreciate the 4 months. Daisy with the prime, thank you for the 10 months as well. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Okay, chat, we will be here same time tomorrow. We got some games tomorrow. Really hoping we get some more Corrode, to be honest, because I'm enjoying this map at the moment. Until everyone works it out and we start seeing the Odin Mania, it's going to be really fun to watch. Once teams, as soon as a couple of teams show you how to play this map, it's going to be absolute hell. But at the moment, it's pretty fun. Digestive Prism 2 with the prime as well. Thank you with the 2 months, dude. Thank you. The games tomorrow.
The respect that deserves. EDG showed last year what China can do, and now WOL,
DRG against
FPX,
Nova.
all of these other teams, XLG
DRG against Nova is pretty banging, and JDG against Trace. And Trace have bind back, so you know they're pick and bind.
As possible on it. But thank you everyone for watching.
That should be pretty fun. We get to see bind again.
Is supporting. So if you can't
DRG Nova, yeah, DRG Nova is a pretty big game as well. Just kind of gauge where these teams are.
We appreciate you all, and I'm sure we will be back.
Who we raiding? Someone said Patman. Patman's good. Is he streaming, yeah?
This is our Echo.
Chaz, has Patman got anything wild in his name or not?
With yourself, it has been an absolute bop. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you very, very soon for more VCT CN action. Please do not leave us too long. Be back more.
He's got the Patman VLR, man. The Valorant only players, they're coming. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you guys. I appreciate you watching. Thank you for being here. Let's do this as well quickly. Go follow these guys because we use their casting. But they're also awesome. They're the community-based casters that are covering all the Chinese stuff as well. So go show your support, give them a follow. For the games that overlap, if you do want to watch China, then obviously you can watch it from their broadcast as well. So because China does overlap with Pacific, so I can't watch them all. So go check them out as well. But yeah, appreciate everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Say hi to Patman for me. I will see you all soon. All right, bye everyone. Bye. Okay, peace. YouTube, thank you for being here as well, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. I will see you all soon. Subscribe if you can. I think we're nearly at 50,000, which is really cool. So I appreciate all the support. Thank you for being here, guys. Bye.